Transfer of Power by Vince Flynn. Read by Nick Sullivan.
Out of respect for the United States Secret Service and the security of the President, certain facts regarding the layout of the White House and Secret Service tactics have either been changed or omitted. Chapter 1. Washington, D.C. A fine mist fell from the darkening spring sky as the black limousine turned off of E Street. The armor-plated car weaved through the concrete and steel barricades at a speed suggesting urgency. As the limousine turned onto West Executive Drive, it slowed briefly for the heavy black gate to open and then sped forward. After splashing through several puddles, the limo came to an abrupt stop in front of the ground-floor entrance to the west wing of the White House. The rear passenger door opened immediately, and Dr. Irene Kennedy stepped from the car. She walked under the long off-white awning that extended from the building to the curb and paused to let her boss catch up. Thomas Stansfield slowly climbed out of the limo and buttoned the jacket of his charcoal gray suit. At 79 years of age, Stansfield was an icon in the intelligence community. His career dated all the way back to World War II and the OSS, the precursor to the CIA. Stansfield had been one of Wild Bill Donovan's recruits almost 60 years earlier, a different war fought by a different breed. Stansfield was the last one. Now they were all gone, retired or dead, and it wouldn't be much longer before he turned over the reins of power at the much maligned and embattled intelligence agency. The CIA had changed during his tenure. More precisely, the threats had changed, and the CIA was forced to change with them. The old static days of a two-superpower world were long gone, replaced by small regional conflicts and the ever-growing threat of terrorism. As Stansfield closed out his career, this was what bothered him most. The threat of one individual bringing biological, chemical, or nuclear annihilation to America was becoming more and more plausible. Stansfield looked up at the lazy mist that was falling from the early evening sky. A light spray dusted his face, and the silver-haired director of the CIA blinked. Something was bothering him, and he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Stansfield gave the darkening sky one last look, and then stepped under the awning. Kennedy continued through the double doors where two uniformed Secret Service officers were standing post, and started down the long hall. This was the first floor of the West Wing. The President's office was located on the floor above, but that was not where they would be meeting. Irene Kennedy sped ahead, while Stansfield followed at his always even pace. Down the hallway on the right, a U.S. Navy officer stood in his cleanly pressed black uniform with his hands clasped firmly in front of him. "Good evening, Dr. Kennedy. Everything is ready. The generals and the President are waiting for you." The watch officer of the White House Situation Room gestured to his left. "Thank you, Commander Hicks," replied Kennedy as she walked past the naval officer. They went down several steps, took a right, and came to a secure door with a camera mounted above it. To the left was a black and gold plaque with the words, "White House Situation Room, Restricted Access." The lock on the door buzzed, and Kennedy pushed the door open. She entered and turned to her left into the Situation Room's new conference room. Director Stansfield followed her, and Commander Hicks closed the soundproof door behind them. President Robert Hayes, dressed in a tuxedo, stood at the far end of the room and listened intently to the two men in front of him. The first, General Flood, was the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. Flood was 6'4" and weighed almost 270 pounds. The second man was General Campbell, a half-foot shorter than his superior and 100 pounds lighter. Campbell was the commander of the U.S. military's Joint Special Operations Command, or JSOC. Before taking his most recent job, he had proudly commanded the famous 82nd Airborne Division and the 18th Airborne Corps. President Hayes had been in office for only 5 months, and thus far had a decent working relationship with both the Pentagon and the CIA. Before being elected president, Robert Xavier Hayes had served as both U.S. congressman and senator. The Democrat from Ohio had been elected to the highest office in the land, largely because he had a very clean personal life and was seen as someone who could mend the ever-deepening divide between the two parties. The previous administration had been rife with scandal, so much so that the American people had overwhelmingly picked someone whose personal life could pass the rigorous scrutiny of the press. Hayes was happily married and had 3 children in their 30s, all of whom had managed to stay off the tabloid covers and live relatively normal lives. Kennedy set her briefcase on a chair near the end of the long table and said, "If everyone will be seated, we can get started." She felt rushed. Things were coming together at a frantic pace. Director Stansfield greeted the 2 generals and the president. No one was in a talkative mood. The president worked his way around to the opposite end of the table and sat in his high-backed leather chair. All 4 walls of the room were covered with dark wood, except a square section behind the president. That portion of the wall was white, and in the middle of it was the circular seal of the President of the United States. With the president at the head of the table, the 2 generals sat on his right and Director Stansfield on his left. Kennedy handed each of the men identical folders that were sealed with red tape and marked Top Secret. "Please feel free to open the files while I get the rest of the materials ready." Kennedy pushed some of her shoulder-length brown hair back behind her ear. After several seconds of digging through her briefcase, she found the right disk and inserted it into the A drive of the computer under the podium. About 60 seconds later, the director of the CIA's Counterterrorism Center was ready to start. A map of the Persian Gulf appeared on the large screen to Kennedy's right, and she began. "Mr. President, 4 days ago we inserted one of our people into the Iranian city of Bandar Abbas. Our man was operating on some information he received that Sheikh Farah Harut might be in the city." Kennedy pressed a button and the screen changed from the map to a grainy black and white photograph of a bearded man in a turban. "Farah Harut, shown here in this 1983 photograph, is the religious leader of the militant Islamic group Hezbollah. He has very strong ties to the religious conservatives in Iran." Kennedy glanced sideways at the president and added, "You may have noted some mention of him in your PDB." Kennedy was referring to the president's daily brief, an intelligence summary given to him every morning by the CIA. The president nodded. "I recall the name." Kennedy pressed a button, and a new photo appeared on the screen, this time of a much younger, clean-shaven, and handsome individual. "This is Rafiq Aziz. It was taken in the late 70s, when Aziz was obtaining a degree in electrical engineering from American University in Beirut." The president nodded reluctantly and said, "I am definitely familiar with this individual." Kennedy nodded. "Well, you might not be familiar with this most recent development." The doctor pointed to the screen at the front of the room, and a series of photos played out showing charred buses and grotesque bloody bodies. "These bombings have all been linked to the fundamentalist Palestinian group Hamas. Hamas has stepped up its attacks recently in an effort to derail the Middle East peace process. Hezbollah and Hamas have done very little to help each other's causes." Kennedy looked down the long table and added, "That is until recently. Aziz and Harut have been looking for a way to continue their fight as things have calmed in Beirut. They found their opportunity after Israel assassinated Hamas leader Yahya Ayash in 1996. Hamas turned even more militant, stepping up its efforts to drive Israel from the West Bank and Gaza Strip. In this most recent period, the Israelis have noted a marked increase in the sophistication of Hamas bombs and tactics. It is our belief that Rafiq Aziz is responsible for this." Kennedy paused and got ready to drop the bombshell. "To make matters even worse, we have also learned that Saddam Hussein has offered to help fund some of the group's actions." President Hayes shook his head slowly and scowled. "It gets worse," Kennedy continued. "The stipulation that Saddam has put on the money is that it be used to attack the United States domestically." Kennedy emphasized the last word. The information caused Hayes's left eyebrow to rise a half-inch. "Where did we get this?" Kennedy looked to Stansfield, and the director of the CIA replied, "The NSA intercepted some communications, and we verified them through several of our foreign contacts." "That's just great." Hayes shook his head. Looking to Kennedy with dread in his eyes, he asked, "What else?" "2 nights ago, our man in Iran informed us of a probable ID on Harut, and earlier this evening he made a positive ID." The president folded his arms across his chest. "Can we be sure your guy has the right man?" "Yes, Mr. President," answered Kennedy confidently. Hayes looked from Kennedy to the map of Iran and then back. "I assume you didn't interrupt my dinner plans just to tell me you may have found this fellow." "You are correct, Mr. President." We have been waiting for this chance for a long time. If we don't grab him now, we may never get another chance." Kennedy stopped to make sure the president understood how serious she was. "General Campbell and I have put together a plan to grab Harut." Kennedy changed the main screen. A second map of the Persian Gulf appeared, this one with a half-dozen new markings on it. Kennedy looked to General Campbell and nodded. Campbell rose from his chair, and with his ramrod posture, he marched to the front of the room. Once firmly in position behind the podium, he started. "Mr. President, Harut, like Saddam, never stays in the same place for more than 3 or 4 nights at a time. This is the first time in over a decade that we have been able to track his whereabouts for more than a day and be in a position to do something about it." Campbell gestured to the map. "We have 2 helicopters from the 1st Special Operations Wing that have left Saudi Arabia and are in the process of hooking up with the Independence, which is on patrol in the Persian Gulf." The general tapped the spot on the map that marked the location of the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. "And over here," the general moved his finger across the Persian Gulf to a spot just off the Iranian coast that was marked by a blue cigar-shaped object. "We have the USS Honolulu. As I'm sure you have already noted, she is no longer in international waters. Right now she is about 2 miles offshore and waiting for the orders to offload her cargo." While Campbell continued his briefing, President Hayes felt as if he were having an out-of-body experience. He had dreamt of this moment for years and loathed it. The idea of ordering U.S. troops into battle had no appeal, no mystique, no glory, and surely no satisfaction. People would die tonight because of the orders he gave. The enemy's men for sure, and possibly some of his own. President Hayes listened to the general intently and tried to be objective. Hayes was a student of history and knew that to never use force was foolish. If he did not act tonight, it might someday cost the lives of Americans. Terrorism had to be confronted. He could not pass on this decision. Persian Gulf, 3:16 a.m., local time. In the Iranian seaside city of Bandar Abbas, an elderly man shuffled down a dusty street in his dirty white jalaba, a simple robe-like garment that flowed from his shoulders to his ankles. A brown turban covered his head and face, a pair of worn leather sandals his feet. The wind blew in off the Persian Gulf, and the night sky was filled with thick clouds. The decrepit old man mumbled to himself in Farsi, the native language, as he went. Like so many things in life, appearances could be deceiving. Underneath the ragged turban and jalaba was 190 pounds of solid lean muscle. Mitch Rapp, a 31-year-old American, hadn't showered in a week. His deeply bronzed skin was covered with a film of dirt, and his black hair and beard were spotted with streaks of gray dye that made him look twice his age. During the late mornings and early afternoons, the American had slept in a tiny apartment. By afternoon and evening, he roamed the streets with a brown canvas bag collecting discarded pop cans and bottles. While he played the role of street bum, he kept his posture slouched and his demeanor timid, but his eyes and mind were alert. He scanned doorways and windows and listened to conversations, waiting for a clue. 2 days earlier, he had discovered the telltale sign he had been looking for. Rapp was searching for a man he wanted to kill. His pursuit of this man had led him to some of the roughest and dirtiest cities in the Middle East, North Africa, and Europe. In the process, Rapp had himself been shot, stabbed, and hunted, and every step of the way his quarry had managed to stay just out of his reach. 6 months earlier, on a rainy Paris night, Rapp had had his chance and blown it. A moment of hesitation, of stupid indecision, had allowed Rafiq Aziz to escape by the narrowest of margins. Never again, Rapp had sworn 1,000 times. Next time he would pull the trigger, innocent bystander in the way or not. Tonight, Rapp was determined to pick up the trail again. Nearing the house he had discovered 2 days earlier, Rapp scanned the rooftops and windows for signs of sentries he might have missed on his previous visits. The smell of the salty air mixing with the open sewage heightened his instincts. He was on enemy ground, walking straight into the lion's den. The streets he walked belonged to Hezbollah, one of several militant Islamic groups that dominated the underbelly of Middle Eastern politics. The terrorist group had killed thousands in their jihad, their holy war. This was their stronghold in the dirty seaside city of Bandar Abbas. Rapp had learned early in his profession that home was where his enemies were most vulnerable, where they were most likely to feel comfortable and let down their guard. Tonight, he would come into their home, unannounced and uninvited. Rapp adjusted his turban to conceal everything but his eyes. Then he turned the corner and continued the shuffle of a man more than twice his age. Several doors down, a man sat on a folding chair with an AK-47 resting on his lap. Rapp mumbled to himself in Farsi, intentionally trying to alert the bodyguard to his presence. The bodyguard heard his approaching footsteps and aimed his gun in the direction of the noise. The babbling tramp appeared from the shadows, and the bodyguard relaxed, dropping his weapon back onto his lap. It was his crazy late-night visitor, just another worthless vagrant. As Rapp approached the bodyguard, he pulled his turban away from his mouth. Smiling, he flashed a set of fake rotten teeth and greeted the armed sentry as he shuffled past. The large man nodded and then leaned back in his chair, resting his head against the wall of the house. Rapp continued down the street, his alert eyes taking inventory of everything on the block. He noted every window and every doorway. He looked beyond the door frames and the curtains into the shadows. If this was a trap, that was where they would be waiting. Rapp turned onto an even narrower street. 60 feet down, the American ducked into an alley that had been built long before cars were envisioned. The tunnel-like passage was 4 feet wide and enclosed in darkness. Slowing his pace, Rapp stopped in the second alcove on his left and closed his eyes. He set his canvas bag of bottles and cans down and listened intently while squeezing his eyelids tighter, trying to speed up the process of adjusting to the near-total darkness. White House Situation Room. General Campbell finished the mission briefing and stood at the far end of the room with Kennedy. For the last 24 hours they had worked almost non-stop to get everything in place, and now they looked on somewhat helplessly as the President analyzed the pros and cons of the mission. After a minute of silence, President Hayes looked at Director Stansfield and asked, "Who is this man we have on the ground?" Director Stansfield closed his mission summary and placed it on the table. "He is one of our best, fluent in 3 languages, not counting English, and he understands another half-dozen dialects well enough to get by." "Is he American?" "Yes." President Hayes nodded slowly, and then asked the million-dollar question. "Instead of exposing ourselves by trying to grab Harut," the President paused and formulated the most tactful way to say what he was thinking. "Why don't we have your man—" The President looked at Kennedy. "What is his name?" "His code name is Iron Man." "Why don't we have this Iron Man eliminate Harut?" President Hayes looked cautiously around the room, nervously aware that what he had just suggested was against the law. "We have looked at that as an option, Mr. President, but there is another issue we haven't discussed." Kennedy looked to her boss. Stansfield sat leaning back in his chair with one leg crossed over the other. He removed his left hand from his chin and said, "We have just recently come into some information," Stansfield stated evenly, "that is directly related to this operation. Yesterday, I received a call from one of my counterparts abroad. They informed me that Hamas is targeting Washington for a terrorist attack. When and where is not certain, but we have a corroborating source that can confirm this intelligence." Hayes shook his head and uttered a curse under his breath. "Where did you get this information?" "Our Israeli friends brought it to my attention several weeks ago, and it was corroborated by the British this morning." "Elaborate, please." Hayes made a rolling motion with his index finger. "The Israelis picked up a Hamas commander during one of their sweeps through the West Bank about a month ago. While they were interrogating him, he made several references to an attack that was being planned here in Washington. The Israelis couldn't get anything more out of the commander on this issue, except that the man behind the operation is none other than Rafik Aziz." President Hayes swiveled in his chair and looked up at the smaller screen that vividly showed the carnage left from one of Aziz's bus bombings in Israel. The mere thought of the same thing happening in Washington, D.C. caused the President's blood to boil. "This dovetails," continued Stansfield, "with the NSA's report that Saddam has offered to bankroll any terrorist attack that is carried out in the United States." President Hayes looked at the director of the CIA and rose out of his chair. He reminded himself to stay calm. Saddam had become the unreachable thorn in America's back, and it was time to start dealing with him in a more ruthless manner. With sarcasm dripping from his voice, the president said, "This is just wonderful." All Hayes could think about was the lunatic terrorism of the Middle East playing itself out in the streets of America. He knew there was no way he could allow it to happen, not if he could take the battle to them first. Irene Kennedy half listened to the conversation between the two generals, her boss, and the president. At the moment, she was more concerned with Mitch Rapp. Rapp was her recruit, and she had grown very fond of him. There was nothing sexual about the connection. It was more in the nature of a bond between two people who have been through the ringer together. Kennedy had spent more than half of her youth bouncing around the Middle East as her father was moved from one embassy to another. As a State Department brat, she saw nothing unusual in this, since most of her friends had gone through similar experiences. In fact, Kennedy had loved growing up in the Middle East, but unfortunately, all of those fond memories came crashing down in April of 1983 when a car bomb ripped through the U.S. Embassy in Beirut. Kennedy's father was killed in the blast, and her life was forever changed. The anger she felt in the wake of the tragedy had led her to the CIA, and it didn't take Langley long to make up their mind about Kennedy. She had spent 12 years of her life growing up in the Middle East. She had a doctorate in Arabic studies, and she was motivated. Kennedy was earmarked from the very start for counterterrorism. Now, some 16 years later, she was running the show at the Counterterrorism Center. But that was only part of Kennedy's story. The part that was reported to the Legislative Oversight Committees, a separate job that fell under Kennedy's purview, was responsibility for the Orion Team, one of the most secretive organizations within the CIA. Only a handful of people knew of the group's existence, and it was to stay that way indefinitely. It had to. The group had been formed by Director Stansfield in response to another terrorist incident: the downing of Pan Am Flight 103 over Lockerbie, Scotland in December of 1988. Irene Kennedy was given the reins and instructed to build a group with one single task: to hunt down and kill terrorists. As Director Stansfield had said at the time, "There are certain people here in Washington who have decided it is time to go on the offensive." Who those people were, Kennedy had never asked, and in truth, she never wanted to know. She only knew that she agreed with the strategy and was willing to risk everything to help implement it. That risk was very real and by no means marginal. If the wrong people on the Hill or over at Justice ever got wind of the Orion Team, they would hold an inquisition, and Kennedy's head would be the first one on the chopping block. The truth was, the American people would never be able to stomach the escapades of Mitch Rapp and the Orion Team. In the political grandstanding that would take place under a congressional investigation, everyone would forget the fact that it was a war. The team would be portrayed as a group of rogue operatives with complete disregard for the Constitution. Someone like Rapp, who was at this very moment putting his life on the line, would be eaten alive by the country club liberals and conservative opportunists looking to make a name for themselves. Kennedy felt the burden of responsibility for Rapp. She was the one who had gone to Syracuse University in the winter of 1988 and discovered him. He did not find the CIA, as she had done after her father's death. They had found him. 35 students from Syracuse had perished on Pan Am Flight 103, and one of them had been Mitch Rapp's high school sweetheart. Irene Kennedy had dangled the prospect of revenge in front of the anguished Rapp, and he had leapt at the chance without a moment's hesitation. Now, a decade later, they had turned him into quite possibly the most efficient and lethal killer in the modern era of the agency. President Hayes had heard enough. He pondered the ramifications for a long moment. If he chose not to act, the end result could cost American lives. Yes, he could lose men tonight, but these men had assumed a risk when they signed up. If he walked away, it could cost the lives of non-combatants. Hayes knew what he had to do. With a no-nonsense tone, the president asked, "General Campbell, what do you think we should do?" In his clipped military tone, Campbell replied, I think it's an opportunity we can't pass up, Mr. President. Dr. Kennedy, I assume you think we should go in? Asked Hayes. Yes, Mr. President. Thomas? Hayes looked to the director of the CIA. Stansfield paused for a second, and then nodded. The President turned lastly to General Flood. Jack, what do you think? The General folded his large hands and thumped them on the table once. I think we should grab him. President Hayes squinted at the map of Iran on the large screen while he thought about the potential risk. After about 20 seconds of silence, he said, You have my authorization. As soon as the sentence was completed, Kennedy and Campbell were on the phone giving the mission the green light to the various players and commands involved. Stansfield slid 2 white sheets of paper across the table. They were identical. One was for the President's records, and the other was for Stansfield's. The President grabbed a pen from his breast pocket and put his signature on both sheets. The relatively bland document was a presidential finding, required by law whenever the President authorized any type of covert mission. These simple documents had been a source of much controversy in Washington over the years. When do you plan to notify the committees? Asked President Hayes. By law, the chairman and ranking minority member of both the House and Senate Intelligence Committees had to be informed of the intended action before it took place. This, however, was an area that was grayer than the London sky and one that was abused often, and sometimes for good reasons. Stansfield placed his signed copy in a folder and said, Fortunately, the gentlemen in question all have plans for this evening. I will alert their aides that I need to speak to them in about an hour. If all goes well, they will not be able to make it out to Langley until after our people have safely completed their job. Good. President Hayes stood and pulled on his cufflinks. My wife and I will be attending an event at the Kennedy Center. Where are you going to monitor the mission? At Langley, replied Stansfield. Keep me updated, and good luck. With that, the President left the room. Chapter 2. Strait of Hormuz, Persian Gulf. The wind swept across the surface of the dark water as layers of billowing, low-slung clouds raced overhead in a crisscrossing pattern. The higher cluster headed northwest toward the open water of the Persian Gulf, while the lower clouds moved inland from the island-dotted Strait of Hormuz to the mainland of ancient Persia and present-day Iran. The moon peeked through an occasional hole in the clouds. With the howling wind, the rain came and went in varying degrees of strength. It was not a night to be on the water. In the shallows of a 5-foot swell, a mast broke the surface and continued to rise, slashing into the high side of the trough like the ominous dorsal fin of a shark. White foam churned behind the narrow object as it continued southward. Rising a full 10 feet above the waves, it instantly began to search the night sky. The thin tiger-striped object was an electronic support measures antenna designed to detect radar emissions. Seconds later, the thin mast was joined by another. This mast scanned the horizon a full 360 degrees, and then both objects submerged as quickly as they had appeared. Underneath the stormy surface, a very expensive piece of hardware silently stalked the coast of Iran. Unbeknownst to all but her crew, she had just released her lethal cargo. As the 688 class attack submarine turned for international waters, 2 heads bobbed to the surface, and then 3 more. The swells rose and fell around them as they converged in a circle. One of the men wrestled with a black bag, freed the strap that was holding it together, and then pulled a cord. The IBS, inflatable boat small, began to unfold and fill with air. Less than a minute later, the boat was fully inflated, and 2 of the men began the process of attaching a small outboard engine to the back, while a third readied the fuel bladder. The rough seas tossed the boat in every direction, but the men worked undeterred. As soon as the motor was secured, the last 2 men climbed into the boat, their black wetsuits making them nearly invisible against the dark rubber. The engine was primed 3 times, and on the second pull it caught. The man in back twisted the throttle, and they scooted forward up the side of a swell. Lieutenant Commander Dan Harris held on to one of the straps at the front of the boat and checked the compass strapped to his wrist. Next, he looked at his global positioning system. The small GPS device strapped next to his compass used 18 satellites orbiting the Earth 10,000 miles up in space to tell him his exact location to within 4 meters. The submarine had dropped off Harris and his men 30 meters from where he had requested. Harris grinned through his thickly bearded face at the professionalism demonstrated by those anal-retentive submariners. They were, from top to bottom, nothing if not perfectionists. The muscular commander gripped the hand strap a little tighter as the boat crashed nose first into the shallows of a swell. Dan Harris, Annapolis class of '81, was somewhat of an oddity. He was both cultured and uncouth, temperamental and unflappable, angry and calm, emotional and logical, compassionate and ruthless. He was, in short, whatever the situation dictated. He had learned by watching the naval special warfare commanders that had gone before him. The U.S. Navy was a huge bureaucracy, and if you wanted to be able to run your command your own way, you had to spend an awful lot of time stroking the egos of the admirals who wrote the orders. Lieutenant Commander Dan Harris had walked that fine line almost to perfection, and that was why he was about to head into action while his colleagues were sitting behind desks at Little Creek and Coronado. The small rubber boat slammed into a wave, and a deluge of cool, salty water sprayed over the bow, drenching the 5 bearded members of the U.S. Navy's top-secret counterterrorism force SEAL Team 6. Harris shook the water from his face, and his ponytail whipped from side to side in the air behind him. The 5 men crashing through the rough water on this stormy night were known in the covert operations business as long-haired SEALs. They were allowed to break Navy regulations on facial hair and hair length for just this type of mission. They were the best shooters in the business, and hence given the most clandestine and often roughest missions. The men possessed many similar traits, but at first glance, the most notable was their dark features. Lieutenant Commander Harris had hand-picked the men, and for tonight's mission they were traveling extra light. Harris had brought along his best. There would be no room for mistakes. Bandar Abbas, Iran. A large wave crashed to the beach, its back end sending a spray of salt water into the air. Mitch Rapp adjusted his turban and wiped the salt water from his face. He looked up and down the coast, checking to make sure he was alone. Walking toward the pier to the north, he stopped, picked up a pop can, and dropped it into his canvas bag. He continued his hunched shuffle. When he reached the wood pier, he walked underneath and checked the other side. Next, he walked back under the pier and up the incline of beach to check the small recesses where the wooden structure was secured to its concrete foundation. For the next 10 minutes, Rapp methodically checked every part of the structure to make sure it was unoccupied. He had picked the landing zone, and it was his responsibility to make sure there were no surprises. Rapp checked his watch while the wind whistled through the tangled web of wood pilings that supported the pier. Everything was on schedule. Rapp had given up almost 10 years of his life for this moment, and he was not going to let it slip away. Persian Gulf. The nuclear-powered aircraft carrier USS Independence pounded through the stormy waters. She and her battle group of 12 ships and 2 submarines had been on patrol in the northern part of the Gulf for the last 23 days. Late the previous evening, the group had been ordered to proceed on a sweep to the south and east, back toward the Strait of Hormuz. Just 3 hours earlier, under the cover of darkness, the large gray carrier had taken on 2 U.S. Air Force helicopters, which now sat just amidships of the carrier's island structure. Both helicopters were painted a flat tan with stripes of a slightly darker brown. They belonged to the 1st Special Operations Wing, the people in charge of getting American commandos in and out of the hairiest places on Earth. The first and larger of the 2 helicopters was an MH-53J Pave-Low. With a price tag of close to $40 million, the Pave-Low was considered the most advanced military helicopter in the world. It took a crew of 6 to fly this large and complex helicopter, and its navigational system rivaled those of the most advanced fighter bombers in the U.S. arsenal. The Pave-Low was equipped with the Air Force's Enhanced Navigation System, or ENS. Using 20 separate systems, such as Doppler navigation, automatic direction finders, attitude director indicators, GPS, and a bevy of compasses and gyroscopes, the ENS told the pilots exactly where they were at all times. This system was what allowed the highly trained aviators of the 1st Special Operations Wing to fly hundreds of miles at treetop level in the worst of weather conditions and land exactly on a target within seconds of their stated extraction or infiltration time. Which, in the business of special ops, could mean the difference between success and failure, or more pointedly, life and death. It took an unusual aviator to handle this large, complicated helicopter, and the Air Force made sure that only the most qualified pilots were given the controls of these technological marvels. The second helicopter was only 2/3 the size of the hulking Pavelo. The MD 5300 Pavehawk was equipped with a reduced version of the Pavelo's enhanced navigation system. The smaller, more agile helicopter would be riding shotgun for tonight's mission. Inside both crafts, the pilots and flight crews were methodically running down their pre-flight checklists. There would be no room for mistakes. The slightest mistake could result in death, and if it happened over land, worse, an international incident. Iranian coast. Lieutenant Commander Dan Harris held a pair of night vision binoculars up to his eyes and tried in vain to search the landing area. Even though they were only several hundred yards offshore, he could barely see a thing. The boat was being thrashed in and out of the stormy sea, which made it impossible to hold the binoculars steady. Just when he had an area framed, the boat would shift, and he'd end up staring at the back of a wave 10 feet in front of them. Harris secured the night vision binoculars in a waterproof pack and stuck his right hand into the neck of his scuba suit. The commando retrieved the earpiece of his secure Motorola MX300 radio and cupped it next to his left ear. Above the din of water and wind, he shouted, "Iron Man, this is Whiskey 5. Do you read? Over." Harris's throat mic picked up his words and broadcast them. The crackled reply came over the earpiece. "Whiskey 5, this is Iron Man. I read you loud and clear. Over." Harris turned his back to the wind in hopes that he could hear better. "We are in position, Iron Man. What's the status of our LZ?" "Everything is secure." "Roger that. We'll see you in 5. Harris pulled at the neck of his wetsuit with his left hand and stuffed the headset back inside. Turning to his men, he shouted, "Grab your gear and let's get moving." Each man checked his swim pack and put on his fins and dive mask. When everyone had given the thumbs-up sign, Harris gave the order to go over the sides. Once in the water, the SEALs unsheathed their K-bars and punctured the sides of the rubber boat. Musty air hissed its way free. After 10 seconds, the weight of the motor began to pull the deflated boat under the surface and to the bottom. Seeing the pier from the boat was hard enough. Trying to do it from the water was futile. Everyone took a compass reading, and then Harris ordered his best swimmer to take the lead. The 5 men swam in tight formation, checking their heading as they went. After several minutes of rough swimming, they neared the pier, maneuvered around the south side of the structure, and lined up to catch a wave. In unison, the 5 SEALs rode a wave in on their bellies. One by one, they gently landed on the beach, and like alligators, they scurried their way along the wet sand until they were safely out of sight under the pier. Without being ordered, each man moved into a defensive position of cover, their Heckler & Koch 10mm MP-10 submachine guns already extracted from their waterproof packs and ready to fire. Attached to the threaded barrels of the weapons were thick, black water technology sound suppressors that made the weapons extremely quiet. 2 of the men crawled to the north side, 2 stayed at the south side, and Harris moved to the middle. All of them remained right at the surf line. The waves continued to pound the beach. A clamoring of thunderous echoes reverberated from the tangled maze of the pier. The surf raced up the beach and enveloped all of Harris except his head and weapon. The frothing water subsided in a retreat, and then seconds later was replaced by another wave. Harris looked around the left side of a barnacle-coated piling and studied the wooden labyrinth before him. The roar of the surf and the howling wind made listening difficult. As Harris looked in and around the maze of wooden supports, the SEAL heard a faint whistle, followed by another, and then a third. Then, about 30 feet away, a man in a white robe stepped from behind one of the pilings and waved. Harris kept the thick black silencer of his submachine gun trained on the man's head. Mitch Rapp approached with his arms extended outward and his hands open. In a voice just loud enough to be heard over the crashing surf, he said, "Danny boy." Harris took his eyes off Rapp for a second and checked the areas to his left and right. Then, rising to one knee, he said, "It's good to see you, Mitch." Rapp was one of the few people from the intelligence community that Harris trusted. This trust was based on two facts. The first being that Rapp, like Harris and his SEALs, actually put his life on the line and got down and dirty out in the field. The second, Harris had seen Rapp in action, and he was efficient, lethally efficient. "We don't have a lot of time to screw around, so let's get you and your men changed and get rolling." Harris stood and whistled. Then he motioned for his men to follow. Rapp led the 5 SEALs up into the recesses of the pier where it met with the road. While they changed, Rapp kept watch. Each of the SEALs folded up his wetsuit once on his legs and again on his arms. Then they pulled jalabas, sandals, and turbans from their packs. Within minutes, they were in disguise and ready to go. Rapp pulled the group into a tight circle. He had worked with all of the SEALs on previous missions and greeted them individually. Harris had brought along 4 of his best. To Rapp's right was Mick Reavers, a big linebacker type who weighed in at about 250 pounds. Next to Reavers were Tony Clark and Jordan Rostein, both medium-built demolition experts who had been swim buddies since they went through basic underwater demolition school, or BUDS as it was known in the SEAL community. And lastly, there was little Charlie Wicker, known by his friends as simply Slick. Barely 5'6", Wicker weighed less than 150 pounds, but what he lacked in size he made up for in talent. Wicker could climb, slither, and shoot better than anyone at SEAL Team 6 or Delta Force. He was possibly the best sniper in the business, and with that position came a strange respect. Other soldiers tend to give snipers a wide berth. Their survival instincts tell them it's not a good idea to mess with someone who can shoot you dead in the head from 1,000 yards. Harris and his men had received continuous intelligence updates while on board the Honolulu. Thanks to Rapp's intelligence from the ground and the high-resolution satellite imaging of Bandar Abbas, Harris and his men had been able to coordinate the formation of their plan with Rapp before leaving the boat. Rapp bent down on one knee, looked at the other 5 bearded Americans, and asked, "Any questions before we get started?" Each of the men answered with a simple shake of his head. Rapp nodded and said, "Good. Harry, let's get things rolling." Harris touched his lip mic and said, "Bravo 6, this is Whiskey 5. What's your status, over?" There were several seconds of static, and then the reply came back. "Whiskey 5, this is Bravo 6. We are ready to roll, over." "What's your ETA for our extraction, over?" 3-2 minutes, I repeat, 3-2 minutes, over." Harris looked at his men and Rapp, who were all listening to the same conversation over their headsets. "Start the extraction countdown on my mark, over." "Roger." All 6 men sitting under the dark pier synchronized their digital wristwatches accordingly. Harris spoke precisely. 3, 2, 1, mark. Harris pressed the button on his watch and said, "We'll see you in 32 minutes, Bravo 6. Looking to his left, Harris said, "Slick, you hit the road first." Then, jerking his thumb, he added, "Get going." The wiry sniper rose and left the group without saying a word. 2 minutes later, Tony and Jordan moved out, and then finally Rapp, Harris, and Reavers made their way out from under the tangled wooden structure. Chapter 3. Persian Gulf. On the deck of the USS Independence, the rotors of the Pave-Low and Pave-Hawk started their slow, drooping turn. Within half a minute, the bend in the long blades was gone and they were spinning level, their rotor wash buffeting the shirts of the deck crew, who were pulling away the fueling hoses and readying the helicopters for takeoff. Another set of sailors scrambled under the desert-camouflaged helicopters and removed the bright yellow metal chocks from around the landing gear. In the back of the big Pave-Low, the 3 crew members checked their weapons. Bristling from the port and starboard hatches were two 7.62 millimeter miniguns, and a third was sling-mounted beside the open cargo ramp. The two pilots, crew chief, and 3 flight crew members were all wearing night vision goggles mounted over their flight helmets. 50 feet away, in the sleek Pavehawk, the same checks were being conducted. The 2 door gunners sat at the ready with their miniguns pointing out the open sides. The combination of their bulbous flight helmets and awkward night vision goggles gave them the ominous appearance of modern technological warriors. The pilot of the Pavelo gave the order to go feet wet, and a second later the large bird lifted 10 feet off the fuel-streaked black deck of the supercarrier. The Pavelo immediately peeled to the port side of the moving ship and went nose down for the waves. The Pavehawk mimicked the maneuver and pulled into formation 150 feet back and just to port of the Pavelo. The 2 helicopters raced eastward for the coast of Iran, skimming the water, their radar profiles non-existent, the digital time display in their cockpits ticking downward. Bandar Abbas, Iran. As they turned into a narrow alley, a strong gust of wind smacked them in the face and snapped their flowing clothes against their bodies like a loosely trimmed sail. Rapp lowered his head and squinted as a wall of dust and sand peppered his face. Fortunately, the billowing clouds still filled the night sky, blotting out the moon. The 3 Americans, with Rapp in the lead, walked down the dirty streets with their weapons concealed. Rapp was lightly armed with only a knife and a silenced Beretta 9mm pistol. The 2 SEALs had their submachine guns ready and gripped just under the folds of their robes. They traveled a circuitous route to move into position. When they reached an alley several blocks away from their objective, Lieutenant Commander Harris called the other SEALs for a status report, while Rapp used the time to check on the helicopters. Everything was proceeding on schedule. Now all they had to do was sit and wait. Rapp looked down the narrow passageway and checked both entrances. They were well concealed. Harris tapped Rapp on the shoulder and held his watch in front of Rapp's face. The digital countdown read 10 minutes and 41 seconds until the choppers arrived. Harris asked, "When do you want to get moving?" Rapp held up 3 fingers, and Harris nodded. Leaning against the stucco wall, Rapp closed his eyes and focused on his breathing. He began to visualize what was to come. How he would take the guard out. What to expect when he got to the top of the stairs. He thought he knew how many people would be inside, but one could never be exactly sure. That was why Harris and his people were there. Rapp had seen firsthand during the day that almost every man in the neighborhood carried a gun or rifle. This was, after all, Hezbollah's own backyard. Rapp felt his chest tighten at the thought, causing a spike in his nerves. He reminded himself that a little bit of fear was a good thing. At T-4 minutes, Harris called for another status report, and everyone checked in by the numbers. Harris gave Rapp the thumbs-up sign, and Rapp pulled the arm of his lip mic down. "Slick, cover me as I come down the street, but don't shoot unless something goes wrong." The wiry SEAL had picked a 3-story clay house that sat atop a slight hill 4 blocks away and on the same street as the house they were going to hit. He had deftly slithered his way up a drain pipe and set up position on the flat rooftop. With a foam pad under his elbows and chest, the sniper peered through his night vision scope at the street below. Tucked next to his right cheek was an Israeli-made Galil sniper rifle with a 20-round magazine. Wicker loved his Galil. The SEAL had more accurate rifles, but none as rugged and compact. With its collapsible stock and attached bipod, the weapon was ideal for the mission. Wicker listened to Rapp over his headset and moved the crosshairs of his optic green scope until they were centered on the left temple of the guard sitting in front of Harut's. "Roger that, Iron Man. The guard looks like he's having a hard time staying awake. Other than him, the street is all yours." "Roger that," whispered Rapp. He checked his watch, took a deep breath, and then looked to Harris. "Give me a 10-second head start, and then get moving." Harris nodded, and Rapp disappeared around the corner. There was about a 6-inch lip at the edge of the flat roof. Wicker had run all of his calculations. The wind was gusting at speeds of up to 20 knots and could potentially cause some problems, but most of that would be negated by the fact that he was only 200 yards from the target. For Wicker, this was close. Wicker saw Rapp appear at the opposite end of the street, 1 block away from the guard. The sniper licked his lips and took a slow, even breath. Rapp slid his feet in a gingerly shuffle, making a scraping noise to alert the sleepy guard to his presence before he was close enough to startle him. With his head down and posture slouched, Rapp mumbled to himself in Farsi while his eyes checked the street. As he neared, the guard looked his way and sat up a little straighter. The muzzle of the gun came up, but then upon recognizing the crazy old man, the guard let his weapon fall back to his lap. The scene was developing in a casual, non-threatening way, just as it had a dozen times over the last 3 nights. As he inched down the street, Rapp continued his mumbling, stumbling, and bumbling act. When he was about 20 feet away, Rapp greeted the guard, and, without giving him a chance to respond, began talking about the weather. Deftly, Rapp noted the large man's weight location on the chair. His legs were stretched out in front of him, and his balance was back. He was in no position to spring to his feet. At first, it looked as if Rapp was going to pass right by. He gave no sign of slowing until he was right in front of the guard. Drawing closer as if to ask a question, he zeroed in on the Iranian's eyes and pointed down the street with his left hand. At the same time, his right hand slid underneath his robe in a smooth, almost undetectable motion. Gripping the hard rubber handle of his matte black knife, Rapp extracted the weapon and stepped forward. In one fluid motion, the sharp blade of the knife sliced deep into the neck of the guard just under the jawline. Rapp cupped his left hand over the man's mouth and drove the knife upward into the base of the brain. Then, with a quick twist of the handle, the guard's entire body went from rigid to limp in one convulsion as his brain stem was severed. Rapp propped the dead man against the wall and extracted the bloody knife. Looking over both shoulders, he wiped the knife on the guard's brown robe and covered the wound with the dead man's turban. Silently, Rapp ducked into the doorway and crouched. A narrow hallway of worn wooden steps proceeded to the second-story apartment. Just as he had expected, there was no way of getting up the old rickety stairs without announcing his presence. Rapp scanned the steps leading to the second floor for tripwires and replaced his knife. From a thigh holster under his jalaba, he retrieved his silenced 9mm Beretta. Several seconds later, Harris and Reavers joined him. Rapp stood and motioned for them to follow. To the surprise of the 2 SEALs, Rapp coughed loudly and began climbing the stairs while complaining in Farsi of the cold night air. The 2 SEALs followed close behind, their suppressed MP-10s up and ready to fire. Rapp climbed to the top landing, checking to make sure Harris and Reavers were behind him, and then took 1 step back, brought his right foot up, and lunged forward. His kick splintered the door frame and sent the unpainted door swinging inward. In a blaze of motion, Rapp rushed the room, his silenced Beretta up and sweeping from right to left. The 2 men at the kitchen table looked up from their backgammon board with sleepy eyes. Before they had a chance to reach for their weapons, Rapp fired. The silencer coughed twice, sending a bullet into each man's forehead. As the bodies toppled from their chairs, Rapp rushed across the room and dove through the shabby curtain that served as a door to the bedroom. He hit the floor, did a forward somersault, came up on 1 knee, and began to search for his target. A thin wall of light from the kitchen now cut through the bedroom in a diagonal swath. Rapp saw an arm move through the block of light and fired. Farah Harut was lunging for his gun, but before he could reach it, a bullet smashed through his right wrist, breaking it instantly and sending it jerking away from its destination. The elderly man recoiled in pain and clutched his wounded limb. His next reaction was to scream for help, but before he could do so, the words were sucked from his mouth. Mitch Rapp, adrenaline pumping, had lunged from his spot on the floor and brought the butt end of the Beretta's grip smashing down across the Iranian's temple. Harut crumpled back, dazed and bleeding. Rapp heard Harris call, "Clear!" from behind him, while Reavers did the same from the kitchen. With his left hand, Rapp retrieved a syringe from under his robe and pulled the protective plastic cover off with his teeth. Then he stabbed the needle into Harut's neck and pressed the plunger. The sedative would keep him out for the next 2 hours. Carefully, Rapp put the plastic cover back on the syringe and placed it in his robe. Then he began searching the room for any documents that might be useful. In the nightstand he found a gun. He removed the clip, emptied the chamber, and tossed the gun into the far corner. Harris was now at the bedroom window, his MP-10 at the ready. Over his radio he said, "Give me a sit rep by the numbers." Turning to Rapp, he said, "Nice work, Mitch. I'm glad we could be here to watch." "We're not out of here yet, Harry." Rapp continued searching for anything of value. Harris kept his eye on the street and listened to his men report in. When they were done, he said, "All right, Jordan and Tony, get your asses up here. Slick, keep me posted on what's going on outside. We're heading up to the roof." As Harris walked back into the kitchen, he pointed to the ladder on the far wall and said, "Reavers, get up on the roof and test the strobe. And make sure you check for wires on that hatch before you open it." Reavers climbed the short ladder and looked at the edges of the square hatch that led to the flat roof. After he was sure there were no booby traps, he opened the hatch and climbed onto the roof. Harris, in the meantime, opened the back door just in time to greet his two men who were climbing the rickety stairs from the alley. Pointing to the front and back stairways, Harris said, "Booby trap both of them." Then he spun and went back toward the bedroom, saying, "Bravo 6, this is Whiskey 5, we are ready for pickup. What's your ETA, over?" The reply from the helicopters came back. "We are 7-2 seconds out, I repeat, 7-2 seconds out, over." Harris checked his watch. They were within 15 seconds of their planned extraction time. "Slick, what's going on outside?" Down the street, Wicker rubbed the trigger guard of his rifle while he scanned the dark street with his night vision scope. "Everything is quiet so far." Back in the bedroom, Rapp had turned his attention to cuffing and gagging Harut. Harris came through the doorway as he was finishing up. "Mitch, let's go. The chopper is on its way in." "Roger." Rapp stuck a sheaf of documents in his waistband and threw Harut over his shoulder. He bounced the old man twice until he had him in the right position. Then he started for the ladder. As Rapp started to climb, he heard the first sign of trouble come over his earpiece. Chapter 4. Bandar Abbas, Iran. From atop his perch down the street, Wicker was keeping a careful eye on the street and humming a Bob Marley tune to himself. Peering through his optic green night vision scope, he kept his breathing shallow and smooth. Suddenly, the door from the downstairs apartment opened, and a man wearing a pair of underpants appeared with an AK-47 gripped in his hands. "Harry," the sniper spoke into his mic, "you've got company. The guy from the downstairs apartment just came outside." Wicker watched through his scope as the man walked over to the slumped guard and shook his shoulder. The dead guard rolled from the chair to the ground, and the man stepped back quickly, bringing his AK-47 up to the firing position. Wicker didn't have time to think. From the moment the man had stepped outside, his head had never left the crosshairs of the scope. The SEAL squeezed the trigger of his rifle, the suppressor at the end of the barrel hissed with the expulsion of gases, and the bullet was away. The heavy round hit the man in the side of the head and propelled him to the ground, his body tensing as it was thrown and his index finger compressing on the trigger of the AK-47. A 2-round burst of the loud rifle broke the pre-dawn silence. "Tango down," stated a calm Wicker as he began a sweep for other targets. Harris was standing under Rapp, making sure he got up the ladder, when he heard what he instantly knew to be the distinctive sound of an AK-47 firing. There was a split-second pause, and then everybody kicked it into high gear. Harris stepped away from the ladder and listened as Wicker gave him an update. When he had heard enough, he yelled at Jordan and Tony, "Are you two almost done?" Without looking up, Tony, the smaller of the two, said, "We'll be right with you." Harris pulled the mic back down. "Reavers, any sign of our bird?" Reavers had crawled to the edge of the roof to see what was happening on the street. He was looking down at the two dead bodies beneath him when his boss asked about the choppers. He looked up and scanned the horizon. The helicopters were nowhere in sight. "That's a negative, Harry," replied Reavers. "Is the strobe up and running?" asked Harris. The strobe Harris was referring to was an infrared strobe light that was invisible to the naked eye, but glaringly visible to anyone wearing night vision goggles. From his perch down the block, Wicker did a quick check with his night vision scope and noted the flashing light atop the house. The strobe is active. Harris looked at his watch and turned back to his two men booby-trapping the stairs. That's it, everyone on the roof. Let's go! The two men connected one last grenade and then scooted up the ladder. Harris followed them up and rolled onto the dirty flat roof. With his MP-10 in one hand, he closed the hatch. Spinning to check where his men were, the commander grabbed his night vision binoculars and looked to the northwest, scanning the sky for the choppers. As he searched the horizon, he heard Wicker call, "More tangos on the move." Wickers peered through his scope as two men, and then a third, appeared from the house across the street. All three were armed. Wicker maneuvered the scope and said, "Everybody stay down. I can handle it." As the first man approached the bodies of the dead men on the street, Wicker centered in on the side of his head and squeezed off around. He slid the Galil to the left just a touch and framed up the second man, who was now standing in shock while he watched the man in front of him crumple to the ground. Wicker squeezed the trigger again and moved on. The third man was backpedaling for the door, waving his arms and screaming. He never made it. Harris dropped to his belly and quickly crawled to the edge of the flat roof. With his MP-10 up and ready, he looked over the edge at the bodies in the street. The SEALs were already deployed around the perimeter of the roof, 2 covering the alley and 2 covering the front. Rapp kneeled over the unconscious body of Harut and searched the sky for the helicopters. "Boys," barked Harris, "shoot anything that moves." The co-pilot of the Pavlo spotted the strobes when they were about a mile from the beach and alerted the rest of the crew. They had been directed to hit the northern strobe first. The Pavlo alerted the pilots of the Pavehawk, which was flying in formation at just under 150 miles per hour and hugging the deck. Simultaneously, the 2 helicopters broke formation. The larger Pavlo banked to the left and began to slow, while the agile Pavehawk broke to the right and began a full-speed run to the south. Right about the time Harris detected the noise of the incoming helicopters, the night sky blew open. A sustained burst of machine gun fire erupted from the building across the street. All but 2 of the 20-some rounds flew wildly over their heads. The 2 that hit the lip at the edge of the roof sent chunks of clay flying. Lying on his side, Harris said, "Bravo 6, this is Whiskey 5. We are under fire. I repeat, under fire. The LZ is hot." "Roger that, Whiskey 5, came the reply from the Pavlo. "Where is the fire coming from?" "Directly across the street to our west." "Roger, Whiskey 5, we have your position marked, and will be on top of you in about 20 seconds. Harris stayed flat on the roof. Another burst of machine gun fire rang out with more of the rounds crashing into the side of the roof, and then a second and a third gun joined in. "Slick," the commander called out over the radio, "can you get these guys off my ass?" "That's the negative, Harry. The angle is wrong." Harris rolled onto his back as shouts were heard from below and another volley of bullets rang out. "Ravers," yelled Harris, "I'll draw their fire and you bag 'em." While lying on his back, Harris held his MP-10 over the edge and squeezed off 4 bursts at the house across the street. A second later, Reavers popped up, saw a muzzle flash in the second-story window, and zipped the target with 3 shots to the chest. Reavers quickly ducked back down as a flurry of return fire rang out. Wicker chimed in from his spot down the street. "I think we stuck our hand in the hornet's nest." More targets appeared, and Wicker went to work. The Pavlo came in much slower than a Hollywood director would have liked, but these big flying buses didn't stop on a dime. The roar of its powerful 3,900 horsepower turbine engines and churning rotors was deafening. As soon as he had targets in sight, the starboard gunner opened up with his 7.62 millimeter minigun, hosing down the building across the street. The Pavlo stopped just on the other side of the strobe, but did not touch down. Within seconds of coming to a stop, the smaller Pavehawk appeared from the south and passed directly overhead, her guns blazing. Rapp grabbed Harut, threw him over his shoulder, and ran up the ramp of the Pavlo. Harris crouched at the foot of the ramp and picked up the strobe. He counted each of his men by slapping them on the ass as they ran up the ramp. When they were all in, Harris bounded into the chopper and gave the tail gunner a thumbs up. 1 second later, The helicopter rose 10 feet and began lumbering above the rooftops, all 3 gunners laying down suppressive fire as they moved out. Wicker continued to search for targets right up to the last second, but there were none to be found. The miniguns from the helicopters had cleared the street. As the Pavlo neared his position, the sniper saw the escort come screaming down the street for another pass. Wicker grabbed his gear, and as the ramp of the Pavlo neared, he jumped up and into the back of the cargo area. The second the pilots heard the last man was on board, they twisted the throttles to the stops and headed for sea. 20 excruciating seconds later, they were feet wet, hugging the water of the Gulf, the Pave Hawk back in formation, heading for home. Washington, D.C., midnight. The plush room was located on the southwest corner of the 10th floor. It was one of the Washington Hotel's finest rooms. A faint gray light from the street below spilled through the windows and reflected off the white ceilings and walls. The sole occupant stood in front of an ornate mirror and stared at his reflection, his fingers gently probing the tender areas around his eyes and then his jaw. He was a handsome man, strikingly so. Even more so since the surgical changes had been made. The more rugged features had been smoothed and refined. He had been looking at this new face for almost a month and had yet to grow accustomed to it. Pulling the cigarette from his mouth, he turned his head to the right and studied his profile. The red scar tissue had healed, but was still sensitive in the areas where the skin was thin. The cheeks were more sallow, partially from the surgery, but also because he had lost 20 pounds. He was pleased with the results. They were not perfect, but they would be good enough. Exhaling a cloud of smoke, he stepped away from the mirror and turned. Through the haze of smoke, he looked out the large window at the city before him. His posture was erect. His dark skin and short black hair stood out starkly against the handmade white dress shirt he was wearing. To his left, the stoic Washington Monument jutted into the night sky, marking the center of the National Mall. Beyond that, the curved dome of the Jefferson Memorial shone just above the trees, while further to the west, marking the end of the mall, were the beautiful alabaster pillars of the Lincoln Memorial, and directly across the street lay the expansive Treasury Department. None of this, however, interested him. What did sat just on the other side of the Treasury Department. He inhaled, and then extracted the cigarette with a slow, even motion, letting his hand and the cigarette come to rest at his side. As the dark-eyed man took in the historic landscape, the corners of his mouth turned upward ever so slightly. It was an ominous smile. Rafiq Aziz hated everything before him, with more passion than any American could ever understand. The monuments and buildings before him were all symbols of America's imperialism, greed, corruption, and arrogance, the very things that had corrupted his homeland and pitted brother against brother. There were even those who were talking about peace with Israel, the Zionists, who, with the aid of the mighty America, had plunged his Beirut into a hell on earth. It was time again, time for another revolution. It was time to ignite the jihad. Chapter 5. Washington, D.C., 6:55 a.m. The majority of the United States Secret Service's 5,000-plus agents were assigned to field offices around the country and focused their attention on catching counterfeiters. But the better-known role of the agency was that of protecting politicians, and, more specifically, the President of the United States. The Secret Service's presidential detail carried a roster of approximately 200 special agents at any given time, and their positions were arguably the most competitive and sought-after jobs in all of law enforcement. Secret Service agent Ellen Morton was one of the lucky few. Morton walked through the executive mansion and stopped at the detail's down room located on the ground floor of the White House. The tiny, cramped room was officially designated staircase, the name derived from the room's location, which was underneath the stairs that led to the first family's private residence on the second and third floors of the mansion. Morton poked his head through the open doorway. "Morning, Ted. How'd the night go?" The agent leaned back and clasped his hands behind his head. With a yawn, he gave his one-word answer.
quiet."
In order to give the first family a certain amount of privacy, the Secret Service did not venture up to the second and third floors of the mansion unless called. They instead relied on a series of pressure pads installed in various areas beneath the carpet to track the president's whereabouts on the floors above. "Is he up?" asked Morton.
"Yep, the steward phoned down and said he's putting on a suit."
On most mornings, President Hayes went straight over to the West Wing at 7, but there were times, usually after he had been traveling, when he liked to work out in his private gym on the third floor and then walk over to the office at around 8. The agents on the detail usually had no idea what to expect until the Navy steward called down to tell them the president was wearing either workout clothes or a suit. The security panel on the wall of staircase beeped, and a red light blinked, announcing that the president's elevator was moving. Morton nodded to the other agent and raised her hand mic to her mouth. "Horsepower from Morton. Woody is on his way down." Horsepower was the designation for the Presidential Detail's command post located under the Oval Office. The Presidential Detail's chief concern and focus was the president, while the actual security of the White House compound was handled by the Secret Service's Uniformed Division. There was a second command post located on the 5th floor of the Executive Office Building across the street from the White House that coordinated and monitored the two groups' activities. It was called the Joint Operations Center, or JOC, and was built in the wake of an unauthorized attempted landing on the South Lawn by a single-engine airplane in 1994. JOC monitored the movements of both the uniformed officers and the special agents. The doors to the elevator opened, and President Hayes emerged wearing a dark suit, white shirt, and paisley tie. The president looked at the familiar face before him and said, "Good morning, Helen." "Good morning, sir." Morton moved out ahead of the president, walking down the long hall that led to the Palm Room. As shift leader, or whip, of the day detail, it was her responsibility to coordinate the movement of the president from the mansion to the West Wing. They entered the Palm Room, and Morton spoke into her hand mic. "Horsepower from Morton. Woody is approaching the colonnade." As Morton reached the double-glass doors, she nodded to the agent on the other side and watched him move out ahead. Morton held the door for President Hayes, and then the two of them stepped out onto the fieldstone walkway of the colonnade. The president stopped and took in the bright spring morning. Feeling the warm morning sun on his face for the first time in weeks, he closed his eyes and smiled. After a long moment, he drew in a deep breath. Then, opening his eyes, he looked out at the mist-covered grass of the South Lawn. Ellen Morton stood silently behind him, her hands clasped in front of her. Without turning, President Hayes said, "Beautiful morning, isn't it?" "Yes, it is, sir." Morton grinned to herself. She was still not used to Hayes's private persona. With all of the security and pomp and circumstance, it was easy to forget that he was a real person, a husband, a father, and a grandfather. "It makes me wish I was on the golf course." Hayes shook his head. "Well, it's off to the daily grind." With that, he started down the stone walkway. Morton followed a step behind as they headed past Jefferson's Pillars. When they reached the doors that led to the West Wing by the White House press room, they took a left, continuing past the French doors of the Cabinet Room, and then around to the right. As they rounded the corner, Morton looked ahead at the agent by the Oval Office. He was getting ready to insert a key into the door. Over her earpiece, Morton heard the agent say, "Horsepower from Cali. Authorized break on the Oval Colonnade door." The agent then stuck the key in the door and opened it, holding it for the president and Morton. The president took a final look at the blooming flowers in the rose garden as he walked, and then greeted the agent holding the door. "Good morning, Pat." "Good morning, sir." President Hayes walked into the Oval Office first, and Morton second. The president continued straight ahead, passing his desk, and then going through the short hallway that led to his private study, bathroom, and dining room. Morton turned to the right and opened the door that led to the secretary's office. She closed it behind her and said into her mic, "Horsepower from Morton. Woody is in the Oval." On the other side of the Oval Office, in the main hallway, two Secret Service agents from the Presidential Detail relieved two uniformed officers and took up posts outside the door to the president's dining room and the main door to the Oval Office. Inside the president's private dining room, Hayes took off his suit coat and handed it to a small Filipino man dressed in a white waistcoat and black pants. "Good morning, Carl." "Good morning, Mr. President," answered the Navy steward. Carl closed the door and took the president's jacket, hanging it on an antique wooden valet in the corner. A circular oak table for four occupied the center of the room. Hayes sat at the seat closest to the Oval Office and pulled in his chair. Folded and laid in front of him were copies of the Washington Post, the Washington Times, the New York Times, and USA Today. The same four papers were laid out in the same order every day, Monday through Friday. The president began perusing the headlines. The steward approached and placed a cup of black coffee next to the copy of the Times. "What would you like for breakfast this morning, Mr. President?" Without looking up, President Hayes reached out for the cup of coffee. "How about half a grapefruit to start with, please?" The steward nodded and retreated into the pantry while the president began reading an article in the Post. Before the grapefruit was served, there was a knock on the door. The Navy steward opened it and greeted the two visitors. Bill Schwartz, the president's national security advisor, entered the room with Dr. Irene Kennedy from the CIA. The lanky national security advisor greeted the president's steward. "Good morning, Carl." "Good morning, Mr. Schwartz. What would you like to drink?" "My usual, please." "And for the lady?" "Just a cup of regular, please," replied Kennedy. Schwartz maneuvered his thin frame across the room and sat in the spot directly across from Hayes. Kennedy placed her briefcase on the floor and sat immediately to the president's right. The president looked up at his national security advisor and asked, "How was your trip?" Schwartz had just returned from Brussels, where he had attended 3 days of meetings on the further expansion of NATO. Schwartz removed his small silver-rimmed glasses and began to clean the lenses with his tie. "It was slow, boring, and painful." "It always is with NATO." President Hayes took a sip of coffee and placed the mug back on the table. "The only organization that's worse is the UN." "That is true." Schwartz nodded his head slowly and watched Carl place a mug of coffee in front of Kennedy and then himself. Next, the steward gave the president his halved grapefruit and put the other half in front of Schwartz, saying, "Eat this. I'm going to get you some pancakes, too, and see if we can put some meat on your bones." The steward then winked at the president. Carl had worked in the White House for more than 20 years and was an expert at ribbing even the most powerful of Washington insiders. With his hands clasped in front of his waist, Carl bent forward, and in a much more friendly tone than the one he had used with the National Security Advisor, asked, "May I get you anything to eat, miss?" "No, thank you. I'm fine." Kennedy wrapped her hands around the warm coffee mug. The steward turned to President Hayes. "If you need anything more, please ring." "I will. Thank you, Carl." The president watched the steward leave and then leaned back. Looking to Kennedy, he said, "I got your message last night. I'm glad to hear everything went well." "Yes, so far so good." Kennedy brought her coffee up to her lips and took a small sip. "Bill, how much do you know about last night's activities?" asked the president. Schwartz dumped a teaspoon of sugar onto his moist grapefruit and said, "Irene filled me in on the basics when I got in last night." "What time was that?" "Just after midnight." The president looked to Kennedy. "Have we discovered anything yet?" "Our man and Harut left Saudi Arabia around 2 this morning. They were supposed to touch down at Ramstein Air Force Base in Germany." Kennedy looked at her watch and did the calculation. "In about 30 minutes. There they will be met by a team of specialists who will board the plane and start to interrogate Harut while airborne for Andrews." The president thought about asking her what she meant by the term specialists, but decided he was better off not knowing. "When can we expect some answers?" "It's hard to tell. Sometimes the information is extracted easily, but the drugs don't always work the same way on everyone. There are certain precautions we need to take to make sure he isn't lying." Kennedy paused. Stansfield had told her from day one to always be on the cautious side, especially when dealing with politicians. She looked to NSA Schwartz and then back to President Hayes. "We need to be thorough." Hayes stacked the newspapers one on top of another off to the side. "Are we talking hours or days?" "We will start getting information out of him within minutes. Depending on what he knows and what kind of health he's in, we should have some answers within an hour. But let me caution you that it will take weeks to fully interrogate and debrief him.
But our priority here is to find out if, when, and where they are planning this attack in Washington.
Yes, Kennedy nodded. Hayes looked to Schwartz, whose job it was to coordinate the efforts of all the intelligence agencies.
I want this to receive top priority, and I want a full briefing on the interrogation.
Kennedy nodded.
Yes, Mr. President.
Washington, D.C. 2 miles east of the White House, a green and white truck backed up to the entrance of a dilapidated warehouse and stopped. Plastered in large white letters across the green side of the cargo area were the words, "White Knight Linen Service." 2 men in blue coveralls came out of the warehouse and hefted the rusting garage door up, its casters screeching as metal scraped on metal. The driver put the truck in reverse, and the 2 men guided the boxy vehicle through the narrow door with hand signals. When all of the truck was inside, the door was closed. A hazy light filtered through the dirty windows near the roof of the building. 4 men approached the rear of the truck, and a ramp was secured to the fender. The men began to unload the truck's canvas laundry baskets and boxes of fresh linen. After about 5 minutes, the vehicle's cargo area was empty. From an elevated glass office, a man in green fatigues appeared. His closely trimmed beard grew from the top of his cheekbones down into his collar, and his hands and forearms were covered with thick black hair. In contrast to the rest of his body, the top of his head was bald, a shiny bronze oasis of smooth skin bordered by a horseshoe of black hair. Although short in stature, Muammar Benghazi was obviously strong. Gripping the metal railing with his thick fingers, Benghazi watched his men work. They had come too far to make any mistakes now. Everything had to be done perfectly from this point forward. They had been given a summary from their benefactor that detailed the exact layout of the building. Benghazi was told the report had been compiled by the KGB some 20 years earlier. More recently, one of his men had got inside the building and given them a more up-to-date summary. Benghazi whistled, and his men looked up. From his perch, he pointed to 3 objects sitting under canvas tarps located in the far corner of the warehouse. He watched his men walk over and yank the tarps back. Underneath sat 3 Kawasaki all-terrain vehicles painted in a drab tan and green camouflage pattern. The small vehicles were used by hunters for their maneuverability and power. Around the back of each vehicle, a U-shaped cargo rack was attached. The cargo racks were stacked with metal trunks that were tightly secured by black bungee cords. One by one, the men started the ATVs. The musty smell of the warehouse was soon replaced with that of gas and oil. A small trailer, also loaded with metal boxes, was hooked to one of the ATVs and backed up the ramp and into the truck. The other 2 ATVs followed and were backed in tightly. Benghazi walked down the metal stairs from the office to the floor of the warehouse. He was surprisingly light on his feet for a man of such girth. He approached a bright yellow forklift, climbed into the driver's seat, and started the engine. After the vehicle warmed up, Benghazi backed it carefully up the ramp and into the back of the truck. The forklift was missing its 2 metal forks that were normally positioned in front. When Benghazi had the heavy piece of machinery exactly where he wanted it, he turned it off and climbed down. He jumped from the tailgate and moved off to the side. For the next 5 minutes, he watched his men reload enough of the truck's original cargo to conceal the forklift and ATVs. He walked from one side of the tailgate to the other, attempting to peer around and over the boxes and baskets. Satisfied with the job, he nodded to his men and checked his watch. They were on schedule. Ramstein Air Force Base, Germany. There was a slight jolt followed by a hydraulic whine. Mitch Rapp was yanked from his deep sleep and jerked forward in his seat, simultaneously reaching for his Beretta and looking to his left. He breathed a sigh of relief, and slowly his hand released the grip of his gun. Harut was still there, hands and feet cuffed, with a black hood over his head, lying strapped to the leather couch of the Learjet. His turban and robe had been replaced with a green flight suit. Rapp rubbed his eyes and looked out the small window on his right, quickly realizing that the bump that had awakened him was the landing gear locking into position. They were almost level with the German countryside. A second later they cleared the trees, and the concrete runway was beneath them.
The green fields were replaced by a rank of gray hangars and planes. First a row of large C-130s, then several flights of F-16s, and then finally they touched down. Rapp continued to rub his eyes with clenched fists. He felt almost as if he had been drugged. The past 3 nights had been marked by a total of 6 hours of sleep. Rapp checked his watch and estimated that he had been out for almost 4 hours. It was a good start, but he wouldn't mind getting a couple more hours of shut-eye as they crossed the Atlantic. There was no telling how quickly he would have to go out in the field again. The plane taxied off the main runway and came to a stop next to a fuel truck and a blue van with blacked-out windows. Rapp unbuckled his seatbelt and got up. His appearance had changed since leaving Bandar Abbas. The unkempt black and gray beard was gone, replaced by a cleanly shaven face. With the beard gone, a scar was now visible on Rapp's left cheek. It was narrow, less than 1/8 of an inch, and it started by his ear and ran straight down to his jaw, the pink scar tissue offset by his bronze skin. The doctors at Johns Hopkins had done a good job minimizing the knife mark. At first it was almost 1/2 an inch wide, but after the plastic surgeons were done, there was only a thin line. This scar, more than any of his others, was a daily reminder to Rapp that what he was doing was very real and very dangerous. A streak of gray could still be found in his long, thick hair, but most of it had been washed out during the 15-minute shower he took after the helicopters had landed in Saudi Arabia. Rapp had shared a quick Miller Lite with Harris and his men, and then headed for the showers to wash a week's worth of dirt and grime from his body. He stood under the hot water and scrubbed every inch of his filthy skin 3 times. When he had finished washing the dirt and smell away, he stood under the hot water for another 5 minutes and savored a second Miller Lite. By the time he was clean and dressed, the Learjet was ready. Rapp went back into the room where Harris and his marauders were already into their second case of beer and found Harut changed into a green flight suit, medicated, and lying on a cot in the corner. Congratulations were exchanged once again, and then Rapp threw Harut over his shoulder and headed for the flight line. Now on the ground in Germany, Rapp looked down at Harut and yawned. Rapp would have just as soon put a bullet in Harut's head back in Iran, but if it meant finding out where Aziz was, the young American was willing to do almost anything. Rapp walked to the front of the jet with his head tilted to the side. When he reached the door, he grabbed the handle and twisted it clockwise. There was a slight hiss as the pressurized air escaped. Rapp let the door out and eased it toward the ground. Despite the overcast morning sky, he still had to shield his eyes from the light. His lean biceps bulged under the fabric of the black polo shirt he was wearing, and a brown leather shoulder holster held his Beretta securely to his side. The door of the blue van opened, and a woman stepped onto the tarmac. 2 men followed her. It wasn't often that Rapp felt uneasy, but as he watched Dr. Jane Hornig walk toward him, he found himself suddenly wishing he were elsewhere. Hornig, in her mid-40s, scurried toward the jet with one hand clutching the lapels of her blue blazer and the other holding her metallic briefcase. As Rapp watched her approach, he couldn't help but think of the scene from The Wizard of Oz when the mean neighbor, who turns out to be the Wicked Witch of the West, shows up on her bike to take Toto away. The music was even playing in the back of his mind. Rapp was convinced that Hornig's face had seen neither sun nor makeup in over a decade. She had the classic demeanor of a scientist, disheveled and low maintenance. Clothes and appearance didn't matter to Hornig, only her work did. Standing just a touch over 5 feet tall, she still wore her hair in a bun and dressed as if she had never found her way out of the 60s. On the one occasion that Lieutenant Commander Harris had met Dr. Hornig, he had, in his typical smart-ass way, dubbed her Dr. Strangelove, after the hilariously abused character played by Peter Sellers in the 1964 Cold War spoof. Hornig, for all of her eerie qualities, was far more than just a psychologist. She also had advanced degrees in both biochemistry and neurology, and was considered the foremost expert in America on the history and evolution of human torture. She had an interesting business relationship with the CIA. Langley provided her with guinea pigs for her experimental drugs and techniques, and in return she gave them what they wanted: information pulled from the deepest recesses of the human brain.
This often included details that the subjects would not be able to remember on their own. Rapp had watched Hornig and her henchmen work on one occasion, and after about 10 minutes he decided he could wait for the Memorex version when they were done. As Hornig approached the foot of the stairs, she looked up and said, "Hello, Mr. Cruz." Very few people at Langley knew Rapp's real name. To them he was Mr. Cruz, a case officer who specialized in the Middle East. People in the intelligence business knew not to ask too many questions when dealing with field personnel. Indiscretion usually guaranteed an official reprimand from one superior. Rapp greeted the doctor and stepped back, allowing her room to enter. Hornig looked to the rear of the plane. "How is he doing?" "Fine. I gave him the exact doses you prescribed." "Good." The doctor set a silver ballistic briefcase on the nearest seat and turned to the door. "These are my assistants, Sam and Matt." Rapp looked at the two men and nodded. Both were carrying two larger silver ballistic briefcases. "There is a bedroom at the rear of the plane," Rapp pointed. "It's probably the best place to get set up." Hornig agreed, and she and her two assistants continued single file toward the rear of the jet. Rapp watched them move Harut into the bedroom and decided it would be a good time to get some fresh air. As he stepped down onto the tarmac, he felt the rare urge to smoke a cigarette. It was a nasty little habit he had picked up while working undercover, and from time to time he still found himself craving one. He looked to his left, where an airman was busy refueling the plane. Rapp almost made the stupid mistake of asking the man for a cigarette, but he saw the flammable insignia on the side of the green truck. Rapp stood awkwardly next to the plane and looked to his left and then right. The low gray skies and rows of sterile military hangars gave the morning a depressing and dirty feeling. Rapp sensed the oncoming downturn in his emotions and fought it. There was the tinge of self-pity, triggered by either the dreary surroundings or the arrival of Hornig, or probably both. These little mood swings had become more and more frequent over the last year. Rapp thought he knew what was causing them. When you spent as much time alone with your thoughts as he did, self-diagnosis became as normal as eating. He was nowhere near the pain and anguish that he had suffered almost a decade earlier. This wasn't like that. It was different. This was more like a warning that if he didn't do something, he would be stuck on a certain path for the rest of his life, a barren path marked by loneliness. Before leaving on the most recent mission, he had talked to Kennedy about it. His parents were both gone, and although he still had friends outside of work and a brother in New York with whom he was very close, it wasn't as if he could pick up the phone and talk about his day at the office. He could talk about his computer consulting business all he wanted, but Langley was off limits. Officially, Rapp didn't even work for the CIA. He was what they like to refer to in the business as a private contractor. Rapp lived a life completely separate from the agency. With the help of Langley, he ran a computer consulting business on the side that just happened to do a fair amount of international business, which of course gave him the cover to travel. His only passion in life outside of work was competing in the annual Ironman competition in Hawaii, an event that the former All-American lacrosse player from Syracuse University had actually won once. During these dark, brooding moments, Rapp had wondered how screwed up his life was, or worse, how screwed up it might get. He would continually ask himself if it was normal to want with such determination to kill another human being. He knew this was the crux of his problem, and had once joked with Kennedy by saying, "Most people have lists of things they want to do before they get to a certain age, like go skydiving, travel to China, have a kid. Not me. At the top of my list of things to do before I turn 40 is kill Farah Harut and Rafiq Aziz. How healthy do you think that is?" Laughing and making jokes were all part of therapy for Rapp. Without humor, he would never make it. In his job, he needed to stay loose, or, like a watch wound too tight, he would explode. Rapp had studied it from every angle, and he believed that his position was both moral and just. The problem, however, lay in the fact that Rapp knew the hunt was destroying him. He was increasingly losing touch with that segment of society that was labeled normal. His friends from college were all married and having children, and for him there wasn't the hope of either on the horizon. He knew that to have a normal life, He would have to finish what he had set out to do. He could not have a family and continue to work for the CIA. The two would not mix. Rapp thought back to how nice his life had been just 10 years earlier, and to the weird twist of fate that had led him to this point in life, to this dreary military base in Germany. "No one ever said life would be easy," his father used to say. Rapp laughed at the thought of his father telling him to suck it up, as he had done countless times throughout Rapp's youth. It had gotten to the point where Rapp's father would say the 3 short words with a smile on his face. The short phrase had grown from words of criticism into words of encouragement. The roar of a jet sounded in the distance, and Rapp stepped away from the plane to search it out. Looking down the long runway, he saw a lone F-16 racing in the opposite direction, its single engine on afterburner glowing bright orange. The agile jet lifted into the air above the mirage of dancing runway heat and instantly retracted its landing gear. As the plane climbed, Rapp watched it gain speed. He followed it for a minute or two until it was a speck in the expansive gray morning sky. A second jet pulled onto the runway and screamed into the air, chasing after the first. Rapp gazed at the second jet and knew he was a possessed man. He would pursue Rafik Aziz wherever he went, even if it led to his own destruction. The trick would be to catch Aziz before he himself reached the point of no return, and Rapp could sense that point nearing, hovering just over the horizon. Rapp watched the airman detach the fuel hose and climb into the truck. As the tanker pulled away from the Learjet, the plane's twin engines began turning. Rapp took one last look at the dreary scenery and climbed into the jet. As he pulled the door up and secured it, he smiled and whispered to himself his father's words of encouragement. Chapter 6. Washington, D.C., 8:05 a.m. The tan, well-kept man was shown into the oak-paneled office of the chairman of the Democratic National Committee. The rotund and jovial Russ Piper stood from behind his desk and walked over to greet his wealthy visitor. Extending his hand, Piper said, "Prince Khalib, it is a pleasure to finally meet you." Rafik Aziz extended his hand with the proper amount of aloofness and took Piper's hand in a light grip. "How was your flight?" asked Piper. Aziz looked around the room, gazing at the framed photos hanging on the paneled walls. "Fine." Aziz planned to keep conversation to a minimum. The real Prince Khalib was a recluse, and the characteristic fit his needs perfectly. "I understand you're en route to the Mayo Clinic to visit your father." "That is correct," Aziz nodded. "How is the Sultan doing?" "He is fine." Aziz extracted a gold cigarette case from his jacket pocket. "The doctors at the Mayo Clinic are the best in the world." Aziz lit the cigarette with a matching gold lighter, exhaled a cloud of smoke, and walked over to the window. Piper watched his guest light up with his mouth slightly agape, words of admonishment ready to spill forth. The chairman almost informed his royal guest that smoking was not allowed in the building, but after a moment he thought better of it. Piper ran his hands down his tie and checked to make sure it was straight. "Yes, we've treated many of our own presidents there," added Piper, getting back to the conversation. Aziz continued to look out the window at the large rotunda of the Capitol. Then, turning slowly, he said, "I assume you had no difficulty in arranging our meeting." "No difficulty whatsoever," Piper said proudly. "The President and I are very close." "Good." While holding his cigarette with one hand, he reached into his jacket and pulled out a long blue check. "As per your instructions, I had this written to your party through one of my American corporations." Piper grabbed the check with both hands and looked at the all-important box on the right side. The chairman of the Democratic National Committee smiled at the large number. "This is greatly appreciated, Your Highness." Aziz nodded benevolently. "I can promise you that I will do everything within my power to help your country obtain the proper defensive weapons that you seek." "Kingdom," corrected Aziz. "Yes, kingdom." Piper nervously rubbed his hands together. "My apologies." Looking at his watch, he said, "Well, we should probably get going. I have a limousine waiting downstairs to take us to the White House. We don't want to be late to see the President." "No, we don't," Aziz grinned.
I've been looking forward to this day for a long time. The White House. President Hayes sat behind his desk in the Oval Office. His suit coat was draped over the back of his high-backed leather chair, and in front of him was a photocopy of his daily schedule. The schedule was typed, but his 9 a.m. meeting had been crossed out, and his chief of staff had written something in the margin. The president squinted at the handwriting and tried to make out the small cursive letters. Hayes picked up the paper and decided it wasn't his eyes that needed help, it was his chief of staff's handwriting. Without knocking, Valerie Jones entered the Oval Office through the main hallway. She had a stack of folders under her left arm and a leather day timer in her right hand. "Good morning, Robert." Jones continued across the room and set the folders on the left side of the president's desk. Hayes held up the schedule for her to see. "What's this you wrote here in the margin?" Without having to look, Jones said, "Last-minute change. Prince Khalib from Oman is on his way through town to see his father at the Mayo Clinic." Hayes tapped his capped waterman pen against his cheek while frowning. "And?" "And," Jones put her hands on her hips and smiled. "You don't want to know. Just take my word for it. It'll be a worthwhile meeting." President Hayes nodded slowly. Leaning back in his chair, he studied Jones's outfit for a split second. She was wearing a yellow silk blouse that was almost dark enough to pass for gold. Hayes thought the bright blouse combined with the black skirt and scarf made her look like a bumblebee. Having a wife and 2 grown daughters of his own, he was smart enough to keep this opinion to himself. "What else do you have for me?" "The First Lady left Andrews about 15 minutes ago and will be on the ground in Columbus just before 10. Which reminds me." Jones stepped to her left and placed both hands on the surface of the desk. "I still think you should go to Columbus. You can fly out tomorrow afternoon and make the party with no trouble at all." The president's 5th grandchild and his namesake, Robert Xavier Hayes, was celebrating his 1st birthday tomorrow. Hayes shook his head. "I'm going to see little Robert in 2 weeks, and I'll celebrate his birthday then." "I think you should go tomorrow," persisted the chief of staff. "I'm not going. It costs a lot of money to fly everybody over there just for the evening." "Fine." At the insistence of the First Lady, Jones had given it one more try. The chief of staff grabbed one of the folders she had brought and opened it. "I need your signature on about 30 documents. Some of them you'll want to glance over, and others you can just sign." With a sigh, Hayes began working his way through the stack of papers. Washington, D.C. The white night linen truck pulled up to the cobblestone entrance of the underground parking garage at the Treasury Building. A uniformed Secret Service agent stepped out from his guard booth and smiled at the driver, saying, "How are you, Vinny?" "Good, Tony." The driver stepped down from the cab. "You staying awake this morning?" "Just barely." The officer handed him a clipboard and asked, "Did you watch the game last night?" "Of course. I hate those stinking Yankees. I think I hate the Yankees more than the Red Sox." Abu Hassan took the clipboard and signed his fake name, Vinny Vitelli. Hassan had been working for the White Knight Linen Service for almost 8 months. White Knight was in the middle of its 4-year contract with the Treasury Department. Getting a job with the company had been easy, and passing the FBI background check had proved even easier. The only hard part was getting rid of the previous driver. The old driver had come down with an incapacitating case of food poisoning the day after he had dined with Hassan about 5 months ago. Hassan had conveniently stepped in and covered the man's route until he was better. 2 weeks after that, when the man was killed in an attempted robbery near his apartment, Hassan was right there to step in and take over the dead man's route. Hassan handed the clipboard back to the Secret Service officer. "I have 2 extra tickets to the Indians-Orioles game on Saturday if you want them." The officer grabbed the clipboard. "That would be great. My kid would love it." Hassan smiled. "Good." He had worked hard to get to know as many of the uniformed officers as he could. It was crucial to the mission. If they couldn't get the truck into the garage without being inspected, the entire plan would fail. "Are you working tomorrow afternoon?" asked Hassan as he turned to go back to the truck. "Yep." "Good. I'll bring them by." "Thanks, Vinny. I appreciate it." The guard tugged on the brim of his cap. Hassan climbed back up into the cab and released the emergency brake.
As the heavy steel gates opened, the terrorist looked to his left at the fence that separated the White House from the Treasury Department. He grinned and bit down hard on his tongue, fighting back the urge to smile as he looked beyond the gate at the most famous house in the world. Hassan put the truck in gear, drove through the gate, and down the ramp. Washington, D.C. The taxicab continued south down Pennsylvania Avenue and crossed the intersection at 17th Street. The driver pulled in between two large circular concrete planters, turned to the left, and stopped. Only a block away from the White House, the road ahead was closed to all motor traffic. Anna Reilly sat in the back seat and looked out at the barricades the Secret Service had constructed in the wake of the Oklahoma City bombing. A row of concrete planters extended from each curb and stopped, leaving just enough room for a guard booth and a huge steel barricade with the word "Stop" emblazoned in white against a red background. The steel barricade was hydraulic and could be lowered to allow authorized vehicles to proceed to the next checkpoint. Reilly paid the driver and got out of the back seat. She had a large black bag over one shoulder and a smaller purse over the other. While she adjusted the large bag, she looked up at the gothic-looking executive office building and frowned. Reilly tried to decide if she liked the building or not. She studied the ominous structure and brushed her shoulder-length dark brown hair back behind both ears. It was beautiful in its craftsmanship, but seemed out of place among the rest of Washington's architecture. The young reporter was wearing pleated black dress pants and a matching jacket that were offset by a white silk blouse. Wanting to savor every moment of this achievement, she took in the whole scene. Her skin was aglow in the early morning sunlight, and Reilly beamed with pride as she approached the guard booth. "Hello, I'm the new White House correspondent for—" The uniformed Secret Service officer behind the bulletproof glass pressed a button on his panel and said, "Ma'am, I only check motor traffic at this gate. You may proceed down another block to the northwest gate where they can check you in to the White House." Reilly thanked the guard and walked in between two of the planters. As she continued down the middle of Pennsylvania Avenue, she noticed the Blair House on her left, the president's unofficial residence when he could not stay at the White House because of construction or some other problem. Reilly continued walking, taking it all in. At the next block, she stopped at another guard booth, identical to the first. Anna Reilly proudly presented her credentials to the man behind the blue-hued bulletproof glass. She had finally made it to the big leagues after serving as a reporter and weekend anchor for the NBC affiliate in Chicago for the last 5 years. NBC had picked her to be their new White House correspondent. Reilly looked around while she waited for the guard to run her through his computer. On the other side of the fence, she could see all of the tripods and equipment that the networks left on the White House lawn for their live shots. Some were sitting under tarps, and others were just laid out and covered with morning dew. Reilly couldn't begin to count how many times she had imagined herself standing in that exact spot, giving the nation the inside story on what had just happened at the White House. Since her first journalism class at the University of Michigan 12 years earlier, she had dreamed of this day, covering the White House, the center of politics, important issues that affected world events. No more boring chit-chat about the weather, fronts coming off of Lake Michigan. Sports, weather, and murders were 99% of the broadcast in Chicago. Reilly smiled briefly as she thought of her life there. She would miss her brothers and parents dearly, but flights to Chicago were cheap and frequent. The uniformed Secret Service officer looked at Reilly through the glass and asked, "First day on the job?" Reilly smiled, showing a set of dimples. "Yep." The agent placed her ID and a badge in the metal trough under the glass and slid them to her. Through the speaker he said, "Please wear this badge at all times while in the compound. You may proceed down the street here," the guard pointed, "to that white awning on the left. They'll tell you where to go from there." Reilly thanked the man, and she was buzzed through the first gate and then a second. She continued down West Executive Drive to the awning. As she stepped onto the curb, a limousine pulled up. Its back door opened, and she heard a familiar voice call her name. Reilly turned and saw Russ Piper, the former mayor of Chicago, struggling to get out of the back seat of the limo. Piper had one hand on the door and the other on the doorframe. The majority of his weight was in his belly, so he had to draw himself to the very edge of the seat before he had the leverage to stand. Really, somewhat surprised, said, "Russ." She stepped forward and met Piper's hug. Piper squeezed her tight and then stepped away, still holding her by the shoulders.
"Dorothy just told me last night you were coming to town, but I had no idea it would be this fast."
Reilly's face twisted. "I didn't even know I was coming until 2 days ago. How did your wife find out so fast?"
"My guess would be that your mother told her, which of course means half of Chicago knows by now that you're the new White House correspondent for NBC. Piper gave her a big hug again. "Congratulations, Anna. I know how hard you've worked for this. I think it's just fantastic." He kissed her on the forehead.
Reilly's mother was very active in Chicago Democratic politics, and her parents had been close friends with the Pipers for as long as she could remember. Piper released her again, and with a frown asked,
"When were you planning on calling us?"
"I just got in last night."
"Where are you staying?" Piper's brow furrowed. "I hope you're not staying at a hotel. Dorothy will be really upset if you don't stay with us."
Anna tilted her head. "Russ, I'm not on spring break." She looked away from Piper as a second man stepped from the limo. She noted that he was probably a foreigner, and one with a lot of money, judging by the clothes he was wearing. Piper followed Reilly's gaze to his guest and said,
"Oh, I'm sorry. Prince Khalib, I would like you to meet a very good friend of mine, Ms. Anna Reilly."
Aziz looked at the stunning woman before him and was immediately drawn to her green eyes. Extending his hand, he took hers and bent forward, kissing the back of Reilly's soft hand. Standing straight, he said, "It is a pleasure to meet you." Reilly retracted her hand, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with the forward gesture. "Likewise."
"Anna is the new White House correspondent for NBC."
"Congratulations." Aziz canted his chin, and while doing so, noted the 2 guards by the door.
"Thank you."
Piper looked at his watch.
"Anna, the president is squeezing us in, so I don't want to be late. Do you have plans for dinner?"
Reilly shook her head while she thought about it. "No."
"Good. Call Dorothy and tell her we're on."
Reilly smiled.
"I'll call right away." "Good. We'll see you tonight."
Piper and Aziz walked under the awning and through the double doors that led to the ground floor of the West Wing. A uniformed Secret Service officer who was sitting behind a desk watched a monitor as they passed through the door. The monitor was connected to an X-ray machine and a metal detector that were built into the wood-framed doorway. The officer rose to his feet.
"Good morning, Chairman Piper." "Good morning, Dick. I have one guest, and I'll vouch for him personally."
The officer checked his list and saw that Piper's office had called late the previous evening and scheduled a meeting with the president.
"Is this Prince Khalib?"
"Yes," replied Piper. The agent handed Aziz a visitor's badge and said,
"Please wear this at all times while in the building, and when you're done with your meeting, return to this desk and turn it in before leaving."
Aziz took the badge, and Piper said,
"Thanks, Dick,"
as he and the prince started down the hallway. As Aziz clipped the badge to his lapel, he noticed his hands felt almost weightless. His whole body felt light. He was finally going through the real steps of something that had been played over and over in his mind countless times. This was it, and it all seemed so easy. As they continued down the hallway, Aziz reached down and pressed a button on his watch once. After doing so, he glanced over his shoulder and looked at the guards by the door. Washington, D.C. 1 block east of the White House, a slight man in a white jacket and black pants was vacuuming the hallway on the top floor of the Washington Hotel. The man paused for a moment and looked out the French doors that led to the rooftop patio. Across the street he could see the roof of the Treasury Building, and then just beyond that the White House. From this elevated position, he could clearly see the guard standing watch on the roof of the Executive Mansion less than 200 yards away. The guard was wearing blue coveralls and a matching baseball cap. A pair of binoculars were slung around his neck, and from time to time he used them to scan different areas. On the far side of the roof was a small white guard booth. Salim Roussan had looked out these doors 5 days a week for almost 3 months and watched the movements of the Secret Service. The guard on the roof would be easy to take care of.
The young Palestinian shifted his eyes to the far end of the south lawn where the rose garden ran up to the edge of the colonnade, just outside the Oval Office. A Secret Service agent was on post, not one of the uniformed officers. That meant the president was in the West Wing, where he was supposed to be. The agent by the Oval Office would be first, and the guard on the roof would be second. That had been Aziz's decision. Aziz had decided everything, every last detail. The pager on the young Palestinian's hip vibrated, and he jerked at the awkward feeling. Aziz was inside the White House. It was going to happen. Russan started for the closet at the end of the hallway, licking his lips and noting the tightening sensation in his chest. It was time to get ready. Chapter 7. 30,000 feet, Eastern Atlantic Ocean. They were airborne and sailing smoothly westward through clear skies. Rapp looked out the window at a blanket of cottony clouds that seemed to stretch forever. The young Virginian never tired of looking at the sight beneath him. It was always different. Every cloud always had its own distinct pattern. Rapp had taken up flying a half-decade earlier. It had not been his idea, but part of his continued training with Langley. He quickly found that nothing could clear his mind and relieve stress like flying. He would be asleep in minutes. As Rapp settled into the comfortable chair, he heard a muffled scream from the rear of the plane. It was followed by what sounded like 3 long grunts. Rapp looked back at the small door to the bedroom, and then leaned one ear against the bulkhead and covered the other with his hand. It did no good. He could still hear Harut's screams of pain. Rapp stood and began to pace up and down the short aisle. A feeling of restlessness gnawed at him. Near the forward bulkhead, he found the previous week's issue of Newsweek and started flipping through the advertisement-laden front section until he found the Periscope page. As he scanned the columns, he sat on the couch where Harut had been tied during their journey from Saudi Arabia. There were more strange noises from the bedroom, and Rapp tried to drown them out by focusing on the magazine. He moved on to the comics, and then flipped to the last page, hoping to find a column by George Will. Instead, it was Meg Greenfield's week. Rapp read the first 2 paragraphs and lost interest. He began flipping through the magazine in reverse, reading various articles that grabbed his attention. Suddenly, the door to the bedroom opened, and Dr. Hornig appeared with a panicked look on her face. "Mitch, you'd better get in here." Washington, D.C., 8:58 a.m. The white night linen truck eased its way down the long cobblestone ramp and into the parking garage of the Treasury building. The truck turned to the right and pulled into the loading area. Abu Hassan put the truck in park and let it idle. He looked out the front window and then checked the side mirrors. No one was in sight, but he knew from his previous visits that 3 security cameras monitored this area of the garage. Hassan fumbled with his clipboard and tried to look busy until the signal was given. Hassan looked in his rearview mirror at a nondescript gray metal door. The door marked the entrance of the Treasury tunnel, which led into the basement of the White House. Hassan had learned on his late-night visit to the White House that the door was referred to as the Marilyn Monroe door. The name derived from a certain president that used it to sneak women in and out of the executive mansion. Hassan had handled his part of the mission brilliantly. Besides getting a job at the linen company, he had befriended someone that worked inside the White House. Hassan had moved into the man's neighborhood. He had followed the administration official closely, bumping into him at the grocery store, the athletic club, and the corner bar. Hassan had found out the man was a college basketball nut, so he became one. When the NCAA Final Four tournament came around, Hassan was right there on the bar stool next to the man, cheering on the official's alma mater to a Sweet 16 appearance. After that, they started hitting the night spots on a regular basis, working as a team trying to pick up women. Then, one night several months ago, Hassan convinced the man that a little late-night tour of the White House might be the best way to seal the deal with a couple of attractive women they had been working. Hassan had timed it perfectly. He knew the president was out of town and security would be lax. The White House official had run with the idea, and the rest was easy. In the back of the truck, the air had grown musty and warm. Benghazi and his men were already sweating through their fatigues. 2 men sat astride each of the 3 ATVs, none of them daring to move other than to wipe the rivulets of sweat that ran down their faces. All 9 of them were dressed in dark green fatigues and tactical assault vests. Each man carried an AKSU-74 with 8 high-capacity magazines and a half-dozen hand grenades. The AKSU was the shortened version of the AK-74, Kalashnikov's replacement for the venerable AK-47. The thickly bearded Benghazi sat atop the forklift and checked his watch. He looked around the cramped confines of the cargo area and decided it was time. He nodded to the only 2 men who were standing, and they went to work. Moving slowly so as not to shake the truck, they shifted the boxes and laundry baskets to the side and created a path for the forklift and the ATVs. When they were done, Benghazi turned and nodded to one of his men sitting on the back of an ATV. The man carefully popped the clasps on the trunk to his left and swung open the lid. From a foam cutout he extracted 2 rocket-propelled grenade launchers, or RPGs, and passed them forward. He then removed the first layer of foam and revealed 4 oblong armor-piercing grenades. One by one, he passed the grenades forward and then closed the trunk. Benghazi felt his pager vibrate and looked down. He turned to his men and snapped his fingers twice. There was no quickening of the pulse for Benghazi. He was too battle-hardened to get excited. Now, well into his 40s, he was unflappable. The rest of the men in the truck were half his age, still filled with optimism and grand dreams. Benghazi was a realist, and despite everything that Aziz had told him, he did not expect to see his beloved Beirut again. It was time for one final blow against the foreigners who had destroyed the peaceful and beautiful city of his youth. Benghazi reached for the gas mask that was clipped to his web belt and secured it to the top of his head, leaving it perched above his thick single eyebrow until the final signal was given. The 2 men carrying the RPGs moved softly to the tailgate and waited. 30,000 feet, eastern Atlantic Ocean. Mitch Rapp stood over Harut, his eyes widening, not quite sure he was hearing what he was hearing, or, if he really was, if he could believe it. Dr. Hornig asked the same question, worded in a slightly different way. Harut, his eyes glassed over, mumbled the same answer, an answer that seemed to stop time. Rapp was absolutely shocked, frozen with indecision as his mind tried to absorb the unbelievable. He finally turned to Hornig and asked the only question he could think of. "Is he telling the truth?" Hornig motioned to an array of equipment that one of her assistants was monitoring. "I'm pretty sure. All of his baselines match up. I have asked him the same question a half-dozen ways." Hornig looked at her notes. 32 times. He's telling the truth. The only way this information could be wrong would be if Aziz had lied to him with the forethought that he might be interrogated, and... Hornig began shaking her head. "The odds of that would be astronomical." "Fuck." Rapp ran a hand through his hair. "When is this thing planned? Do they have a specific date?" Hornig brought her hands up, motioning for caution. "I haven't been able to pursue that specific line of questioning as far as I would like, but as of right now, it looks like it is planned for today." Rapp lowered his chin. "You've got to be fucking kidding me." "I'm afraid not." Rapp started for the main cabin and then stopped abruptly. "What kind of an attack are we talking about?" "All he keeps saying is an assault." Rapp cursed again and banged his fist against the doorframe while he tried to decide what to do. Incomplete information or not, he knew he had to make the call. Rapp left the bedroom and grabbed his backpack. Turning it upside down, he dumped all of the contents on the couch. After throwing some clothes and papers to the side, he found his SATCOM unit and pressed the power button. Clutching the black object with both hands, he stared at the small screen and cursed the signal indicator. In frustration, Rapp squeezed the object tighter in an effort to speed up its link with the nearest U.S. satellite. Langley, Virginia, CIA Headquarters. Director Stansfield's office was located on the 7th floor of the main building. The office itself was conservatively decorated. Stansfield was not one to display his awards and achievements, so his paneled walls were sparsely decorated with photographs of his deceased wife, their daughters, and his grandchildren. His desk was so organized that even the post-it notes had their own place. 6 of them were lined up symmetrically in the left-hand corner. Stansfield sat in his chair with his elbows on the armrest and his hands folded under his chin. Irene Kennedy sat across from him in one of 2 chairs and wrapped up a summation of her breakfast meeting with President Hayes. Stansfield listened intently and nodded from time to time. He would wait until Kennedy was finished before he asked any questions. After another 5 minutes, Kennedy closed the file on her lap and said, "The President stressed that he wanted complete cooperation by all agencies and a full disclosure of information." In response to the statement, Stansfield raised an eyebrow. How do you want me to handle it?" Stansfield lowered his hands and thought about it. "Use your best judgment. I'm all for sharing information, as long as our sources and operations aren't compromised in the process." "And, of course, as long as we get something in return," Kennedy smiled. The right side of Stansfield's mouth turned ever so slightly upward. "Yes." Kennedy nodded and handed her boss a red plastic folder. The white label on the cover was adorned with the requisite letters, or, as agency insiders like to say, alphabet soup. This particular string of letters told the director that the file contained signal intelligence and keyhole or satellite imagery. The TS and SCI notations also told him the file was top secret and compartmentalized. As director of the CIA's Counterterrorism Center, Kennedy was responsible for keeping Stansfield informed on all of the various threats against the U.S. On this particular morning, the subject was North Korea. She had barely made it through the first page of the briefing when Stansfield's phone rang. Kennedy paused to see if he would answer it. The director grabbed the handset and said, "Stansfield." "Director Stansfield, we have a flash traffic priority call from Iron Man for you or Dr. Kennedy." "Patch him through." Stansfield hit the speakerphone button and replaced the handset. There were several clicks on the line, and then Stansfield said, "Hello." "Sir, we've got a big problem," started an agitated Rapp. "Is Irene there?" "Yes, she's sitting right next to me." Rapp's frazzled tone did not go unnoticed by Stansfield and Kennedy. "Aziz is in D.C." "Say again?" Rapp repeated himself more deliberately. "Aziz is in D.C." "Are you sure?" said Kennedy. "Yes, Dr. Hornig is positive. She's been working on Harut for close to 30 minutes and says there is no way he's lying. And that's only part of it." There was a brief pause on the line. "Harut says Aziz's target is the White House." There was a moment of shocked silence while Kennedy and Stansfield looked at each other. After several seconds, Rapp asked, "Did you hear what I said?" "Yes, we heard you, Mitch," answered Stansfield. "It's just a little much. We need to be sure about this before we—" Rapp cut him off. "Well, unfortunately, we don't have that luxury. According to Harut, the attack is supposed to take place today." Kennedy stood and placed both hands on the desk. "What are we talking about here, Mitch? What kind of attack?" "All he keeps saying is an all-out assault, a raid." "How?" Kennedy asked. "I don't know. Dr. Hornig is trying to find out more." Stansfield stood and joined Kennedy in looking down at the phone. "Is there anything else, Mitch?" "Not right now." "All right. We'd better get to work on this. We have to make some calls on this end. Call us back the second you find anything else out." "Roger." Stansfield punched the button and disconnected the call. He and Kennedy were face to face, leaning over the desk. Stansfield looked out the window briefly and then back to Kennedy. "Call Jack Warch and tell him we have a strong reason to believe there is a terrorist attack planned against the White House, and tell him we think it's planned for today." "What about the President?" "Call Warch first. I need to think about a couple of things before we tell the President." "And the FBI?" asked Kennedy. "I'll call Director Roach." Stansfield pointed to his credenza where a second phone was located. "Get Warch on the line fast, but stress that he take reasonable precautions. We don't want this to rattle too many cages until we're absolutely positive." Executive Office Building. Jack Warch, the special agent in charge of the presidential detail, sat behind his desk located in room number 10 of the executive office building, directly across the street from the West Wing. Warch had served under 4 presidents and had been with the Secret Service for over 20 years. The special agent in charge had that runner's look about him. In his early 40s, he still jogged 4 to 5 times a week and expected the men and women who worked under his command to do the same. The presidential detail was the most visible aspect of the Secret Service, and posts in it were in very high demand. Over the previous decade, Warch had watched fitness take a back seat to an insidious wave of political correctness and an older, equally insidious old boys network. When Warch took over the detail, he put everyone on notice by spreading the word that he didn't care who your dad was, what color your skin was, what sex you were, or who your patron was. If you couldn't pass the fitness tests, you weren't going to work on his detail. Reaching out with his left hand, Warch took a sip of hot coffee and looked over the day's schedule. Things looked light, just the way he liked it. No visitors and no trips off premises. If every day was like this, he would be a bored but happy man. Warch's phone rang, and without taking his eyes off the schedule, he reached out and grabbed it. "Special Agent Warch speaking." "Jack, it's Irene Kennedy." Warch had sat in on dozens of briefings with Kennedy over the years, and knew her well enough to know from the tone of her voice that she had something serious to say. "Hello, Irene. What's the problem?" "I've got some bad news," started Kennedy. "We've just learned that there is a possibility that the White House will be the target of a terrorist attack." Kennedy paused to give Warch a second to digest the information before she dropped the other shoe. "And we think the attack is supposed to take place today." Warch closed his eyes and squeezed his forehead with his free hand. "Say again?" Kennedy repeated herself, and then added, "Jack, we don't want you to overreact, but we've received this information from a very reliable source." "What are we talking about? A car bomb? A plane? What?" Kennedy cleared her throat. "We were told an assault. That's all the information we have, and we are trying to get more." Warch pushed his chair away from his desk and stood. "What?" he asked incredulously. "An assault? That's impossible. They'd need a tank if they wanted to breach our outer perimeter." "Jack, I don't know how they plan on doing whatever it is that they are going to do," started Kennedy in a calming voice, "and I'm sorry I can't give you anything else at this point. But the bottom line is we are taking this very seriously. For obvious reasons, Director Stansfield wanted me to call you first. We suggest that you tighten things up over there without alerting the press, and as soon as we find more out, we will let you know." Warch continued to squeeze his forehead. "Today. You think it's planned for today?" "Yes." Warch looked at his watch. It was almost 9 a.m. "I've got to get moving." He grabbed his digital phone from the desk. "If you hear anything more, call me on my mobile." He gave Kennedy the number and then hung up. Warch, who was more entrusted with the president's life than any other person in the Secret Service, took every warning, no matter how small, very seriously. And a warning from the CIA's lead official on terrorism ranked about as serious as it could get. Leaving his office in a hurry, he walked quickly down the hallway and started to run through a mental list of options. As Warch moved toward the exit, his mind fixed on the question of what type of assault could be planned. The Secret Service made it a priority to practice defending against different attacks on the president. They spent millions of dollars running their agents through their training center in Beltsville, Maryland on a monthly basis. They practiced motorcade tactics, rope-line tactics, Air Force One and Marine One evacuations, almost every scenario one could think of. The analysis was in on truck bombs. With the barriers that were set up around the grounds, it would be impossible for a truck to get close enough. There would be a lot of broken glass, but the president would be safe. A plane, Warch thought. In every scenario they covered, an attack by a plane loaded with explosives represented the most lethal threat to the president. As Warch walked out the door and onto West Executive Drive, he raised his hand mic to his mouth and said, "Horsepower from Warch. Tell Hercules to look sharp and tell them I want the stingers out and ready." Hercules was the call sign for the part of the detail that handled the rooftop. Warch hesitated for a second. He was tempted to put the entire White House detail on full alert, but decided he should consult the president first. Hayes didn't like surprises, and despite Kennedy's intensity,
This would not be the first time the Secret Service had been given a false alarm. Chapter 8. The White House. Anna Reilly poked her head into her new basement office. The windowless room was smaller than the kitchen of her not very roomy one-bedroom apartment back in Lincoln Park. There were 3 desks against 3 of the walls, and barely enough room for all of the chairs in the middle. A handsome man in his early 40s, whom Reilly recognized from TV, stood to greet her. "You must be Anna Reilly," the man extended his hand. "I'm Stone Alexander, ABC's White House correspondent. We've been expecting you." Reilly shook his hand and looked dejectedly at her new office. Alexander read the disappointment on her face and said, "It's not quite what you expected, is it?" "No. I didn't expect the Taj Mahal, but this is ridiculous." "Don't worry. Look at the fringe benefits." Alexander grinned and held his arms out. Reilly eyed his sculpted hair, handsome face, and waxed eyebrows. "And what would those be?" Alexander smiled, showing a perfect set of bleached white teeth. "You get to work with me." "Really?" said Reilly. "Yeah, really." Alexander placed his hand on her shoulder and turned her out into the hall. "I was just on my way to get some coffee before you got here. Let's go get a couple of cups and I'll show you around and introduce you to everyone." As they walked toward the White House mess, Alexander continued his small talk. "So, how long have you been in town?" "Just got in yesterday." "Has anyone shown you around yet?" "No, I haven't even unpacked." Alexander put his hand on her back and ushered her into the mess first. Reilly noticed that he let his hand linger on her back for an inappropriate amount of time. She looked around the cafeteria and was once again shocked by how small it was. There were probably 20 people sitting at the rectangular tables drinking coffee, eating, talking, and reading various newspapers. "So, are you married?" asked Alexander. Reilly hesitated for a second and figured lying would do no good. "No." Alexander grinned with optimism. "Maybe I could show you around tonight. I know a great new restaurant in Adams Morgan." "Thanks, but I have a lot of unpacking to do." "A person has to eat," he said persistently. Reilly realized Mr. Hormone would need to be dealt with a little more firmly and said, "Thanks, but I have a rule about dating reporters." "And what would that be?" asked Alexander, his smile still plastered across his face. "I don't," Reilly said, as she continued to look around the room. "And why is that?" Reilly turned around and with a sarcastic grin replied, "I don't trust them." Alexander laughed. "Are there any other rules I need to know about?" "Yeah, I don't like to date men who are prettier than I am." "This is the Roosevelt Room. It is called that because of the 2 portraits that hang on its walls." Piper stepped into the room and motioned to the 2 paintings. Aziz strained to remain calm as Piper stopped at every painting, statue, and room on the way to the Oval Office. Acting his part as a West Wing tour guide, Piper babbled on about the history of the building, and Aziz nodded politely. "You'll notice that the portrait of Franklin Delano Roosevelt hangs above the fireplace mantel, and the portrait of Teddy Roosevelt hangs over here to our right. It has become a tradition at the White House that whenever the sitting president is a Republican, Teddy's portrait hangs over the fireplace, and when a Democrat is in office, the portraits are switched and FDR's portrait hangs in the position of honor." Piper folded his hands in front of his robust midsection and smiled at the rendering of his party's icon. While Aziz feigned interest in the artwork and historical rooms, he had marked and counted the exact position of every Secret Service officer and agent they had passed. It all seemed so easy as he casually walked among them. He was a welcome and honored guest in a place he did not belong. All of the fences, high-tech security, and heavily armed Secret Service agents were there to stop him, and not a single one of them had the slightest clue that within their midst walked their greatest fear. Piper rubbed a hand along the long, shiny surface of the Roosevelt Room's conference table. "A lot of our guests get this room confused with the Cabinet Room. That, however, is across the hall and on our way to the press room. I'll show you those when we're done meeting with the President." Piper walked to the fireplace and stopped. "I almost forgot." Gesturing to a small bronze sculpture on the mantel, he said, "This is something we are very proud of."
Our previous First Lady, also a Democrat, I might add," Piper beamed with pride, "had this bust of Eleanor Roosevelt added to the room. She felt that the room was too much of a boys' club and felt that a woman needed to be added to the mix." Aziz looked at the small statue and said, "In my country, such an idea would be ludicrous." He turned and walked to the open doorway to his right. As he looked across the hall, Aziz felt both a wave of elation and tension rising up from within. He knew from studying the floor plans of the White House that the door in front of him was one of 4 doors that led to the Oval Office. It was open, and from where he was standing he could clearly see the rich blue carpet and furniture arranged in front of the fireplace. He was so close. Standing next to the door was a very large and serious-looking Secret Service agent. The agent's sandy brown hair was cut short around his ears, and his neck bulged underneath his white shirt and tie. Aziz did a quick inventory as his eyes met the agent's and slid downward. Before turning back to Piper, Aziz noted that the agent was left-handed. The bulge on the agent's left hip was caused by his Secret Service standard-issue Sig Sauer handgun. Piper joined Aziz in the doorway and said, "Are you ready to meet the President?" Aziz nodded and willed himself forward at Piper's side, his legs feeling rubbery as the adrenaline began to pump through his veins. Aziz stepped into the hallway, and for a split second he wondered if it could be a trap, if they might know who he really was. But before he could worry any further, they were at the door, and Piper was knocking on the frame. Piper stepped into the executive office first, and Aziz followed. The chairman of the DNC stopped abruptly just inside the room and looked at the president, who was on the phone. President Hayes placed a hand over the mouthpiece and said, "Take a seat. I'll be with you in a minute." Aziz stood teetering on the balls of his feet, caught in complete indecision. He swallowed once to try to quench his quickly drying throat, and then looked to Piper, who was whispering something to him. Slowly, Aziz took his focus off the president. Piper motioned to one of the couches by the fireplace, and in a hushed voice said, "Let's have a seat over here. He'll be with us in a minute." Aziz followed Piper to the couch and calculated his chances of rushing the president. The door they had just come through was still open, and he knew that there were agents posted outside 2 of the room's other 3 doors. Aziz had also guessed that the president had security measures in and around his desk. With only a small composite knife as his weapon, he couldn't risk alerting the agents posted outside the office until the president was within reach. But he was so close. Aziz calculated that he could cover the 20 feet to the desk in 2 seconds at the most. It would take the agents almost that long to draw their weapons. Think fast, he told himself as a film of sweat began to form on his skin. Piper plopped down on the couch and patted the seat next to him. Aziz nodded and stepped past Piper. It was time to sit or move. Aziz looked across the room at the president, who had just swiveled in his chair and turned his back to them. Hayes was looking out the window while he talked on the phone. His head was all that could be seen above the back of his black leather chair. In that split second, Aziz decided to move. He checked the underside of his belt to make sure the knife was there, and then brought his left hand up toward his chest. Aziz looked down at the watch and selected the correct button that would send out the signal to the men waiting in the truck. He was about to make history, about to strike a blow for all of Islam. Piper said something from behind him, but Aziz did not hear the words. His attention was elsewhere. Slowly, he brought his other hand up to the watch. Aziz brought his gaze down to his wrist to make sure he pressed the right button. His heart was pumping so fast he felt his temples begin to throb. A layer of sweat on his skin glistened, and his hands were clammy. So moist were his palms that he stopped short of pressing the button and decided to wipe the sweat from his palms one last time. He ran his opened hands up and down the thighs of his pants twice, reminding himself while he did how difficult it was to hold the small knife. When his palms were as dry as he could get them, he brought the watch back up and went to press the button. His right index finger poised over the button, Aziz sensed movement and stopped everything. He looked up. From the door to the right of the president's desk, a woman in a bright yellow blouse came walking quickly forward. She continued around the nearest side chair to where the president was sitting and deposited a stack of papers on his desk. Aziz exhaled a deep breath, his body trembling in a release of energy as he did so. Piper said something again, and Aziz turned around to face him. "Sit down, Prince Khalib." Aziz looked back toward the president and the woman, and then sat. A bead of nervous sweat ran down his forehead, and he wiped it away with the back of his hand. "Are you feeling all right?" asked Piper. "You look a little warm." Aziz turned and smiled. "It is a little warm in here, but nothing compared to my country." "That's a good point." Slowly, Aziz began to regain his composure. He reminded himself of how far he had come, and of how close he was to obtaining everything he had struggled for. He needed the president to come to him. He needed to be patient. Aziz had waited this long. Another minute would be nothing. When the president went to shake his hand, it would begin. Secret Service Agent Warch walked into the president's secretary's office, which was sandwiched in between the cabinet room and the Oval Office. "Sally, I need to see him ASAP." Sally Burke finished writing something and looked up, smiling. "Good morning, Jack." The president's secretary could tell by the tone of Warch's voice that he was in a hurry, but he could take a number with all of the other people who daily streamed into her office in an attempt to get some face time with America's highest elected official. "He's in with someone right now. It'll probably be 20 minutes to a half an hour." Warch shook his head. "It can't wait that long. I have to see him right away." Burke had had many dealings with Warch over the last 5 months, but she had never seen him look quite so concerned. "I don't know what you want me to do, Jack. He's meeting with a foreign dignitary. We can hardly go bursting in." "He's meeting with what?" asked an angered Warch. "I didn't see anything on his schedule." Burke sat up a little straighter, somewhat surprised by the agent's tone. It was a last-minute change. "Who is he meeting with?" "Russ Piper and, Burke looked down at her desk. "Prince Khalib." Warch's forehead creased. "I don't remember seeing a Prince Khalib on the Waves list." WHAVS, pronounced Waves, stood for White House Access Visitor System. The uniformed division used the system to screen guests for any criminal and/or mental history that could be threatening to the president. Burke looked up sheepishly. "I don't know what to say. The DNC added him to the list late last night." "God damn it," cursed Warch through clenched teeth. "How many times do I have to tell you people that no one gets in to see him unless we've done a complete check?" Warch backed away from the desk and thought about his options. If he barged in on a meeting with a foreign dignitary and everything turned out to be a false alarm, Hayes would have his ass. Warch looked back to the president's secretary. "Where is Prince Khalib from?" "Oman, I think." Burke nervously checked her planner. Warch was acting very out of character. "Yes, he's from Oman." Warch's suspicion doubled at the mention of the tiny Persian Gulf state. In a quick, clipped voice, Warch asked, "Has he ever been to the White House before?" "No." Burke shook her head. "Not that I know of." Warch had to decide, and he had to decide fast. His mind quickly scrolled through a list of possibilities, and all the while his conversation with Irene Kennedy loomed larger and larger. Warch paced back and forth in front of Burke's desk, and then finally his instincts kicked in. He turned for the door that Special Agent Ellen Morton was standing next to, and his left hand snapped up to his mouth. He was about to make the best or the worst decision of his career. Into the hand mic, the special agent in charge of the president's detail barked out the command. "Warch to detail. Harden up on the Oval Office." President Hayes finished writing a note to himself and said, "It was good talking to you, Harry. I appreciate your help on this. Thanks." Hayes hung up the phone and stood. From the back of his chair he grabbed his suit coat and put it on. The president tugged at each sleeve once and then buttoned the top button of the dark coat. Smiling, he stepped out from behind his desk, and with Valerie Jones at his side, he said, "Prince Khalib, it is an honor to finally meet you." Rafiq Aziz rose from the couch and smiled his first honest smile all morning. Subtly, he crossed his hands in front of his waist, letting his right hand fall on the wrist of his left. Aziz felt for the button, not wanting to take his eyes off the president. He had practiced it so many times, and dreamt about it thousands of times more. This was how he had always thought it would be. The so-American gesture of shaking hands. It was the perfect opportunity to strike. He had been right to wait for the president to come to him. Aziz's smile broadened even further as his index fingers circled the face of the watch once, searching for the proper button. He found it and pressed it twice. Then his hand moved casually to his belt, a feeling of ecstasy washing over him as his hostage approached. The Treasury Building. In the cab of the white night linen truck, Abu Hassan felt the vibration on his hip and tossed his clipboard onto the floor of the cab. While his left hand jerked open the driver's door, his right grabbed a small bundle. Hassan leapt from the cab in his green pants and white shirt. As he hit the concrete pavement of the parking garage floor, he heard a roar erupt from the cargo area of the truck as the forklift and ATVs were fired up. Hassan sprinted for the plain gray door and dropped to one knee, placing the small canvas bundle on the ground in front of him. He opened it and threw the thick sheets of cotton to the side, grabbed the preformed piece of plastic explosive and attached it to the door. Hassan smacked the gray clay-like material with the side of his fist twice to make sure it was secured, and then stuck a blasting cap into the explosive material. Grabbing the reel of yellow primacord, he ran along the same wall for 20 feet and hunched down. Hassan pressed the detonator, and a split second later there was a short, loud bang. The tailgate of the truck flew open immediately, and 2 men jumped to the ground. On the right-hand side, against the wall of the truck's cargo area, the ramp lay on its side. The men yanked it from the vehicle and secured it just as Benghazi moved the forklift to the edge. The heavy machine teetered forward until the majority of its weight was on the ramp. Then Benghazi released the brake and let the machine carry itself to the concrete floor. As soon as all 4 wheels were on solid ground, Benghazi stepped on the gas and roared for the blown-away door. The 2 men with the RPGs ran alongside and jumped onto the side steps. Hassan yanked open the remnants of the Marilyn Monroe door. A cloud of cordite filled the air, and Benghazi and his men pulled their gas masks all the way down. The forklift lurched forward, the 2 men carrying the RPGs clinging to the sides as Benghazi gunned the powerful engine. The heavy yellow machine thundered into the concrete tunnel as the agile ATVs raced down the ramp one by one, their knobby rubber tires squealing as they turned hard for the tunnel. The Washington Hotel. On the top floor of the Washington Hotel in the cluttered janitor's closet, Salim Russan was waiting patiently. Laid out before him on a clean white towel was a Russian-made SVD sniper rifle. The SVD fired a powerful 7.62mm by 54 rimmed cartridge and could achieve accurate kills at ranges of up to 1,000 yards in the right hands. Russan did not plan to use even a quarter of the rifle's range. On top of the long rifle, almost 50 inches from shoulder butt to muzzle, was a PSO 1x4 scope. A 10-round magazine was inserted in the rifle, and a second magazine was in Russan's pocket. That was all the ammunition Aziz had allowed him to take. Aziz had been adamant that Russan was to stay for no longer than 2 minutes and then leave the hotel. There were other things that he would be needed for later. The pager began its vibration, announcing that after almost a year of planning, it was time for action. Russan reached down and turned the pager off with one hand while grabbing the light 9-pound rifle with the other. He burst from the closet into the empty hallway and walked quickly to the rooftop's patio doors. Russan counted to himself slowly to help keep his heart rate low, a trick his Soviet trainers had taught him while he had stalked the burned-out buildings of Beirut as a teenager. With his sniper's rifle clutched in one hand, he opened the door to the patio and dropped to his stomach. Quickly, he crawled the 30 feet to the edge and stuck the long black barrel through the railing. Hugging the rifle tightly against his shoulder and cheek, he looked through the scope and acquired the large south portico of the White House. From there, Russan followed the edge of the building to the Oval Office and prepared to fire. When he reached the door that was just outside the president's office, he found nothing. Russan searched the patio quickly, and again found nothing. Not having time to waste, he moved on to his secondary target. The scope quickly found not 1, but 4 Secret Service agents standing near the guard booth on the roof of the White House. Russan picked the agent on the far left,
centered the crosshairs on the man's head, and squeezed the trigger. The White House. There are very few things, short of a gunshot, that can get a Secret Service agent's heart beating faster than the phrase, "harden up." Those two little words, heard so often during training exercises, are rarely uttered while on duty at the White House. Just outside the main door to the Oval Office, the two agents standing post drew their weapons without hesitation. The shorter of the two also pulled out a set of keys and opened the door to a seemingly benign wooden credenza. A second later, a third agent appeared from around the corner with a gun clutched in both hands. The agent who had opened the credenza quickly extracted 3 Uzi submachine guns, passing one to each of the other 2 agents and keeping the third for himself. The entire process took less than 5 seconds. One floor below, in horsepower, the detail's command post, the agent sitting at the security console rose and walked quickly across the room. He bolted the door shut and returned to his seat without speaking. 2 more agents at the far end of the room unlocked a metal cabinet, revealing a cache of weapons. Each man took an MP5 submachine gun. They both chambered around and walked to the room's other door, which led to a hidden staircase to the Oval Office. Upstairs, Jack Warch entered the Oval Office with his suit coat open and thrown back over his right hip. His right hand was wrapped around the grip of his still holstered weapon. Warch quickly approached the president's side, not taking his eyes off the dark-featured man standing by the fireplace. "Excuse me for the intrusion, Mr. President, but I need to talk to you for a second." The president stopped in his tracks, alarmed by the forceful entrance. He looked to Warch and then his chief of staff. There was a moment of uncertainty. As Warch eyed the president's visitor, he couldn't quite discern the intent of the well-dressed man he was staring down. Then he saw it. Something in the other man's eyes. Gripping his gun tighter, he pulled it up a half an inch out of the smooth leather holster. The president was saying something, but Warch wasn't listening. He was waiting for one more sign that this man standing in the Oval Office was not who he said he was. Back downstairs in horsepower, the young agent sitting at the security console looked intently at the array of surveillance monitors before him. His eyes searched for anything that could be even remotely construed as a threat. Midway through his sweep, his focus was broken by the beeping of his computer. The agent's eyes snapped from the monitors to his computer screen to find 4 capitalized words flashing. Grabbing the arm of his headset, the agent blurted out the words. "Horsepower to detail, we have a security breach in the Treasury Tunnel. I repeat, we have a security breach in the Treasury Tunnel." Up in the Oval Office, the stream of words blared into Warch's right ear like klaxons. His gun was out of his holster and aimed at the president's guest in a split second. His left hand snapped to his lips, and he barked into his hand mic, "Warch to detail, harden up on Woody immediately." 3 of the 4 doors to the Oval Office burst open instantly, and 4 agents rushed to surround the president, their weapons drawn and ready. As the wall of agents closed around the commander-in-chief, the next sign of danger came blaring over their earpieces. "Agents down! Agents down! Hercules is under fire!" With his Sig Sauer aimed at Aziz's forehead, Warch screamed, "Evac! Evac!" Ellen Morton was standing directly behind the president when the evacuation order was given, and in a tribute to her training, she didn't waste a second. Morton reached up and grabbed President Hayes by the back of his shirt collar and yanked him to the left. 2 more agents rushed through the main door with their guns drawn and joined the scrum that was moving toward the president's private study. Morton kicked a chair out of the group's way as they moved in unison. The president's chief of staff was caught up in the wave of bodies and was rushed out of the room with them. Jack Warch stood his ground and covered the evacuation, his eyes still locked in a stare with Aziz. The Treasury Tunnel. The heavy forklift screamed down the smooth concrete tunnel, gaining speed as it went. The 2 men riding on the sides wrapped their inside arms around the cage and aimed their armor-piercing shells at the door in their path. Both men sighted in on the hinges and fired. There was a loud, swooshing noise, marked by a white trail of smoke as the warheads raced forward in unison and then slammed into the steel door. The ensuing explosion was deafening as debris, smoke, and fire erupted back down the throat of the narrow passageway. Benghazi closed his eyes and kept the accelerator to the floor. The forklift maintained its speed, passing through the bright showering debris and then into total darkness. There was a moment of silence, and then a foundation-cracking collision as the forklift thudded into the steel door, knocking it off its twisted hinges and lurching to a stop inside the basement of the White House. The collision had jolted Benghazi forward, knocking his foot from the gas pedal and sending his two men flying from the vehicle. His ears were ringing from the explosion, and he couldn't see past the cage of the forklift due to the thick smoke and dust. By the time he had righted himself in the seat, his two men were back at his side and climbing back onto the vehicle. Benghazi pressed the gas pedal to the floor, the engine roared, and the forklift lurched forward. The heavy machine continued through the thick smoke, finding its way down the main hallway of the White House's first basement. Without warning, the butted front end of the forklift slammed into what Benghazi knew to be the first set of double doors. The center bar and two doors peeled away from the frame as if they were tin. On the other side of the double doors, there was no smoke. Benghazi's men immediately opened up with their AK-74s on full automatic as three uniformed Secret Service officers rushing to head off the security breach in the Treasury tunnel were caught in the open. The bullets cut them to the ground instantly, and what little life may have been left in them was squeezed away as the forklift rolled over them. The White House. Warch stepped backward to cover the president's retreat. With his gun still leveled on the man across the room, he listened to the frantic radio traffic coming over his earpiece and tried to decide where to take the president. A decision had to be made. Either evacuate him from the compound via the South Grounds limo or stash him in his new bunker. Right as Warch reached the doorway to the study, the building was rocked by an explosion. Aziz had been waiting for the explosion and sprang. Taking a quick step to the side, he grabbed Chairman Piper around the throat with one arm and drew his knife with the other. Aziz stuck the tip of the knife into Piper's throat, breaking the skin and drawing blood. Careful to keep his head shielded behind Piper's, Aziz yelled, "Order your men to stop at the evacuation, or I will kill him!" The request fell on deaf ears. Warch's primary, immediate, and only concern was the president. Nothing else mattered, especially not the political operative who had brought this snake into the White House. Warch took one final step backward into the study and closed the door to the Oval Office. Seconds earlier, Special Agent Morton had pressed a hidden button in the short hallway. There was a hydraulic hiss, and an entire section of the wall lurched inward, revealing a hidden staircase. Morton started down the steep stairs first, followed by two agents who had the president sandwiched in between them. Valerie Jones, caught up in the human freight train, was grabbed by one of the last two agents and thrust forward. Warch was now at the top of the stairs yelling, "Bunker! Take him to the bunker!" Warch then stepped into the hidden passageway and sealed the wall behind him. As he started down the stairs, he raised his hand mic to his mouth and said, "Horsepower from Warch. We are moving Woody to the bunker. I repeat, we are moving Woody to the bunker." The group clambered down to the first landing. Waiting for them at the bottom were two Secret Service agents who had just come out the side door of Horsepower. They had already opened the heavy steel door to the tunnel that ran underneath the rose garden and over to the mansion. One of them took the lead and started down the next flight of stairs, while the other one waited to cover from the rear. The caravan, now totaling 11 people, continued into the tunnel. The wide passageway was covered with an ugly brown carpeting. The group raced ahead at full speed, the agents almost carrying the president. When they reached the far end, they had two choices. They could proceed either up a set of stairs and into the first basement of the mansion, or down a short set of stairs on the right. The lead agent hustled down the steps on his right. He came to an abrupt halt at a riveted steel door and punched an access code into the control panel. As soon as he heard the metallic release of the lock, he threw his shoulder into the door and burst into a large anteroom. The first two agents into the room fanned out to the left, and with their guns leveled, they covered a second door to the 20-by-10-foot anteroom. As soon as the last agent had cleared the tunnel, the door to it was closed and locked. Jack Warch pushed his way through the group, grabbing the president firmly by the upper arm. The two large agents who had been glued to Hayes on the way down the stairs and through the passageway moved forward, staying with their charge. A dazed President Hayes looked to Warch and asked, "What in the hell is going on?"
Orch decided not to answer the obvious and proceeded forward. At the opposite end of the anteroom, Orch approached a large, smooth vault door. The special agent in charge of the presidential detail flipped open the cover to the control panel and punched in a 9-digit code. There was a brief moment of silence, and then a hissing noise as the rubber airtight seal on the door contracted. Next, the locking stems retracted, and an electric motor began to whine as the 2-foot-thick solid steel door swung open, revealing the president's newly completed bunker. The White House Mess. Anna Reilly was standing near the center of the White House mess, holding a paper cup of black coffee and listening to Stone Alexander explain why the room was called a mess instead of a dining room. Apparently it had something to do with the U.S. Navy. She was only half listening to Alexander as he rambled on. 2 men in dark suits sitting at a nearby table had caught her eye. They had a police officer look about them that was common to most of her father's friends and more than one of her brothers. Almost simultaneously, the 2 men brought their hands up to their ears and held them there. Reilly guessed from the gesture that they must be Secret Service. She was about to turn her attention back to her tour guide when the 2 agents abruptly stood and raced across the room with their weapons drawn. Oblivious to what had just transpired not more than 20 feet away, Stone Alexander continued with his oral dissertation on the West Wing. Being new to the job, Reilly wasn't sure if what she had just witnessed was normal, but common sense told her that law enforcement officers didn't draw their weapons unless there was a good reason. Reilly looked around the room and concluded from some of the faces she saw that she wasn't the only one who had noticed the brandishing of firearms. Reilly set her coffee down and looked at Alexander. "I think there's something going on." Alexander looked down at her and smiled. "Don't worry, I have that effect on a lot of women. You'll get used to it." It was apparent from the full-fledged grin on Alexander's face that he found himself quite amusing. Reilly shook her head. "Jesus, do you ever give it a rest? I'm talking about those 2 guys who just ran out of here with their guns." An explosion rumbled from somewhere in the building and stopped the young reporter in mid-sentence. The noise was so startling and out of place that Stone Alexander flinched and spilled half of his coffee down the front of his shirt. The next brief moment seemed like an eternity. Everyone in the White House mess froze with the same wide-eyed look, and then the silence was shattered by loud cracks of gunfire. The Executive Mansion. Muammar Benghazi slammed on the brakes and the forklift came to a skidding halt in the first basement of the Executive Mansion. He could hear the higher pitch of the ATV's engines not far behind. Benghazi swiftly jumped to the ground and ran through a door to his left. Bounding up the stairs 2 at a time, he kept his AK-74 aimed upward as he climbed. The 2 men who had fired the RPGs followed close behind. When they reached the first landing, the door above them opened, and 2 uniformed Secret Service officers rushed into the stairwell with their pistols drawn. Benghazi unleashed a quick burst of bullets, striking both men in the chest and sending them backward. The fallen officers blocked the door from closing, and as Benghazi reached the last step, he rolled a smoke grenade and then a fragmentation grenade into the hallway. The double explosion was followed by a chorus of screams and falling debris. Benghazi and his men burst from the stairwell through the thickening gray smoke and began firing their weapons in all 3 directions. With their gas masks secured, they moved unhindered by the smoke toward the south portico. Benghazi grabbed another grenade from his vest and yanked the pin. 50 feet ahead, directly down the hall, was the Palm Room, the same room the president walked through every morning on his way to the Oval Office. Benghazi threw the grenade forward and ducked into an alcove on his right, while his men took shelter in a doorway on the left. There was a clinking noise as the grenade hit the tile floor, and then a glass-shattering explosion as it detonated. Benghazi rushed forward again. Every second was precious. As he reached the Palm Room, he turned the corner and almost tripped over a bloody Secret Service officer who lay dying on the floor, his body eviscerated by shards of glass. Benghazi looked through the shattered window panes out onto the south lawn and saw 4 black-clad men running toward him, their machine guns searching for a target.
They belonged to the Secret Service Uniformed Division's Emergency Response Team, or ERT, and they had been expected. Benghazi raised his weapon to take aim at the lead man, but before he had a chance to dispose of him, the officer was struck by a high-velocity round that separated a large chunk of his head from the rest of his body. Within seconds, the other 3 Secret Service officers were all lying on the ground, either dead or dying. Benghazi was happy to see that Salim Rusan was doing his job. From his spot on the roof of the Washington Hotel, Rusan was to cover Benghazi and the others as they broke out into the open for the West Wing. Benghazi yelled over his shoulder, "RPG!" While he searched the south lawn for more targets, one of his men stepped to his side with a rocket-propelled grenade launcher steadied on his shoulder and dropped to one knee. The man sighted in on the double doors at the other end of the colonnade. The clicking of the trigger was followed by a low, swooshing noise and another deafening explosion. Benghazi broke into a full sprint along the colonnade, his AK-74 aimed at the burned and smoking entrance to the West Wing. The Oval Office. The floor shook, and several chunks of plaster fell from the ceiling of the Oval Office. Rafiq Aziz had his back pressed against the fireplace and was holding Russ Piper tightly at knife point. The loud cracks of rifle fire told him his men were close. Aziz was enraged with himself for letting the president get away. He had been so close. Seconds later, Benghazi burst into the Oval Office, sweeping the smoking muzzle of his rifle from one end of the room to the other and back. The only 2 men in the room were Aziz and Chairman Piper. Benghazi's other men joined him within seconds and covered the hallway. Not daring to ask the obvious, Benghazi lifted his gas mask and retrieved a pistol from his thigh holster. He extended the grip toward Aziz. Aziz threw Piper to the side. The chairman of the DNC stumbled over a chair and fell to the ground. He propped himself up on one elbow, still not quite sure what he had done. "What are you doing?" Piper yelled with a look of utter shock on his round face. "This can't be happening." Without hesitation, Aziz pointed his weapon at Piper and squeezed the trigger. The bullet struck the chairman right between the eyes and sent his heavy head thudding to the floor. A pool of crimson blood flowed from Piper's head and began to work its way across the plush blue carpet and onto the presidential seal. "I have been waiting to do that all morning," growled Aziz. Then, extending his hand, he said, "Give me your radio." Benghazi turned his back, and Aziz withdrew the small radio from Benghazi's combat vest. Aziz unplugged the headset jack and brought the radio to his mouth. With the gun in one hand and the radio in the other, Aziz started for the doorway. "The president has made it to his bunker. Cut the communications immediately, secure the building, and take as many hostages as possible." Chapter 9. The small jet cleared the dark, expansive water of the Atlantic, and within minutes the jagged shoreline of the Chesapeake Bay came into view. Mitch Rapp looked down at the familiar body of water with a determination and focus that had been missing just hours earlier. When Irene Kennedy had called and recounted the startling events at the White House, Rapp found himself awash in a sea of shock. For a decade he had followed, more closely than any other individual, the actions of Rafiq Aziz. There had been the kidnappings in Beirut, Istanbul, and Paris, the bombings in Spain, Italy, France, Lebanon, and Israel, and the event that had led Rapp into his unusual occupation, the downing of Pan Am Flight 103. Despite Kennedy's insistence that Aziz was, in fact, in control of the White House, it took several minutes for the sheer scope and gravity of the situation to sink in with Rapp. As more of the morning's events were relayed, the fog hanging over Rapp's mind began to dissipate. Instead, Rapp saw before him, in this turmoil and tragedy, an opportunity to bring the destructive chase to an end. He was sick of showing up to count the bodies and look at the evidence. He was sick of chasing Rafiq Aziz, always missing him, sometimes by months and days, or even seconds. As the plane descended toward Andrews Air Force Base, Rapp looked out the window at the rolling Maryland countryside with a clear and precise plan in his mind of what he needed to do. In Paris, he had hesitated because of a single innocent bystander.
At the time, he did not know it, but he had traded the lives of all the people who had died this morning for the life of that one woman. The logic was irrefutable. If he had pulled the trigger in Paris, none of this would have happened. Never again, he told himself. This would be the end of the road for one of them. The Learjet set down gently and taxied to a portion of the base the CIA leased from the Air Force. As the plane approached a brown hangar, the large doors were opened, inviting the jet out of the sunlight and away from prying eyes. Once inside, the doors were closed and the pilots shut down the engines. Rapp peered out the small window and saw a group of a half-dozen people waiting in the hangar's glass office. He immediately recognized Irene Kennedy and Director Stansfield. Rapp grabbed his backpack and started for the door, while Jane Hornig appeared from the bedroom. Rapp lowered the door and took one large step to the ground. Out of habit, he turned and offered his hand to Hornig. The two of them walked across the spotless concrete floor to the fluorescent-lit office. Rapp opened the glass door, and the loosely hung Venetian blinds swung away and then back, clanking several times. Director Stansfield stood in the sparsely furnished military office, the handset of a secure mobile phone held firmly against his ear. His SPO, or Security Protection Officer, was standing next to him holding the rest of the unit, which was roughly the size of a camera case. Stansfield looked up at Rapp and said into the receiver, "He's standing right in front of me." The director's gray eyes then looked to the ground, and he nodded several times. "I was planning on it. We should be there in about 20 minutes. Stansfield handed the phone to his SPO and said, "Would everybody excuse us for a minute?" The four other people who had been waiting in the office with Kennedy and Stansfield filed out of the room, leaving the director and Kennedy alone to talk with Hornig and Rapp. Irene Kennedy grabbed a garment bag from the back of one of the chairs and handed it to Rapp. "You need to get changed. We have a meeting at the Pentagon in 20 minutes. Rapp took the bag and looked to Stansfield. He didn't like the idea of showing his face to a room full of politicians and bureaucrats. "Who was that on the phone?" "General Flood. He wanted to make sure I was bringing you to the meeting." "Why?" asked Rapp as he started to take off his holster. "He didn't say." Rapp looked at Stansfield with some concern. "Am I giving a briefing?" Kennedy fielded the question by pulling a leather wallet out of her purse. "Your credentials? Same cover as always, Mitch Cruz, Middle Eastern analyst on my counterterrorism team. You have been with the CIA for 5 years, etc., etc." Kennedy handed him the wallet. "You know the routine. We want you there if the need arises. We would, of course, prefer it if you kept a low profile." Rapp took the wallet and set it on the desk next to his holstered 9mm Beretta. He quickly stripped down to his boxers while Kennedy and Stansfield began to question Hornig. A small pinkish scar was visible just above his left hip, about the size of a quarter, the mark left by the bullet of an overzealous and confused FBI agent. On his tanned lower back was a scar left by the knife of the surgeon who had removed the bullet. "Have you got an exact number out of him yet?" asked Kennedy of Jane Hornig. "Yes." Hornig shrugged her shoulders. "At least we think so. Remember that everything we get out of him is what he thinks to be the truth. As far as Harut knows, there are 12 of them, counting Aziz." Hornig folded her arms across her chest and assumed a wider stance. "What type of weapons?" "Besides your standard firearms," Hornig looked to Rapp, who was pulling on his dress pants, "a lot of plastic explosives. Mitch?" Rapp grabbed a white T-shirt and said, "More than enough to blow the whole place to kingdom come." Stansfield shook his head and asked, "What about his demands?" "I haven't had the chance to get around to that yet, but I'll start as soon as we get him moved." Stansfield nodded. "We have arranged to transfer you to one of the safe houses in Virginia. You are to talk to no one other than Irene, Mitch, and me. Very few people outside of our immediate circle know we have Harut, and we would like to keep it that way. I need you to focus your questioning in the area of demands. We need to know what Aziz is going to ask for before he asks for it." Hornig accepted her orders with a nod and cautioned, "If he knows what the demands are, I will find out." "And," started Kennedy, "it would help if we got as complete a list as possible of the men Aziz brought with him." Hornig made another mental note. She was prepared to extract every last piece of information from Harut,
and if they had a shopping list, she was more than willing to oblige. "Mitch, can you think of anything else?" asked Kennedy. Rapp shoved the tails of his white dress shirt into his pants and buttoned them. "Yeah, I'd like to know how long he plans on hanging around and how in the hell he plans on getting out of there. If I know Aziz, he has a timetable, and he's planned this entire thing down to the last minute." Stansfield nodded in agreement and said to Hornig, "You know how to get a hold of us. We'll try to stay out of your way, but I want to be updated the moment you find anything of consequence." "I'll get to work immediately." Dr. Hornig pushed her glasses up on the bridge of her nose and nodded. "Good. Mitch, let's go. You can finish in the helicopter." Stansfield started for the door with Kennedy and Hornig on his heels. Rapp grabbed the garment bag and the rest of his stuff and followed. As he stepped out of the office, he saw a gurney being wheeled across the smooth floor toward an ambulance. Harut was strapped to the top under a gray blanket. A small outer door to the hangar was opened, and a stream of bright sunshine shot across the floor. Rapp could now hear the spinning rotors of a helicopter waiting on the tarmac. He paused for a second and watched as the gurney was shoved into the ambulance. Jane Hornig and her two assistants climbed in, and the doors were closed. Rapp was now frozen in thought as he looked at the ambulance pulling away. Irene Kennedy appeared in the small door with her sunglasses on and her hair blowing in the wind. "Come on, Mitch, we're going to be late." Rapp, his concentration broken, turned to his boss and blinked several times. Kennedy waved for him to hurry, and Rapp jogged to the door, still wondering what it was that he was missing. Vice President Sherman Baxter had returned to Washington from a fundraising trip to New York as fast as his entourage could pull up stakes and ship out. Air Force One had landed at Andrews about 40 minutes before Rapp and Dr. Hornig had set down. Baxter sat in the back of the tank-like presidential limousine with his Chief of Staff, Dallas King, and Attorney General Margaret Tutwiler. As the motorcade of Secret Service vehicles raced through D.C., Dallas King laid out their strategy. The Stanford Law grad and San Diego native ran a hand through his signature bleach-blonde hair. "This crisis presents us with a unique opportunity." King paused for emphasis, and then looked at Attorney General Tutwiler. "Your job in this is going to be crucial, Marge. We need to let the FBI know that Sherm is in charge. We can't have them withholding information from us, and we definitely can't have them trying any rescue operations without our approval." The 32-year-old rising star smashed his fist into the palm of his hand for emphasis. "Nothing goes down without our approval. Am I clear on that?" Marge Tutwiler was just starting to get used to Dallas King's ambitious style. Vice President Baxter's lapdog was a charmer. He had good looks, a sharp mind, and a good sense of humor. The only thing he lacked was a sense of his place in the pecking order. Marge Tutwiler, California political activist, self-anointed law enforcement critic and former USC law professor, was not used to anyone speaking to her in such a tone, let alone someone not much older than her not-so-former students. With a tired expression, Tutwiler said, "Dallas, I was dealing with the FBI when you were still riding around your little San Diego neighborhood on a big wheel. Don't worry, I can handle them." Dallas smiled and reached across the back of the limo, gently placing his hand on the Attorney General's knee. "I'm sorry, Marge. I didn't mean to imply you didn't know how to handle the FBI." The perpetually tanned Chief of Staff released her knee and held both hands up in a token form of surrender. "I just meant we need to strategize together." Dallas flashed his wily smile and thought to himself, "This bitch's ego is bigger than her ass." Sherman Baxter III, former governor of California and current Vice President of the United States, cleared his throat and interjected. "No matter what our titles are, we are outsiders in this town, and don't forget it. Dallas is right, Marge, and it doesn't hurt to remind us that we need to keep the FBI on a short leash." Sherman Baxter, like most politicians, had two very distinct personalities. Behind closed doors, Baxter was extremely demanding and prone to fits of rage. The 54-year-old Californian had grown to look at the Oval Office almost as if it were his birthright. In his mind, he deserved it a hell of a lot more than his running mate.
If it hadn't been for Baxter and his California connections, President Hayes would never have made it to the White House. In public, they were the perfect picture of cooperation, but behind closed doors, Baxter's contempt for his boss could not be concealed. In his eyes, Hayes was a complete simpleton who had managed to stumble into the White House because he had a cleaner sexual past than any of the other candidates, and most important, because Sherman Baxter had delivered California. When Baxter had decided to run with Hayes, he had looked upon the endeavor as a stepping stone to the presidency. After a grueling campaign and just 5 short months in office, Baxter was already tired of playing second fiddle to Hayes. Sherman Baxter III, heir to one of California's finest family wineries, did not take kindly to receiving orders from a man whose family had made their money manufacturing radiator hoses. 3 more years would be hard enough to take, and 7 was absolutely unthinkable. As King and Tutwiler continued to talk, Baxter gazed out the window. His black hair was thinning, and he wore it slicked back. Baxter folded his left arm over his slightly bulging midsection and remembered something that King liked to say when they discussed the agony of another 3 years underneath Hayes the Simp. "Don't forget, you're 1 heartbeat away from the presidency, boss. You never know when some nut might punch Hayes's ticket." How prophetic Dallas could be, Baxter thought to himself. As the motorcade pulled onto the George Mason Memorial Bridge, the tightly wound Baxter allowed himself a moment to relish the fact that for now he was, for all intents and purposes, the President of the United States. Special Agent Skip McMahon of the FBI looked down at the White House from the Secret Service's Joint Operations Center on the 5th floor of the Executive Office Building. From his vantage point, he could count the bodies of 9 Secret Service officers. He had been told there were more on the other side of the building, but an accurate number was impossible to ascertain. Even now, 4 hours after the attack, information was sparse. No one knew what was going on inside the building. McMahon was a 26-year veteran of the FBI who had seen it all, or at least he thought he had. He had started with the Bureau right out of college, and after doing a 4-year stint investigating bank robberies in Las Vegas, he was moved back to Washington, where he started working counterintelligence cases. After almost a decade of chasing spies, he was moved into the FBI's Violent Crimes Unit. It was a transfer that led to the downfall of his marriage and almost his career. The former defensive tackle for Penn State had quickly found that he had a knack for getting inside the twisted minds of the individuals he was charged with catching. 6 years of sloshing through the septic tank of American society had taken its toll. McMahon had been asked 1 too many times to step into the shoes of a serial killer and visualize how some sick pervert had abducted, raped, tortured, and then killed an innocent little girl. Fortunately for McMahon, he had seen the writing on the wall and gotten out before the job destroyed him. McMahon had recently been put in charge of the Bureau's Critical Incident Response Group, or CIRG, which was the lead organization in resolving hostage situations. The FBI's Elite Hostage Rescue Team, or HRT, was under his command, along with another 6 investigative and support units. But not once in the hundreds of meetings that McMahon had attended on urban terrorism had he ever heard someone postulate that the White House was vulnerable to a full-scale assault. McMahon shifted his attention from terra firma to the horizon. On a more immediate note, he was not happy with the current command and control situation. Both FBI and Secret Service sniper teams occupied every rooftop within a block of the White House. Each team reporting to and taking orders from its own agency. In short, it was not the way to handle a crisis, and it was something that needed to be rectified immediately. A female agent standing next to McMahon held her watch in front of his face. "You'd better get moving. The meeting is in 20 minutes. McMahon nodded. With sagging shoulders, he looked at the fallen officers on the south lawn and asked, "What's the body count?" Special Agent Kathy Jennings looked at a small notebook and said, "We have it at 18, with God only knows how many more inside the building." McMahon shook his head as he took in the carnage. He looked tired, and the crisis was only in its infancy. After a moment, He turned and headed for the door. McMahon dreaded attending meetings with the bigwigs. On his way out, he thanked several of the Secret Service agents for allowing him to take a look from their vantage point. Jennings followed a half-step behind, and as soon as she was sure no one could hear, she said, "I don't think they were too happy to see us. Do you think they know we're going to be running the show?" "I don't know. They've lost at least 18 men, probably double that, and the White House is their baby." McMahon turned for the stairs and started down. "But they're not set up for this kind of thing. This is clearly—" Jennings stopped talking for a second as they passed two Secret Service officers who were on their way up the stairs. In a lower voice, she continued, "This is clearly the Bureau's territory. It's a domestic terrorist activity. A lot of people are going to want to stick their hands in this pie before it's over." "Like who?" "Like the United States military and, again, the Secret Service." The confident young agent shook her head in disagreement. "The military is forbidden from—" started Jennings. McMahon raised his hand and stopped her. "Save the lecture for one of your law school buddies." The senior agent was very proud of the fact that he was one of the few people in the Bureau without an accounting or law degree. "I'm talking reality here, and I'm talking from experience. Why do you think this meeting is being held at the Pentagon?" McMahon let her think about the question while they descended another flight. "If we're so clearly in charge, why isn't this meeting being held at the Hoover Building or over at Justice?" Jennings slowly started to see his point and nodded as they reached the first floor. While they continued toward the 17th Street exit, McMahon said, "While I'm at the Pentagon, I want you to get the mobile command post in order. Get the shift changes set up and don't take any crap from anyone." With his voice raised an octave, he added, "And you tell those clowns I'm in a surly mood, and that when I get back from this stupid dog and pony show, I'm going to be looking to blow a little steam." McMahon's temper was well known among his fellow law enforcement officers at the Bureau. "No one works longer than an 8-hour shift unless I authorize it, and I don't want people loitering around when their shifts are over. We could be here for weeks, and I don't want burned-out people sitting at the controls." "Anything else?" "Yeah. Make sure HRT gets priority on everything. I want them in position ASAP." The expensive suit was gone, replaced by drab green military fatigues, a holstered pistol, and a gas mask that was secured to his web belt. Rafik Aziz sat at the head of the long table and stared at the bank of television sets located on the far wall of the Situation Room. 3 of the 6 TVs were tuned to the major networks, and a 4th was tuned to CNN. All of them were covering the White House crisis from their studios in New York, and with live shots from across the street at Lafayette Square. Much of Aziz's original anger at missing the president had dissipated. With typical thoroughness, Aziz had prepared for this contingency, and if given enough time, everything could still be achieved. Now he had to at least allow himself a moment of satisfaction. He had done it. He controlled the most famous and decadent symbol of the West. He had taken his jihad, his holy war, to the heart of the enemy, and once he pried the president from his bunker, he would be able to complete his plan. No longer would America meddle in the affairs of the Arab world. There was a knock on the door, and without turning, Aziz said, "Enter." The usually stoic Muammar Benghazi walked into the room with a smile on his face, an AK-74 slung over his shoulder, and a notepad in his left hand. He approached Aziz and said, "We are in complete control of the building. As you ordered, all outer walls and points of entry have been wired with explosive charges." A gleam appeared in the terrorist's eye. "And as you predicted, we also have control of the Secret Service's weapons and security system." Benghazi stepped forward and placed his hands on the back of one of the table's chairs. "As ordered, I have taken their perimeter system offline. We are using only their rooftop-mounted cameras and have disconnected the computers from their modems. They are no longer feeding their headquarters with images." "Good. I do not trust them. With all of their technology, who knows how they might have tried to trick us?" Benghazi nodded in agreement. "As you requested." He handed Aziz the notepad that was under his left arm. "Here is a list of all the hostages by name and position. I circled the most important ones." Aziz leaned back in the chair and flipped through the pages, his chin resting on his chest. 76 total hostages. That is correct. Aziz found what he was looking for on the third page. It was the name of the first person he would kill. He tapped the name with his finger and then asked, "How many Secret Service agents?" "I did not include them with the 76 hostages. They are on the next page. 9 alive, 4 of whom are in need of medical attention. We also have several Marines and other military types mixed in with them." "Do you have them separated from the others?" "Yes, they are upstairs, as you planned." "Bound and hooded?" Aziz asked with a raised eyebrow. "Of course." "How many of the civilians tried to distinguish themselves as leaders?" "None so far." Flipping the notebook back to the first page, Aziz said, "When the first one stands up," he held up his forefinger, "and tries to show bravado, I want you to come and get me. I will deal with him personally. We are spread thin enough as it is. I do not want to have to worry about some cowboy giving us trouble from within." Benghazi nodded and suggested, "I think it might be a good idea to let the civilians go to the bathroom." Aziz looked at his watch. It was a reasonable request, and one that would help calm them. "Fine, but leave the Secret Service agents and the Marines to wallow in their own excrement." "Yes, Rafik. Do you wish to inspect the explosives?" "No, I trust that you have done your job. Now, I have to make a phone call." Aziz pointed at the TV. "They are getting ready to meet at their Pentagon." Benghazi nodded. "If you do not need me for anything else, I have some details to attend to." "One more thing," said Aziz, as he tilted his chin upward. "How is our little thief coming along?" "All of his equipment is in place, and he has started work." With a shrug, Benghazi added, "He tells me he is on schedule." "Good. Keep an eye on him." Aziz lowered his chin. "He is, after all, not one of us." "I told him not to go anywhere other than the bathroom unless he calls me first," Benghazi said with a smile. "I told him there are booby traps everywhere, and I wouldn't want him to accidentally set one off." With a smile, Aziz placed a flat hand on his radio and said, "If I need anything, I will call." He watched Benghazi start for the door and said, "Muammar, relax. They will not be coming tonight. The politicians are in charge right now. They will keep the FBI at bay until we are ready." Benghazi nodded. "I know. You told me how things would proceed. But the time for them to attack would be now, before we get settled in. The hostages are still strong and fresh. They could give us trouble. In 3 days, we will have them weakened and confused. If I were them, I would attack now." Aziz grinned at his friend. "You have to understand how Washington works. The military will advise to move quickly and with overwhelming force, but the politicians will want to move with caution." "What about the FBI?" "They will stay in the middle and take orders like they always do." "Relax, my friend. They will not be coming for a while." With a look of amusement, Aziz added, "In fact, I will probably have to provoke them into attacking." Benghazi raised his thick eyebrows. "When the time is right." "Precisely. You are wearing the special clothes I gave you?" Benghazi shook his head. "No." "Why not?" asked Aziz with a touch of anger. "I don't feel right abandoning the other men if it comes to that." "The plan will not work if everybody is in on it, Muammar. I am ordering you to put them on. If the Americans come, it is our only chance." Benghazi nodded reluctantly and then left. Aziz watched him go and thought about his plan for escape. It had a chance of working. Some things had to go their way, but at the very least it gave them a fighting chance. If he could just get his hands on the president, none of it would matter. Aziz returned his attention to the TVs where the networks were now talking to their Pentagon reporters. He grabbed the remote and turned up the volume on the TV carrying CNN. Aziz listened as the correspondent announced that the Vice President and other federal authorities were holding an emergency meeting at the Pentagon. The terrorist smiled as he looked around the opulent Situation Room. Such meetings were usually held in the very room he occupied. Chapter 10
The Joint Chiefs briefing room is located in the inner sanctum of the monolithic five-sided building that houses the United States Department of Defense, the E-Ring. The wide hallway that cuts in front of the Modern Crisis Center is cluttered with more stars and bars than any other government building or military base in the world. Colonels and captains that walk the corridor find themselves saluting as often as a private fresh out of basic training. The E-Ring is not known for being a light-hearted casual workplace, and on this particular day the mood had taken on an even more serious tone. Two Marines stood post by the wide double doors as Washington's biggest players filed into the soon bristling room. With aides in tow, the president's entire cabinet trickled into the room until it was filled almost to capacity. The Secretary of the Interior was first, followed by the Secretary of Health and Human Services, and then the Secretary of State. Within 5 minutes, the entire cabinet had arrived, minus the Attorney General. The room quickly took on the sound of a crowded bar as aides talked to their bosses and prepped them on the most recent news. When FBI Director Roach and Special Agent Skip McMahon entered the room, they were hit with a flurry of questions. Fortunately for Roach and McMahon, General Flood entered the room with the other members of the Joint Chiefs just seconds later. Flood walked to the far end of the table and placed a large black ceramic coffee mug on the table. "Everyone take a seat." Flood's commanding voice carried through the large room, and the talking was instantly reduced to a trickle. "Let's go, people." Flood clapped his hands together and pointed at the chairs arranged around the 40-foot rectangular conference table. "We have a lot of work to do." As the attendees took their seats, Vice President Baxter entered the room with Attorney General Tutwiler and Dallas King. The three of them proceeded to the opposite end of the table from General Flood, where chairs had been saved for them. The Secretary of State, a close friend of President Hayes, leaned over and immediately began asking Baxter just what in the hell was going on. While he was doing so, CIA Director Stansfield entered the room with Irene Kennedy and Mitch Rapp. Flood pointed to 3 seats near his end of the huge table, and then motioned for one of his aides to close the doors. An Army major walked over to the tall double doors and swung them closed with a finality that let everyone know the meeting was started. "People," announced Flood, "I'm not going to pussyfoot around on this. There are a lot of rumors going around about what happened over at the White House this morning. Some of them scratch the surface, but most of them are way off base. Here is what happened. At approximately 0900, a group of terrorists attacked and took control of the White House." Before Flood could continue, the room erupted in a series of fragmented conversations and expletives. "People!" bellowed Flood, restoring order. "We have a lot of ground to cover, so keep a lid on it." Flood angrily eyeballed the group, daring someone to defy him. After making sure everyone understood implicitly that his patience was thin, the general continued. "As I was saying, this group is in control of the White House and holds an unknown number of hostages. The only good news we have in all of this is that President Hayes was safely evacuated to his bunker during the raid. Communications have been cut, but we know the president is safe. This brings us to our first point of order. It is obvious that President Hayes is not in a position to discharge his duties as Commander-in-Chief. So, according to the 25th Amendment, the powers of the President of the United States have been transferred to Vice President Baxter until such time as President Hayes may resume his duties. I have been informed that the majority of the Cabinet have agreed to this, and I apologize to those of you who could not be reached earlier, but things have been rather hectic." The general brought his hands together and clasped them tightly in front of his chest. "Let us be clear about this. For the time being, Vice President Baxter is the acting President and Commander-in-Chief of our armed forces." Flood again looked around the substantial table, giving the group a moment for thought, and then added, "However, for reasons of clarity, we will continue to refer to him as Vice President Baxter. Are we all clear on this?" General Flood waited a brief moment to see if anyone was crazy enough to draw his ire, and then looked to his left at the Director of the Secret Service. "Director Tracy is now going to give us the specifics on what transpired this morning. Again, hold all questions until he is done." A solemn-faced Director of the Secret Service stood and walked to the podium located at General Flood's end of the table.
Alex Tracy was a squat man with a sizable head and the standard amount of intensity required to run one of the world's finest law enforcement agencies. Tracy walked toward the podium with the enthusiasm of a man being sent to the gallows. He set a file on the top shelf and placed his hands on the sides. With a look of exhaustion and a shaky voice, he started. Late last night, DNC Chairman Piper called over to the White House and obtained a meeting with the President. That meeting was scheduled for this morning at 9. White House staff broke with Secret Service policy and granted Piper and his guest a meeting without giving us time to run a background check on the chairman's guest. We now know that guest to be Rafiq Aziz, the world-renowned terrorist. Tracy looked up at no one in particular and then continued. It appears that Aziz approached the Democratic National Committee under the assumed identity of a Prince Khalib of Oman. Aziz gave a $500,000 check to the party and in return requested that he meet with the president personally. This time, when he paused, the director focused his look more precisely on the group of politicians at the far end of the table. Almost every cabinet member was a Democrat, and a murmur broke out as they shot each other anxious looks. This little nugget of information had congressional investigation written all over it. Tracy continued after about 6 seconds. Aziz and Chairman Piper arrived at the White House this morning at about the same time that we received a tip from the CIA that the White House was targeted for a terrorist attack. While Aziz and Piper were entering the White House, a locally contracted linen truck arrived at the Treasury building as it does every morning, Monday through Friday. In a complete breakdown of security, the truck was allowed admittance into the underground parking facility by a uniformed Secret Service officer without being properly inspected. Tracy forced himself to straighten his posture. Out of sheer embarrassment, he paused and looked down at his notes. Aziz getting into the White House could be blamed on Chairman Piper, but the truck was the Secret Service's fault. It appears the back of this truck was loaded with an unknown number of terrorists and equipment that was used to breach the security of the Treasury tunnel. This was a major breakdown on the part of my agency, and we have already started an internal investigation. Tracy looked down the length of table at Vice President Baxter. We will have a preliminary report ready by this evening. Looking back to his notes, he continued. After receiving the tip from the CIA, Jack Warch, the special agent in charge of the President's detail, left his office in the EOB and went over to the West Wing to consult with President Hayes. When Warch arrived, Piper and his guest were already in the Oval Office. As soon as Warch found out about the unauthorized visit, he entered the Oval Office to check on the President. After that, things happened very fast. A sniper on the roof of the Washington Hotel opened fire on the Secret Service officers posted on the roof of the White House. Within seconds, the outer door to the Treasury tunnel was breached, and Warch ordered the President's evacuation to his bunker. As many of you know, the old bunker at the White House dates back to World War II and is really nothing more than a reinforced tunnel. Construction of a new bunker, located in the third basement of the mansion, was completed this past January. The Army Corps of Engineers did the work. They used the standard military design that has been incorporated into all of our command and control centers. Excuse me. Tracy turned his head to the side and coughed. This new facility is not, however, fully operational. The actual construction of the bunker is completed. Its biological, chemical, and radioactive filtration systems are in place and operational, but its communications package has not been installed. That was to take place this summer. The bunker has been stocked, however, with rations and other necessities. Tracy was slowly gaining back some of his normal confidence. We know with 100% certainty that Special Agent Warch succeeded in evacuating President Hayes, Valerie Jones, and 8 other Secret Service agents to the White House's basement bunker. Up until approximately 9:15, we were in contact with the bunker via our encrypted radios, and then all communication was severed. My technical advisors have informed me that the terrorists are using a jammer to block the radio signals. We have confirmed that 18 Secret Service agents and officers have been killed, and 15 are unaccounted for. Tracy's voice wavered slightly. "We assume that the 15 have either been killed or are being held hostage." Tracy felt a lump forming in his throat and paused to collect himself. After thumbing through his notes for several seconds, he continued. "Our best estimates are that Aziz and his men hold somewhere between 80 and 100 hostages, with an unknown number of fatalities. We have secured the perimeter of the White House, and our counter-assault team is in place and prepared to retake the building if and when you ask them to do so." Tracy closed his file and again looked down the length of the table at Vice President Baxter. He finished by saying, "The only good news I have to report is that the President is safe. I have spoken to the engineers who built the new bunker, and they say there is no way Aziz can get to him." Vice President Baxter sat leaning back in his chair with one hand under his chin and the other dangling from his armrest. He and Dallas had rehearsed this next part. As a newcomer to the unique power circles of Washington, he needed to let everyone in the room know he was in charge. An example had to be set, and Tracy's head was on the chopping block. Baxter kept his eyes on Tracy as he uncrossed his legs and let his chair tilt forward. In a voice devoid of compassion, he asked, "Director Stansfield, would you mind explaining to me how in the hell something like this could happen?" Tracy stood silent at the podium, a little caught off guard by the bluntness of the question. Vice President Baxter looked at him while drumming his fingers on the table. After a long moment, Baxter said, "Director Tracy, your agency has failed our country miserably. You have put us in dire straits, and now you stand before us with nothing to say." Baxter looked around the table, trying to build a mood of consensus. "I have decided that the FBI will relieve your people as soon as Director Roach can have his agents in place." Baxter turned to look at FBI Director Roach. Secret Service Director Tracy's embarrassment was quickly replaced by anger. "Sir," he protested, "the White House falls under the Secret Service's jurisdiction. We are—" Baxter raised his voice and cut Tracy off. "I have been advised by the Attorney General that although the White House normally falls under the purview of the Secret Service, it is still a federal building, and that makes it the FBI's territory." "But my men have an intimate knowledge of the building and its grounds," stated Tracy in earnest. "We have agents that are being held hostage." Baxter shook his head vigorously. "Director Tracy, the Secret Service had its chance, and they have failed. Miserably, I might add." The humiliating public rebuke caused Tracy's cheeks to flush. He couldn't believe it was happening. He had worked in Washington for 29 years and had seen countless others thrown to the lions in situations far less serious than this. He should have seen it coming, but everything had happened so fast. He had spent the last several hours worrying about the men he had lost, not the political fallout of the crisis. Tracy stood a little straighter and tried to salvage some honor. "We saved the President's life today and lost at least 18 of our own men. I would hardly—" Baxter slammed a fist to the table, and with a rage no one in the room had witnessed before, other than King and Tutwiler, he cut Director Tracy off in mid-sentence. "You have lost the White House, and you have embarrassed the entire country!" Baxter glared at Tracy a moment longer, and then sat back in his chair. After taking a deep breath, he reined himself in a notch and continued in a quieter but equally firm voice. "I have consulted with Treasury Secretary Rose and have decided I want your resignation on his desk before I address the nation tonight." Shaking his head, Baxter added, "It is entirely beyond me how you could have let this happen." Rather than cowering, the tenacious director stood his ground. The combination of the murder of his people and becoming the sacrificial lamb to satisfy the media sent Tracy's blood pressure shooting upward. Baxter had no idea what it was like to devote one's life to the pride-sucking job of guarding men such as him, some of whom had fewer scruples than a pimp. Tracy's complexion reddened as he stared at Baxter. In the briefest of moments, he had to decide if he would bow to protocol and be dismissed like a servant, or stand and fight. He decided on the latter. He owed at least that much to the men and women who had died under his command. "I'll tell you how it happened. It happened because you and all of your esteemed colleagues have ignored every request the Secret Service has made for increased security since I have taken over the agency." Tracy raised his voice.
It happened because in your obsession with raising money for your beloved party, your chairman sidestepped Secret Service procedure and invited the most notorious terrorist in the world to the White House. Baxter shouted. That will be enough, Director Tracy. You may gather your things and leave. Tracy stared down the long table with a look of flagrant disrespect. In a voice dripping with contempt, he said, You go ahead and blame all of this on the Secret Service when you address the nation tonight. And when I hold my press conference tomorrow morning, I'll be sure to remind everyone of your comment regarding the Secret Service during the last election. Tracy shook his head. I remember it verbatim, because it seemed rather inconsiderate of you to be taking a shot at the very people who were putting in 100-plus-hour weeks protecting you. You said that the Secret Service is comprised of a paranoid group of people who, although well-meaning, have an inflated sense of self-importance. I'm sure those words, combined with your and President Hayes' recent refusal of a request for an increase in our budget, will go over just great with all of your voters. And let's not leave out the fact that while my people were being killed, you were getting ready to attend a $5,000-a-plate breakfast with all of your network buddies in New York. Tracy turned his rage on the Secretary of the Treasury. And let me remind my boss of his response to my request to expand the security perimeter around the White House. In a letter this last February, Secretary Rose refused, saying that the White House is one of the securest buildings in the world, and that any further requests to expand the building's security perimeter will be denied. Tracy grabbed his file from the podium. How dare you call into question my commitment and professionalism? I have spent 29 years of my life protecting presidents and their families. He started for the door, and then stopped abruptly, turning to look at the assembled crowd. Right now, we need to be worried about saving the men and women who are trapped inside the White House, not worrying about our careers. Having spoken his piece, Tracy turned for the door, and with a stiff arm he slammed it open and disappeared into the hallway. Director Tracy's exit left the room in a shocked silence. After several moments, the attendees began to whisper comments to one another, and then the room broke into a series of regionalized conversations. At the far end of the table, Dallas King asked his boss if he had indeed made such a comment, and all Vice President Baxter could do was nod in frustration. King then turned to Treasury Secretary Rose and asked him if he had put his words in writing. Rose confirmed that he had, and Dallas King turned back to his boss and stated the obvious. We're screwed. Baxter shot his chief of staff a look of irritation, and then turned his attention to General Flood at the far end of the table. The vice president twirled his finger in the air, signaling to the general that he wanted to get things moving. The general nodded, and with his baritone voice he quieted the room. Flood then nodded to Irene Kennedy, who rose from her chair and made her way to the podium. Rafiq Aziz looked at the Situation Room's TVs and then his watch. It had been almost 20 minutes since the vice president had arrived for the meeting. The timing should be about right, he thought to himself. Aziz studied the large phone next to him and looked at the 20 or so labels that marked pre-programmed telephone numbers. Most of the labels Aziz didn't recognize, but some were familiar. Not far down the first column he found the one he was looking for. It was marked Pentagon JCBR, which he understood to be the Joint Chiefs Briefing Room. Aziz went over his scripted words one more time, and then picked up the phone and pressed the button. General Flood was listening to Kennedy give the background briefing on Aziz when he heard the quiet ring of the phone next to him. Flood glanced down and looked to see where the call was coming from. The screen at the top of the phone read WH Sit Room. Flood raised one hand to stop Kennedy from talking, and with the other he snatched the handset from its cradle. General Flood here. I hope I'm not interrupting your meeting. Flood squeezed the phone and asked, Who is this? That is none of your concern. Put me on speakerphone so I can talk to the entire group. I do not want to have to repeat myself. Flood considered the demand for a moment, and then reluctantly gave in and pressed a button. He then placed the handset back in its cradle and folded his arms across his chest. You are on speakerphone. Go ahead. Aziz's voice came pouring down from the room's overhead speaker system. I have complete control of your White House. Any attempt to retake it will be futile. The United States currently holds $14.7 billion in frozen assets that belong to the country of Iran. You legally seized this money when the corrupt government of the Shah was overthrown by the people of Allah. If you return all of this money to Iran by 9 tomorrow morning, I will release 1/3 of the 76 hostages I currently hold. This is non-negotiable. If this demand is not met precisely as I have stated, I will kill one hostage every hour until it is met. I will remind you one more time, any attempt by you to rescue the hostages will be futile. The FBI's vaunted hostage rescue team is no match for my men, just as your highly touted Secret Service was no match. In 15 minutes, I will place all of the wounded and dead outside of the west entrance. Medical technicians in short-sleeve shirts and pants will be allowed to come in groups of 2, 1 stretcher at a time, to pick up the bodies. No equipment or bags. Only 2 men at a time and a stretcher. Anything unusual and we will open fire. The voice paused for a second, and then said more firmly, The account numbers that the money is to be transferred to are as follows. It took Aziz a little over a minute to give all of the numbers. Then, without giving them a chance to ask any questions, he repeated the demand one last time and hung up the phone. Aziz leaned back and took in the moment. Keep it short, keep them off balance, and most important, let them know who is running the show. Aziz knew what would happen at 9 tomorrow as sure as if he had a crystal ball. He had read all of the books that had been written by former FBI agents on hostage negotiations, and most important, he knew Vice President Baxter was in charge, and with Baxter came Attorney General Tutwiler. Aziz had done his homework on Tutwiler. Via the Internet, he had obtained copies of her speeches and lectures. She had been an outspoken critic of the FBI's techniques at Ruby Ridge and Waco. In Tutwiler's opinion, the FBI should have worn the captors down over time and obtained the incremental release of hostages through negotiation and actually given in to some of the group's smaller demands. What a fool she was to speak in public and give him the chance to study her, Aziz thought. These Americans were fat and lazy. He knew what her every move would be. He would break her within 2 days, and when Baxter finally realized he should listen to his generals, it would be too late. Aziz would have the president, and everything would be in position for his final demand. President Hayes looked at Valerie Jones and asked, "What in the hell happened?" The two of them were sitting next to each other on the couch. Jones looked very uncomfortable. Hayes had finally got around to asking the obvious question, and his chief of staff didn't know how to answer it. Shaking her head and looking at the ground, she replied, "I don't know." Hayes had met Jones years ago when she worked on his congressional staff. After that, the Ivy League-educated New Yorker had gone to work for CBS and risen through the ranks. Jones was bright, hard-working, and at times a little pushy. If she were a man, she'd be called a hard-ass, but because she wore skirts, she was referred to by some as a real bitch. Jones knew this and didn't let it bother her. As gatekeeper to the president, it worked to her advantage. Every day she received dozens of requests for the president's time. If she were patient and nice with everyone that called, those requests would double within a week. The very definition of her job required that she be blunt and firm. Not enough time, not enough energy. "Valerie, you have to have some idea who in the hell that was." Hayes watched her for a response. He got none and expanded his questioning. "What did Russ tell you?" Hayes asked, referring to the chairman of the Democratic National Committee. "He said the man was a wealthy Arab prince who wanted to make a donation to the DNC. "A foreigner making a donation to the DNC?" Hayes shook his head in anger. "Russ said it would all be legit." Hayes frowned. "I thought I told all of you people no funny stuff. I want everything to be above board." Hayes kept his voice low, but it was obvious he was angry. Without looking up, Jones replied, "It was a lot of money, and it was going to be legal." Hayes almost lost it. This was something he had been adamant about since the day he had decided to run for president. The expression on his face told his chief of staff that the amount of money would not make the transgression any easier to take. Jones realized it had been the wrong thing to say. Sorry might not be good enough for this one. Jones looked up with a fair amount of fright. What are you trying to say? Exactly what I said. Sorry might not be good enough. People have died, Val, and there are a lot of questions that are going to have to be answered. President Hayes stared at her, making sure she truly understood the gravity of the situation. Across the bunker near the door, Special Agent Jack Warch was sitting on his bunk, sprawled against the cool concrete wall. The usually rigid Warch had removed his tie and jacket, both of which were neatly folded next to him on the hinged Navy-style bunk. The 30-by-20-foot room had 18 sturdy bunks. 2 sets of 4, one lower and one upper, were bolted along each of the long walls, and 2 more on the wall by the door. The bunks were of the no-frills military style. One side of the bed was attached to the wall by 2 hinges, and the outer corners were attached to a 3-foot chain that was bolted to the wall. When not being used, the bunks could be swung up and out of the way. The floor and the first 4 feet of the wall were covered by the same plain brown carpet that adorned the floor and walls of the evacuation tunnel. At the opposite end of the bunker, there was a small bathroom and kitchenette. In the middle of the room was a square arrangement of 2 couches and 2 love seats, all 4 made of brown vinyl trying to disguise itself as leather. The seamless ceiling and walls were painted an off-white that helped to soften just slightly the room's bleak appearance. The special agent in charge of the presidential detail reached out and picked up his black Motorola encrypted radio. His flesh-toned earpiece and hand mic lay uselessly coiled on the bunk's pillow. Not more than 10 minutes after they made it into the bunker, the expensive little radio had dropped code, the Secret Service's euphemism for the radio not working. It was not just Warch's radio. All 10 agents had looked at each other at the exact same moment, knowing instantly that they were cut off. The terrorists had gotten to the digital encryption system and crashed it, taking all of the radios offline. Warch had switched to his digital phone, and for 5 minutes he tried frantically to re-establish contact with the Secret Service's Joint Operations Command. The phone was working, but they weren't answering. Then the line went dead. They were completely cut off from the outside and could only assume the worst. If the Secret Service had fended off the attack, they would not still be sitting in the bunker. With or without communications, his people knew the codes and could simply come and open the door. The worst had to be assumed. They had lost the White House. Warch looked across the bunker at a disheveled President Hayes and his chief of staff. They were sitting on one of the couches talking in whispers. It was time to tell him the truth. Chapter 11. After Aziz's electrifying phone call, chaos had once again broken out in the Pentagon's Joint Chiefs briefing room. To Mitch Rapp's left, his bosses were conferring with the Joint Chiefs, and to his right, Vice President Baxter was holding court with the cabinet. Rapp, having a fairly good idea how most of the people to his left would handle the situation, decided to focus his listening on the politicians to his right. After several minutes, Rapp concluded that no one in Baxter's group knew their head from their ass, and in the process of coming to this conclusion, he also discovered a correlation between their opinions and the conviction with which they stated them. It seemed that the less someone knew, the more forcefully he tried to state his case. Words like caution and prudence crept into every sentence, and every time Rapp heard them uttered, he couldn't help but think that these men and women had no idea whom they were dealing with. On more than one occasion, Rapp fought the urge to interject his frank opinion and correct the neophytes to his right. Twice, he actually started to come out of his seat, but caught himself in time. Kennedy was right. It was best for him to keep a low profile. The fragmented conversations continued for several more minutes, and then Vice President Baxter began snapping his fingers and calling for the group's attention. The discussions trickled to a stop, and then Baxter said, "Attorney General Tutwiler has a plan, and I would like everyone to hear her out." All eyes went from Baxter to the Attorney General as she pulled her chair forward. Tutwiler took off her glasses and held them in both hands. Treasury Secretary Rose has confirmed that this money does in fact exist, and as most of us know, it was frozen by our government when the Shah was overthrown. There is a case to be made that this money is not ours." Tutwiler set her glasses down and centered them on her leather briefing folder. "I strongly believe that as a sign of good faith and willingness to negotiate for the hostages, we should release part of the money at 9 tomorrow, and in return, we will ask Mr. Aziz to show his good faith and release some of the hostages." In unison, her end of the table turned to see how the idea would be received by the other end, which was anchored by the representatives from the Joint Chiefs, the CIA, and the FBI. Admiral Nelson, the Chief of Naval Operations, was the first to speak. With his bald head and gaunt face, Nelson said, "I would advise against giving them anything. It will set a horrible precedent. Our policy on terrorism has always been zero tolerance and no negotiation. Zero." Nelson brought his hand up and formed the number with his thumb and fingers. "The entire world is watching. Now is not the time to reverse our course." Vice President Baxter looked at his military advisers. He had known this would be their position, but now he needed them on board. He needed to build some consensus. That way, if everything blew up, he wouldn't be the only one holding the bag. Baxter decided to play up the compassion factor. "Let me remind everyone that we have hostages in there, American citizens. Yes, the president is safe, but we still have to do our best to get our people out of there alive. These are troops we left behind, and if we have to pay a little money, that isn't even ours," Baxter looked around the room, nodding his head, "to get some of them out, then that is what we are going to do." The vice president focused his attention on the opposite end of the table, looking each of the military officers in the eye, one at a time. He would call them later, individually, to shore up support where it was needed. After finishing his Dale Carnegie personal eye contact maneuver, the vice president moved on to his conclusion. "In light of the recent events, this is what we are going to do." Baxter pointed at Director Roach of the FBI. "I want you and your people to take charge of the entire area surrounding the White House. If you need to use any of the Secret Service's people in an advisory role, feel free to do so." Director Roach leaned forward. "I assume you would like us to draw up plans for rescuing the hostages?" "Of course, but no action is to be taken unless I say so. If we have to go in, I want to have secured the release of as many hostages as possible beforehand." Baxter then turned to Attorney General Tutwiler and said, "Marge, please fill us in on how things will proceed tomorrow." Tutwiler inclined her head forward so she could see all the way down the table. "At 9 tomorrow, we will call Mr. Aziz and inform him that we are prepared to transfer part of the money into his accounts. This will be fairly easy to do. Secretary Rose tells me the money is in a dozen separate banks, so we will simply transfer the proper amount of money from one of the banks to Iran. The sum will be around $1 billion. We will tell him we are working on getting the rest of the money, but it would help if, in a sign of good faith, he would release some of the hostages." Tutwiler paused for a moment, distracted by a man halfway down the table who was shaking his head vigorously. Tutwiler started speaking again, but kept her eyes on the man. "I have done quite a bit of research on hostage negotiations, and have found that in these situations, if you can get the captors to acquiesce to even the smallest request, you have significantly increased your chances for freeing the hostages." Tutwiler stopped speaking as she watched the man shake his head one last time and then drop his face into his hands. The Attorney General was not the only one who noticed. Rapp couldn't take it anymore. Every time Tutwiler uttered a word, he felt as if someone were driving a nail further and further into his temple. As Rapp buried his face in his hands, he said to himself, "This can't be happening. Please tell me this isn't happening. I have put in all of this work, and I'm so close." Rapp squeezed his head in his hands and thought to himself, "This woman has no idea what the fuck she is talking about." At least half of the people at the table were looking back and forth between Marge Tutwiler and the unknown dark-haired man who seemed to be in danger of suffering an aneurysm before their very eyes. That the others were watching also did not go unnoticed by the Attorney General. Tutwiler cleared her throat loudly and asked, "Excuse me, is everything all right?" Rapp didn't hear her at first, and then he felt Irene Kennedy touch his arm. Slowly, Rapp let his hands fall from his face and looked up to find the attention of everyone at the table on him.
When Tutwiler repeated her question, Rapp looked at her and said, "I'm sorry, I didn't hear you." In an extremely impatient tone, the Attorney General asked, "Is there something you would like to add, or should we get you some aspirin for your headache?" Rapp turned briefly to his bosses, who gave him no signal one way or another, and then directed his attention back to the Attorney General. As he registered the condescending expression on her face, something told him now was not the time to be meek. This was it. For the first time in this shitty journey, he knew where Rafik Aziz was and where he would be for the immediate future. Cover or no cover, there was a good chance this was going to be the last battle, and there was no sense in going home with a lot of unused ammo. Rapp straightened himself and said, "I would most definitely like to add something. Actually, I would like to add a lot." He paused briefly and then said, "First of all, if you only give him part of the money and ask him to release some of the hostages, he will blow his screwy lid. He will take one or more of the hostages right to the window so all of the cameras can watch, and he will kill them. He will blow their heads off on national TV." Tutwiler threw her head back and with a disapproving look said, "Is that right, Mr. Cruz? And what exactly is your expertise in regards to negotiating with terrorists, Mr. Cruz?" Rapp found the question so ridiculous he shook his head and laughingly replied, "None." Tutwiler, not used to being treated in such a manner, turned to Baxter and said in a loud enough voice for half of the room to hear, "What is this man doing here?" Her arrogant question drove Rapp up and out of his chair, with Irene Kennedy's hand gripping at his forearm. Rapp pried his boss's fingers loose, saying firmly, "I've put way too much into this." Rapp began walking toward the podium. His suit, white shirt, and tie did a decent job of helping him blend in, but to anyone who cared to notice, it wasn't hard to figure out he was more than an analyst. When Rapp reached the podium, he repeated Tutwiler's question to the group. "What is this man doing here?" Rapp stared up at the ceiling as if mulling the question over. "You know, I've asked myself that question a lot of times over the last decade, and I'm afraid I can't answer it for you." Rapp turned back toward Tutwiler, a look of feigned wonderment on his face. "But I can answer your other question, the one about negotiating with terrorists." Rapp paused, and then said casually, "I don't negotiate with terrorists, Ms. Tutwiler. I kill them." Grabbing the podium, Rapp looked down the length of the table and said, "I hunt them down, and I kill them." Tutwiler sat up a little straighter, attempting to appear unfazed by the unusual admission. Trying to gain some composure, she asked the first question that came to mind. "Who do you work for, Mr. Cruz?" "I'm afraid that's on a need-to-know basis, ma'am." With his smart-ass grin, Rapp gave the standard spycraft reply, "And you don't need to know." "Well, Mr. Cruz, if we decide it's time to kill these terrorists," said Tutwiler, repeating his words in a mocking tone, "we will make sure we give you a call. Until then, we would all appreciate it if you would take a seat so we can get on with the business at hand." Tutwiler's smugness was really starting to irk Rapp, and his temper was dangerously close to reaching a level that he couldn't control. He studied her for a second, and then asked, "Ms. Tutwiler, have you ever been to Beirut?" Rapp waited a moment for her response, and then said, "I didn't think so. Just in case you were wondering, that's where Rafik Aziz is from. How about Iran? Have you ever been there?" Rapp gave her less than a second to answer. "I didn't think so. I was in Iran last night," Rapp added casually. "Actually, I spent most of the last week there. And since we don't have an embassy in Iran, you can probably figure out that I wasn't on official government business. Do you by any chance speak Farsi, or any Arabic dialects?" Rapp shook his head, answering the question for her. "I didn't think so. How about the Muslim faith, the jihad? Are you up to speed on the customs of Rafik Aziz and his people?" "What's your point, Mr. Cruz?" asked a defiant Tutwiler. Rapp looked down the long table at the smug Attorney General and growled in a voice that was barely beneath a shout, "The point is, Ms. Tutwiler, you don't have the slightest clue who you're dealing with." Rapp pointed at her with each word.
While you were running around on the talk show circuit criticizing law enforcement officers who have done more in 1 week to stop crime than you will do in your entire academic theory-laden lifetime, I was crawling around in the gutter of every hellhole in the Middle East trying to find Rafik Aziz. Rapp watched Tutwiler fold her arms tightly across her chest and roll her eyes. The last gesture did it, and in a voice intended to shake up more than just the Attorney General, he yelled, "Hey, lady, this isn't a game. This isn't about who has the most master's degrees or the biggest job title. People have died, and before this thing is over, more people are going to die." Rapp turned his face to the side, showing the pinkish mark that angled downward across his bronzed face. "Do you see this scar? Let me clue you in on a little secret. It isn't a paper cut. It was given to me in person by none other than Rafik Aziz. So when I offer my opinion about a man who you have never met, who you know nothing about, you should sit up and listen." Rapp tightly gripped both sides of the podium. "The man we are talking about here isn't a bank robber, and he sure as hell isn't some hack like David Koresh. He's a religious zealot who also happens to be a very highly trained and intelligent killer. Your little plan for tomorrow might stand a chance if we were dealing with some pissed-off employee who had taken over a bank or a post office, but this is the big leagues." Rapp zeroed in on Tutwiler. "Aziz isn't some two-bit criminal. When you jerk his chain tomorrow, by only giving him part of what he's asked for, he's going to take a bite out of your ass, and he's going to bite hard." Rapp leaned forward, elbows bent, poised over the podium, looking for even the smallest sign that he was getting through to the politicians at the other end of the room. The expressions on their faces said it all. Everything he said was falling on deaf ears. The men and women at the opposite end of the table were looking at him as if he were speaking a foreign language. Rapp couldn't believe it. Rafik Aziz was his cause. It had become his personal crusade. He'd devoted a full third of his life to hunting this one man, and that was only the start. It had grown to be much more than that as the death toll mounted. It had turned into a race to stop him from killing again. There was no one in this room, and probably no one in the world, who understood the mind of Rafik Aziz better than Rapp. And after all that he had given, how was he being repaid at the exact moment when they should be listening to him most? He was being regarded as if he were some crazed idiot. Rapp bit down hard on his tongue and fought back the urge to scream at the top of his lungs. At that moment, he realized he had one course of action. If the smug Marge Tutwiler wanted to put her little theories to work, and these idiots wanted to follow her, then so be it. Tutwiler had given herself more than enough rope to hang herself with, and Rapp knew that as sure as the sun would rise tomorrow, she would be swinging from the gallows in the morning. Rapp shook his head and said, "I've given you fair warning." As he started for the exit, he yelled over his shoulder, "Call me after you're done playing games, and I'll come in and clean up your mess." With that, Rapp opened the door and disappeared into the hallway. General Flood watched Rapp leave the room and then swiveled his chair away from the table, beckoning one of his aides over with a discreet wave of his forefinger. When the general had asked Director Stansfield to bring the young operative, he had not envisioned the scene that had just unfolded, but he was happy somebody had stepped up to the plate. An Air Force captain bent to the general's ear, and Flood whispered, "Please detain Mr. Cruz for me, and have him wait in my office until we're finished." All of the hostages, with the exception of the Secret Service agents, had been moved to the White House mess. The tables and chairs that normally occupied the room had been thrown into the main hallway that led out onto West Executive Drive and now formed a tangled blockade. The hostages were seated on the floor, bunched in a tight circle like corralled cattle. Anywhere from 1 to 4 terrorists were watching over them at a time, and they came and went with no apparent pattern, often stopping to kick and scream at the hostages. Anna Reilly was relieved as she sat back down on the blue carpet of the White House mess. She had made it to the bathroom and back without being hit or kicked. The woman in front of her had been slapped for daring to look up at one of the terrorists. Reilly had kept her eyes down with only one exception. One of the terrorists had followed her into the stall and to her complete humiliation had watched her go to the bathroom. Reilly was frightened by the expression on his face. He had stared at her intently while she relieved herself, And when she stood to pull her pants up, his eyes had followed her every move. The thought caused Reilly to clutch the neck of her blouse and shudder. After the World Trade Center bombing, Reilly had done a piece on Islamic terrorism for the NBC affiliate in Chicago. That 2-week project had given her enough insight into the minds of radical Islamic fundamentalists to know that they were crazed in a way that was difficult even for the daughter of a Chicago cop to understand. In her captors' minds, women were objects to be owned or discarded, no different than a piece of livestock. Women who were not of the faith were deemed impure and evil, another way of saying fair game. What a first day on the job, he thought to himself. Reilly had wanted to be in the thick of real news, and now she was an actual part of one of the biggest stories in decades. She brushed a strand of her brown hair behind her ear, and with her head tilted toward the ground, she looked up toward one of the guards. The guard turned in her direction, and she quickly averted her eyes. Don't make eye contact, she told herself. Look submissive and try to blend in. Anna Reilly was blessed with a healthy sense of street smarts. Having grown up in the heart of Chicago, she had been exposed to the seedier side of life at an early age. Her mother, a social worker, and her father, a Chicago cop, made sure their 5 sons and only daughter understood that life was much different from what was shown on TV. All of this exposure had given the young woman a very strong survival instinct. Several years earlier in Chicago it had saved her life, and here in Washington she was hoping to repeat the performance. Reilly had already removed all of her jewelry and as much of her makeup as possible. She knew that the less attention she attracted to herself, the better. There had already been 2 men who had had their noses split wide open, and there was another woman who had been slapped so hard on the side of her head that her ear had started to bleed. Reilly kept repeating to herself, "Just keep a low profile, and you might make it out of here alive." Less could be said for Reilly's new office partner, Stone Alexander, who was sitting at her side. He hadn't wandered more than several feet from her since the onset of the attack. Not that he was protecting her. If anything, it was Reilly who was protecting him. Alexander leaned closer to her and asked, "How long are they going to make us sit here?" Without moving her lips, Reilly whispered, "The only thing I know is, if one of these guys sees you talking, he's going to come over here and crack his rifle over your surgically altered nose. So for the last time, shut up." Alexander shrank away and dropped his head onto his folded hands. He had already cried twice. Pathetic, Reilly thought to herself. Her father had always said people show their true colors in a crisis, and Alexander had shown his. It was yellow. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw someone new enter the room, and she glanced up at the man, careful to keep her head down. Reilly had not seen this one before. He looked different from the others. He was wearing the same green fatigues, but his hair was well styled, and he lacked any facial hair. Reilly noted that the man was actually quite handsome. That was when it hit her. It was the same man that Russ Piper had introduced her to. A Prince somebody or other. Oh my God, Reilly thought. Where is Russ? With her head down, Reilly scanned the mass of people looking for her parents' friend. Piper was nowhere in sight, and she could not remember seeing him since this morning. Reilly scrutinized the man again. This man was the leader. It was obvious by how the others spoke to him and looked at him. When this supposed prince had entered the room, the other 3 terrorists had done everything short of snapping off salutes. The bald terrorist, who Reilly had originally thought was the leader, entered the room and approached the prince. He began whispering in the leader's ear, and Reilly instantly noticed a change in the prince's eyes. Rafiq Aziz stood with a demeanor that looked to be teetering between confidence and rage. As Muammar Benghazi whispered in his ear, the scales began to tilt in favor of rage. Aziz had known this moment would come. The fact that he had already played it out in his mind 100 times would not take away from his performance. Benghazi finished relaying to his friend the information that had been requested. Without hesitation, Aziz yelled, "Where?" Benghazi pointed to a hostage sitting near the edge of the group, and then followed Aziz as he walked briskly toward the man. Aziz stopped 5 feet from a man in a white shirt and loosened tie. Pointing to the man, Aziz asked Benghazi, "Him?" Benghazi nodded. Aziz looked down at the man and commanded, "Stand!" The man did as he was told and rose to a height several inches taller than Aziz. The man looked to be in his early to mid-50s with short brown and gray hair. In a voice loud enough to make sure everyone heard him, Aziz asked, "You have a request?" The man started out somewhat nervously. "We have a pregnant woman in the group, and several other people who are older. I had asked, your man," the White House employee pointed to Benghazi, "if we could get some blankets and food for—" Aziz cut him off with a loud, "No!" The man took a quarter of a step back. "But," he gestured with an open hand to a woman on the floor, "she's pregnant." Aziz looked at the bulging stomach of the woman on the floor. She was lying on her back with her head resting on an older woman's lap. Without taking his eyes off the expectant mother, Aziz slid his right hand to his thigh and found the grip of his gun. He pulled the pistol from his holster and turned to the man standing before him. Without saying a word, without the slightest expression on his face, Aziz raised the gun to the man's forehead and from a distance of 1 foot pulled the trigger. The loud crack of the gunshot caused everyone in the room to jerk involuntarily. Before the report of the gun had died, the man was propelled backward and into the huddled mass of hostages, his blood, brain matter, and skull fragments showering a half-dozen shocked individuals. As the room erupted, Rafiq Aziz turned and marched for the exit. His cold expression masked a perverse satisfaction in completing another chapter in his plan. Aziz left the room to the noise of his men screaming at the hostages. As he walked down the hall to the Situation Room, a smile creased his lips. When the time came, the hostages would give him no trouble. From this point forward they would be as docile as a flock of lambs. Chapter 12. As the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Flood was the highest-ranking officer in the U.S. military. The size and opulence of his office, located just down the hall from the Joint Chiefs' briefing room, was fitting for a man who wielded such power. The walls were covered with photos and plaques that documented his rise through the ranks of the Army. In typical military fashion, the show was arranged in order, starting in one corner with a photo of a young plebe at West Point, and then documenting his ascension through the ranks until he reached his current and final post. The room was set up in thirds. At the far end was a rectangular conference table that seated 20. In the middle of the room was the general's substantial Thomas Aquinas-style desk. The expansive wood surface curved, so the desk literally wrapped its way around the general's healthy midsection. This allowed Flood to swivel in his chair and go from project to project without having to exert too much effort. The last third of the office was dominated by an assortment of couches and chairs arranged around a long glass coffee table. Mitch Rapp sat in one of the chairs facing the office's entrance. General Flood's aide had escorted him into the room about 30 minutes earlier. Since then, Rapp had been eyeing an expensive bottle of Booker's small batch bourbon that was sitting behind the general's well-stocked wet bar on his right. Rapp was tired and edgy. He hadn't worked out in almost a week, and since he was used to putting in at least 2 hours a day, 6 days a week, his body was rebelling. The sleep he had gotten had been minimal, the food had been awful, and now it had all come down to this. His expertise was being called into question by someone who had been teaching law students for the last decade, while he had been putting his ass on the line. Rapp had never felt such frustration. Aziz was right across the river, sitting in the White House, and there was nothing he could do about it but sit and wait. After another 10 minutes or so, General Flood returned to his office. He was accompanied by Rapp's 2 bosses and General Campbell, the commander of the Joint Special Operations Command. Rapp stood to meet them and tried to get a read from Director Stansfield as to whether he was going to have him taken out and shot. Rapp quickly realized it was a futile effort. Trying to gauge Thomas Stansfield was like trying to read the expression of the Sphinx. The longer you observed, the more you thought you saw. But in reality, you saw nothing. In the case of the Sphinx, it was because there was nothing. But in the case of Thomas Stansfield, there was a lot. General Flood began to undo the gold buttons of his military blouse almost immediately. "Well, Mr. Cruz, you sure as hell caught a lot of people's attention in there." Flood pulled his jacket off and threw it over the back of one of the chairs. "I'm sorry if I—" Flood cut him off with a flip of the wrist. "No need for apologies. It was exactly what they needed." The general continued for the bar. "Who needs a drink? I sure as hell do." Flood turned over a glass tumbler and grabbed a bottle of 25-year-old Macallan single malt scotch. The general poured in 3 fingers' worth and then added a handful of ice. After swirling the cubes around in the glass, he brought the drink to his lips and took a long pull. He closed his eyes and set the drink down, savoring the taste. After a moment of silence, he opened his eyes and exhaled, a look of satisfaction on his face. "Irene, what would you like?" Kennedy was not a big drinker, but from past experience she knew that with the general it was not important that you drank your drink. It was just important that you had one in front of you. "Vodka, please." Flood knew what Stansfield and Campbell drank, and had already begun pouring their drinks. "Mr. Rapp," Flood looked up. "I assume it's all right that I call you by your real name?" Rapp nodded. "What's your poison?" "Bourbon. Booker's, please." Flood glanced up from his bartending duties with a raised eyebrow. Rapp wasn't sure if the general was impressed or thought him crazy. Flood finished with the drinks and brought them over to the group, saying, "As I was saying, Mr. Rapp, you really got their attention in there. Dallas King, Vice President Baxter's chief of staff, came up to me after the meeting and wanted to know who in the hell you were." Flood handed Kennedy her drink. "Here you go, Irene." "And?" asked Rapp. "And," Flood snorted, "I told him he needed to get a higher security clearance if he wanted to discuss such matters. I could hardly tell him you were an analyst after your little performance." Flood finished delivering the drinks and took the chair opposite Rapp at the long end of the coffee table. Kennedy and Stansfield were seated on one couch, and General Campbell faced them on the other. Rapp looked to his bosses and said, "I'm sorry if I was out of line, but I've come too far to watch a bunch of hacks screw this up." The director of the CIA held his glass of scotch with both hands. After a moment, he nodded his head slowly and said,
"I would have preferred you to have kept quiet, but you did say some things that needed to be said."
Stansfield took a sip, and then added,
"And in a way that none of us could have."
General Flood nodded in agreement. "And more importantly, you have made it very clear what's at stake. Right now, Baxter has put all of his chips behind Marge Tutwiler, and thanks to your blunt critique of her game plan, her position is fully exposed. If her strategy backfires tomorrow, Baxter will drop her in a heartbeat, and he will have to listen to us." Rapp sat back. "So we sit around and wait for this to blow up in Tutwiler's face?" "Nope." General Flood shook his head. "I never like to sit around and wait. There are always preparations to be made before one goes into battle." Flood shifted his ample frame and placed his drink on the end table to his right. "The 4 of us here," Flood motioned to Kennedy, Stansfield, Campbell, and himself, "are in agreement that in all likelihood there is only one way this crisis will be resolved. We will have to retake the building by force. Aziz will string Vice President Baxter along until we're in an untenable situation, a situation where we cannot and should not meet his demands. When that time comes, we have to be in a position to move, and as I said before, I don't like sending men into battle unless I'm prepared." Flood paused and took a sip of scotch. "Now, you people are in the intelligence-gathering business," Flood gestured to Stansfield, Kennedy, and Rapp. "So I don't have to explain to you that a battle plan without good intel is iffy at best. So the bottom line is we need real, hard intel, and we need it now." Leaning back, Flood crossed his legs. "Someone has to get inside." Looking at Rapp, Flood added, "We need a volunteer. Someone who is willing to take some risks. Someone who understands Rafiq Aziz. Someone with unique talents such as yours, Mr. Rapp." The general's words felt like warm sunshine after a cold swim. Rapp couldn't keep himself from grinning. With confidence, he replied, "I'm your man." Flood smiled. "I thought so." Then turning to the director of the CIA, Flood asked, "Thomas?" Stansfield thought about it for a second and nodded.
"I think it's a good idea, but it might be tough getting approval for it. The FBI won't like it."
"I could give a damn," growled the general. "This is war, and in war we fight by a different set of rules. Now,
"I like Brian Roach," said Flood, referring to the director of the FBI, "but he needs to understand that we cannot afford to play by one set of rules while Aziz plays by another. We need our A-team on the front line, not the junior varsity. And," Flood pointed to Rapp, "Mitch here is the A-team." Flood took a sip of his drink, and then leaning forward he placed his big hand on Stansfield's shoulder. "You find a way to get him in, and I'll make sure we get approval." Stansfield thought a moment, and then nodded his head in agreement. General Flood withdrew his hand and sat back. Looking around the room, he asked, "Now, does anybody have any ideas on how we're going to get him in?" After a while, Stansfield said,
"No, but I have a good idea where to start."
The sun was setting as Vice President Baxter left the Pentagon. Attorney General Tutwiler had gone back to the Hoover Building with FBI Director Roach and Special Agent McMahon. Baxter sat alone with Dallas King in the back seat of the armor-plated limousine. The Vice President looked languidly out the window as Dallas King babbled on about what should be covered when Baxter addressed the nation, a move they had decided was both necessary and an opportunity that couldn't be missed. Baxter would be guaranteed the largest audience in the history of presidential addresses. The only question for King right now was whether they should do a scripted address, with Baxter reading from a teleprompter, or hold a more natural and impromptu press conference. Baxter was only half listening to his subordinate. King was rambling on about focus groups and polling data, while the Vice President's mind kept drifting back to the dark-featured gentleman from the CIA, the terrorism specialist, Baxter reminded himself. Baxter held his hand up and motioned for King to be silent. The Vice President let his well-manicured fingers fall to his knee while he struggled to pin down what exactly it was that was bothering him. After a moment, he pursed his lips and said, "Call our contacts over at the National Security Agency and see what you can find out about that Mr. Cruz fellow." "I'm already on it," replied King as he typed a note into his palm-top computer. "Find out what he really does for the CIA." Baxter looked out the window again. "If he's right, and we have to take the building back by force." Baxter shook his head. King looked up from his computer and said, "We will lose hostages, and the American people will never vote for a trigger-happy presidential candidate that ordered the death of 76 Americans. Baxter added an eye roll to his head shaking. "This no longer appears to be the opportunity that you originally thought." King closed his palm top and placed it in the breast pocket of his suit coat. "I never said it was going to be easy. With this much on the line, it's never easy. The trick, as always, will be to navigate our way through the minefield." "There may not be a path through this particular one," Baxter sighed. "I haven't come across a minefield yet that I couldn't get through." King flashed his confident grin. "Your job is to sit back and let everybody else look for the mines. Tomorrow, for instance, we let Marge take the lead on this negotiation angle. If it works, we're all one big happy family. If it doesn't, she takes the fall all on her own." "What if we have to storm the place and we lose 30, 40, hell, maybe all of the hostages?" Baxter pointed at himself. "I'm the only one who can order that. You said it yourself, the American people will never vote for a president who has the slaughter of that many hostages hanging around his neck." Baxter shook his head. "Shit, I just thought of something else. What if I order the assault, and it doesn't work? What if the nation sits down for dinner and they're treated to footage of FBI agents getting killed while trying to storm the White House? My career would be over, and yours too." Baxter's defeatist head-shaking continued, and with gritted teeth he added, "We're screwed almost any way you look at this thing." "Not true," replied King. "If we pull this off, you'll be a hero." King pointed at his boss. "You'll be the next president of the United States of America. We just need to play our cards very carefully, and we need to start with Director Tracy. We miscalculated how he would handle your public reprimand. We can't have him holding a press conference tomorrow. If he reads the comments you made when you were campaigning, it would make us look like shit. I think I should go see him. Offer him the olive branch and tell him we want him to stay in charge of the Secret Service and help the FBI.
I'll tell him it was Tutwiler's idea to can him, and you went along with it because you were so upset about the attack. I'll tell him you weren't thinking clearly and that you're grateful for the service he has given this country, yada yada yada, you know the gig. I'll stroke him." Baxter thought about it for a second, and with a tired sigh said,
"Go ahead. Do whatever it takes to keep him quiet."
Chapter 13. The White House was silent as the clock approached midnight. Aziz left the Situation Room and walked down the hall to Horsepower. The door was open, and Aziz entered without knocking. Sitting in a swivel chair, Benghazi was keeping an idea on a bank of black and white security monitors. The monitors showed different areas of the grounds around the White House and shots of all the main entrances. Normally, the system also kept an eye on areas within the White House, but Benghazi had disabled the cameras for fear that the FBI might find some way to pirate the images and spy on them. Aziz placed his hand on the back of the chair and asked, "How does everything look?"
"Nice and quiet."
"Good. Have you been getting sleep?"
"Yes."
"How about the men?"
"They are doing fine."
"And the hostages?"
"Asleep."
As Aziz looked at the monitors, the walkie-talkie on his hip squawked, and his name barked forth. Bringing it to his mouth, he said, "Yes?"
"Rafik, I have made progress. I think you should come see."
"I'll be right down." Aziz had been not so patiently waiting for this update. Having succeeded beyond all of his people's wildest dreams, he was still not content, and would not be until he wrestled the cowardly president from his bunker. He held the White House hostage, and the entire government of the United States had come to a grinding halt, but that wasn't enough. Aziz reached the third basement and headed for the bunker. When he rounded the corner, he found his man sitting on a toolbox, drenched in sweat and smoking a cigarette. The short, fat man looked up with a large grin, his nicotine-stained teeth topped by a pointy nose and a graying mustache. Goggles hung from his neck, and a pair of orange ear protectors were perched atop his head, giving him the appearance of a plump rodent. The man placed his large and thick horn-rimmed glasses back on his face and waved toward the outer door to the bunker with a smile.
"Open sesame."
Aziz stepped forward and pushed on the steel door. It swung inward, revealing a room and a shiny vault-like door at the other end. A rush of emotion swept over him as he thought of the president and his bodyguards sitting on the other side of the door thinking they were safe. Aziz walked slowly across the concrete floor and stopped just in front of the vault door. Extending his hand, he placed his palm flat on the smooth surface. Clenching his fist, Aziz hammered on the door twice. No sound reverberated. Spinning away from the door, Aziz looked at the last-minute addition to his cause. The frumpy man before him was a gift from Aziz's newest benefactor, a man who had a very personal stake in how Aziz's mission turned out. The slovenly safecracker standing in the doorway had come complete with his own tools and unique talent. As it was explained to Aziz, the door that was installed on the president's bunker was of the same type that the U.S. military used for all of their command and control bunkers, and was designed to withstand large blasts, not drills and acetylene blowtorches. Aziz looked at the man and asked, "How long will this door take?" The safecracker exhaled a cloud of smoke and said,
"If I push it and risk burning out one of the drills, I could probably have it open in 30 hours.
"What happens if you lose one of the drills?"
"Then we are in trouble," the little thief shrugged. "It could end up taking 3 or 4 days."
"And if you play it safe?"
"I can have it open in 48 hours.
Aziz put his hands in a prayerful grip and bounced them off his chin twice. 48 hours will suffice. And with a wave of his finger he cautioned, "But no longer than that." Aziz walked past him and slapped him on the shoulder. "Good work, Mustafa." Aziz left the room, leaving his little thief to retrieve the crown jewel. As he walked down the hallway, he thought, "All I have to do is keep them at bay for 2 more days." The lights were off in the bunker, and everyone was trying to get some sleep. Warch was lying on the bunk closest to the door. The Secret Service agent was wide awake. He could hear President Hayes snoring at the far end of the room, and every minute or so squeaking springs could be heard as someone turned on the narrow beds. Warch wondered how his wife and children were doing. His family would be afraid, but that couldn't be helped. Being married to someone who was trained to throw himself in front of an oncoming bullet was a little nerve-wracking, but Sarah was strong. She would have the kids to keep her busy, and her parents were in Baltimore. The service would tell her and the kids that he was all right. Warch's thoughts turned to the other wives and husbands that weren't as fortunate. Over and over again, Warch had replayed the frantic radio traffic that had barked out over his earpiece while they rushed the president to the bunker. Agents down, agents down. And then there was the explosion and the machine gun fire. And now, over 12 hours later, nothing. Everything added up to one conclusion. Aziz and his terrorists were in control of the White House. Warch ran down a list of the faces and names of his agents who were on the day shift. He couldn't help but wonder which ones had made it out alive and which ones were dead. Still, despite what was undoubtedly the worst day in the history of the Secret Service, they had at least saved the president from the talons of Aziz. Warch savored that one accomplishment as he felt sleep coming on. He rolled toward the wall and let out a yawn. When most of the air was expelled from his lungs, he froze. Warch had not heard the noise before. He was sure of that. Craning his neck toward the door, he tried to listen. It was a clanging noise, metal on metal. There were several more clanging noises, and then a low whine, almost like an electric razor. Warch listened for another moment, and then sprang out of bed, throwing his blankets to the side. The concrete floor felt cold to his feet. In his white t-shirt and boxers, he knelt on the floor and pressed his left ear to the door, and then it hit him. It was a drill. They were drilling through the vault door, which meant they had already broken through the outer door. Warch's palms became sweaty on the cool metallic surface, and he swore out loud. Standing, he turned on the light and said to the room at large, "Wake up, people. We have trouble." Chapter 14. A faint, methodical beep could be heard in the distance. Rapp felt as if he were swimming upward for it, out of a deep black hole. The noise became more pronounced with each kick and downward stroke. It was getting lighter. He was nearing the surface. Suddenly, Rapp sat up in bed, his thick black hair sticking out in Medusa-like fashion. It took him a second to realize he'd been dreaming. It was the same damn dream he'd been having for as long as he could remember. Drowning. It was always drowning. He was always swimming for the surface, gasping for air. Several shakes of the head later, Rapp realized where he was. The faint gray light of early morning was spilling through his bedroom windows. He turned to make out the red digital numerals of his alarm clock. There was a 4, followed by another, and then a 5. God, it was nice to be home, Rapp thought. Without looking, he reached over and swatted the snooze button. Then he flopped backward onto the crisp white sheets and stretched out, kicking the blankets to the side. Not quite ready to get out of bed, he allowed his mind to drift. Outside the bedroom window, he could hear the gentle waves of the Chesapeake lapping against the rocky shore. They were calling his name, tugging at him to get out of bed. Rapp turned diagonally across the queen-size bed and stretched his arms way above his head, letting out a drawn-out yawn. He had forced himself to go home and sleep after a meeting at Director Tracy's house. There was nothing else to do. Dr. Hornig had promised a full report on the results of their interrogation with Farah Harut in the morning, and until then it was a waiting game, something Rapp wasn't very good at. Now, as he rolled onto his side, he suddenly remembered the events of the day before and of the little crisis that was taking place 30-some miles to the west. A small voice in the back of his head screamed something, and Rapp was on his feet instantly. Naked, he walked across the hardwood floor of his bedroom and stopped in front of a set of French doors. They were open, and through the screens he could now hear bird songs filling the still morning air. Across the bay, on the tree-lined horizon, the sky was brightening. The sun was coming up over the Atlantic, and a memorable day was about to begin, whether he liked it or not. The lapping water continued to call his name, and with more enthusiasm than any sane person would have had, Rapp turned and headed across the worn and creaky wood floor of his beach house. Once he'd finished negotiating the precipitous staircase that led down to the main floor, he walked to the kitchen and then the mudroom. Hanging on a brass hook by the back door was a faded, salt-stained blue swimsuit that looked as old as its owner. Rapp put the worn trunks on, grabbed his goggles and towel, and headed out the back door. The thermometer on the deck railing told him it was a comfortable 62 degrees, just cool enough to wake him up, but not so cold as to dash his enthusiasm. With several shakes of his arms, he continued across the brand-new deck to the stairs that led down to the water. Rapp had bought the house the previous year, and his only home improvement to date was to tear down the rotted wood deck and stairs and replace them. After a 30-foot descent, he put on his goggles and picked up the pace. Rapp ran across the long, flat section of dock that jutted out into the water. On the right was a 24-foot Boston whaler, and at the end of the dock was a bench that sat atop an 8-foot section that turned at a 90-degree angle to the left. By the time Rapp reached the bench, he was at a full jog. Without breaking stride, he tossed the towel onto the bench and dove into the salty water. He found his rhythm within 6 or 7 strokes and settled in for the 1-mile swim up the coast. Rapp no longer competed professionally, but just 3 years earlier he had been one of the world's top-ranked triathletes. In the Mount Everest of triathlon competitions, the Ironman in Hawaii, Rapp had posted 3 top 5 finishes and a first place. But his work with the CIA had picked up considerably in the last 5 years, and the hectic and unpredictable schedule had forced him to give up competition. Rapp returned to the dock in front of his house at 20 to 6, feeling fresh and loose. After toweling off, he made it back up to the house and into the shower. 15 minutes later, he was shaved, dressed, and out the door, with a cup of piping hot coffee in his hand. Rapp slid behind the wheel of his new black Volvo sedan and eased it out of the narrow garage. He took it slow as he drove down his crumbling asphalt driveway. That was another project he would have to tackle before winter came. When he reached a sturdier surface, he increased speed and began to enjoy the performance of the new sedan. It felt good to be back in civilization. Several minutes later, he was on Route 50 and on his way to a meeting at Langley. Dr. Hornig was to give a briefing at 7 a.m. on everything she had learned from her session with Farah Harut. Rapp was not overly excited about sharing breakfast with Dr. Strangelove, but considering the information she would provide, he was willing to bite the bullet. 22 minutes later, Rapp caught the Beltway and took it around the northern part of D.C. Traffic was picking up, but at this early hour it still moved along at a brisk 10 miles per hour over the posted speed limit. 15 minutes after reaching the Beltway, Rapp pulled through the first security checkpoint at Langley and parked his car. After passing through the main security checkpoint of the old building, Rapp took the elevator to Director Stansfield's office on the 7th floor. Stansfield's administrative assistant reported his arrival over her headset, and a moment later Irene Kennedy appeared. Kennedy escorted Rapp into the director's inner sanctum, where the man himself was seated behind his large desk, a pair of bifocals perched at the edge of his nose, his attention focused on an open file. Stansfield took another moment to finish, and then closed the file. Before standing, he grabbed a stack of documents, opened one of the drawers behind his desk, inserted them, closed the door, and locked it with the key. Stansfield left his suit coat hanging on the coat rack and came around the desk, pulling up his suit pants another notch.
Good morning, Mitch. I hope you got some sleep last night.
I did, sir. And you? Stansfield placed his fragile hand on Rapp's shoulder. The DCI was almost a full head shorter than Rapp.
When you get to my age, Mitch, sleep becomes a very elusive thing.
Stansfield turned his young specialist away from his desk and started walking him across the office.
I've set up a meeting for you this morning, but we'll talk about that later. Dr. Hornig is waiting for us, and I'd like to hear what she's found out before we get into anything else.
As Rapp followed Stansfield and Kennedy through a door and into a windowless conference room, he wondered who his mystery meeting was with. Dr. Hornig was already seated on one side of the table and was looking over her own handwritten notes. Stansfield took his seat at the head of the table, and Rapp and Kennedy sat across from Hornig. Rapp noticed she was wearing the same clothes as the day before. It appeared as though she had not slept. Taking off her black horn-rimmed glasses, Hornig set them on top of her notes and rubbed her eyes, saying,
"We have a lot of information. An incredible amount, really."
She lowered her hands and shook her head.
"It's going to take months to sort through all of it, but having said that, I know you are more interested in information involving Mr. Aziz and the current White House crisis."
Hornig looked down at her notes.
"I apologize for the lack of summaries and transcripts, but I was working on Mr. Harut right up until I left for this meeting." "No explanation needed, Dr. Hornig," stated Stansfield. "To start with,"
Hornig grabbed a piece of paper.
"I have the names of the other 10 terrorists who are with Mr. Aziz at the White House. It was very difficult to get this information out of him."
Hornig handed Stansfield the sheet. The DCI looked at the yellow piece of paper for no more than 5 seconds, and then handed the sheet to Irene Kennedy, who studied it with Mitch Rapp looking over her shoulder. Stansfield gave them about 10 seconds and asked,
"Irene?"
Kennedy looked up and brushed a strand of brown hair back behind her ear.
"This will be a big help. Off the top of my head, I know about half of them. I can run the rest through our databanks, and any of the ones that we don't get a profile on, we can ask MI6 or Mossad." "Good. I want full traces and profiles prepared on each and every one of them as soon as possible."
Stansfield turned back to Hornig.
"Now, what do we know about the demands?"
Hornig looked down at her notes and flipped through several pages.
"Mr. Harut knew in detail about the first demand, involving the return of the frozen assets to Iran. We can infer, since Mitch took him before those demands were made public, that he has intimate knowledge of what Mr. Aziz is going to ask for. Up to a point, that is."
Rapp ignored the first part of Hornig's comment, the part involving the rookie detective work, and asked, "What does up to a point mean?"
"I'll get to that in a minute," replied Hornig. "His second demand involves the lifting of all UN sanctions against Iraq."
Hornig looked at her audience to gauge any reaction, and then continued.
"The third demand involves the U.S. recognizing a free and sovereign Palestinian state."
With a furrowed brow, Rapp asked, "Where?"
Hornig cleared her throat and said, "The West Bank and the Gaza Strip."
Rapp set his coffee down. "The Israelis are going to shit their pants."
"I would concur," Stansfield looked to Hornig. "What else?" "There's one more demand. One final demand, but Mr. Harut doesn't know what it is."
Rapp tilted his head skeptically. "Come again?"
"I really don't think he knows," replied Hornig, a touch defensively. "I spent almost 2 hours delving into this specific subject. I pushed as hard as I felt I could."
"Maybe you need to push harder," stated Rapp. Hornig leaned back slightly and folded her arms.
"I plan on it, just as soon as Mr. Harut gets some rest." "As soon as you both get some rest," interjected Stansfield. "I don't want you burned out, Dr. Hornig."
Hornig was slightly frustrated by all of the unsolicited advice. She didn't tell them how to do their jobs, and she'd appreciate it if they would return the courtesy. Stansfield, oblivious to Hornig's issues, turned his attention to Kennedy.
"Any thoughts on what the final demand might be?"
Kennedy stared off into space for a moment and then said,
"A few, but I'd like to do a little research before I come to any conclusions."
Looking at one of his most trusted advisers, Stansfield thought of pressing for more information and then decided it was better to let Kennedy develop her theories in time. With some of his people, he had to engage them in a game of mental gymnastics to get the best out of them. With Kennedy, she was best left alone. Stansfield turned his chair back toward Hornig, who was once again shuffling through her notes.
"What else do you have for us, Dr. Hornig?"
Hornig began reading down a long list of information that would be sifted through by agency analysts for months, possibly years to come. Rapp listened intently, gathering more and more insight into how Aziz had put his master plan together. Hornig covered the selection of the men Aziz had brought and where they were trained. She discussed how several of them were sent to America almost a year earlier to start their cover and avoid drawing the attention of the FBI or the Secret Service. She even provided the name of the South American clinic and doctor who had given Aziz his new face. Rapp made a mental note to talk to Kennedy and Stansfield about paying the plastic surgeon a little visit at a later date. The man would live as long as he agreed to cooperate and inform for the agency. A plastic surgeon who kept company with men like Rafik Aziz could be a very valuable informant, if Aziz hadn't already killed him. Hornig was providing a bevy of facts that on their own held no great significance, but as they were pieced together, they would hopefully provide a very valuable map of Aziz's final intent. Hornig shared her information for almost a full 30 minutes. Rapp and Kennedy took notes while Stansfield sat back and listened. As the clock neared 8, Hornig moved on to something she had discovered just before leaving the safe house.
Early this morning, Mr. Harut kept mentioning a certain name. He was slipping in and out of consciousness, and was often incoherent. Despite this state of mind, he kept repeating the word Nebuchadnezzar.
As if on cue, Stansfield, Kennedy, and Rapp all leaned forward. Hornig, looking surprised by the unified reaction, asked,
You all know what, or I should say who, Nebuchadnezzar was?
Was and is, answered Kennedy. Nebuchadnezzar was the king of Babylonia from 605 to 562 B.C. His great claim to fame in the Arab world is that he destroyed Jerusalem in 586 and then enslaved the Israelites. Saddam Hussein fancies himself the second coming of Nebuchadnezzar. He feels that it is his destiny to unite all of the Arab people and destroy Israel. He doesn't really believe it, added Rapp with a frown. He just uses it as a PR ploy to get all of the religious zealots whipped into a frenzy.
And it works, added Kennedy while leaning forward. Tell me more about the context in which he mentioned the word. I was asking him about the financing for the operation, and again he kept mumbling this word. I looked it up and found out who the historical Nebuchadnezzar was. I had no idea he could have been referring to Saddam Hussein.
Where was Matt Shipley when all of this was being said? Shipley was one of the 200-plus employees who worked for the Counterterrorism Center. His specialty was Arabic languages, and Kennedy had sent him out to the safe house the previous evening to help with the interrogation of Harut. Kennedy didn't show it, but she was irritated that Shipley had missed such an obvious reference.
I had sent everyone to bed around 5 this morning. We'd been working non-stop since the previous afternoon.
Hornig shrugged her shoulders.
We needed to give the subject some rest, and I needed to get my notes organized for this meeting. This oversight was not Mr. Shipley's fault.
Kennedy accepted the explanation. How did you stumble across this reference if Harut was asleep?
I was in the room with him, organizing my notes. Someone has to keep an eye on his vitals, so I was sitting near him when he began to mumble about Nebuchadnezzar. It is not at all unusual for my subjects to continue to talk while they are sleeping.
Was this recorded? Asked Kennedy.
Of course. The recording equipment is always running.
Good. Kennedy jotted herself a note to call Shipley and tell him to review the tapes immediately.
What, began Stansfield, was the general context of his ramblings about Nebuchadnezzar? Money. He kept talking about Nebuchadnezzar and money.
Kennedy finished her note. This corroborates what we heard from our other sources, that Saddam was funneling money into Hezbollah and Hamas. Looking at his watch, Stansfield said,
Dr. Hornig, do you have anything else for us?
No, but I should have more for you this afternoon. Stansfield looked at Rapp and Kennedy.
Any other questions?
Yeah, said Rapp. How does Aziz plan on getting out of here when it's all over? Hornig blinked her eyes as an expression of embarrassment spread across her face.
I haven't got around to that yet.
Rapp looked at her harshly. You might want to move that one up to the top of your list.
Yes.
Hornig jotted herself a note. Stansfield again looked to Rapp and Kennedy.
Anything else?
They both shook their heads, and then Stansfield looked to the other side of the table.
Nice work so far, Dr. Hornig. Now, if you'll excuse us, I need to discuss a few things with Irene and Mitch.
Hornig gathered her papers and stood. After she'd placed her notes in a tan canvas shopping bag, she left the room. Rapp noticed the canvas bag, and after the door was closed, said, I hope you have somebody babysitting her.
I do, the director nodded, but we might want to bring it up a notch.
Stansfield looked to Kennedy.
Irene, I think we need to get some more bodies out there to keep a close eye on things, around the clock. I want somebody from CTC in that room with Harut every second of the day. And I want them awake." Kennedy shook her head and said, "I apologize. I already made a note to take care of it." "Now, Mitch." Stansfield turned his focus back to Rapp. "Irene and I are heading downtown. Considering how the meeting went at the Pentagon yesterday, I think it would be best if you did not join us."
Rapp had expected this, and in truth he really didn't want to be there to see his predictions come true. There were times when there was no joy in being right, and this would be one of them. "What would you like me to do?" Retrieving a piece of paper from his shirt pocket, Stansfield unfolded it and slid it across the table.
"That is the address and phone number of Milt Adams, the man we discussed with Director Tracy last night. He is expecting your call."
"How do you want me to handle it?" Stansfield's eyes narrowed while he thought about the question. After several seconds, he said,
"Go ahead and use your cover, and tell him you're with Langley. Mr. Adams is a very patriotic individual. We can trust him. But there's no need to tell him anything more than he needs to know."
Stansfield got up, and Kennedy and Rapp followed. As they walked back into the director's office, Stansfield said,
"Mitch, it's impossible to overstate how important this is. If you find a way in, General Flood and I will do everything we can to make it happen. Just make sure you give it to me straight. I want realistic odds on whether or not it can be done. Am I understood?"
Hiding his excitement, Rapp replied with a simple, "Yes, sir." Chapter 15. Rafiq Aziz looked at the computer screen to his left and smiled. They are so predictable, he thought to himself. The laptop computer to his left was hooked up to one of the Situation Room's secure monitors. He was staring at the account balance of the Swiss bank that would receive the money before it was to be safely transferred to Iran. The account was at a little over $1 billion and holding. With about 45 minutes to go, he doubted that they would transfer the remainder of the money. The second laptop to his right was for a special purpose. Every time Aziz looked at it, he beamed with pride. It had been a stroke of genius. Aziz had no doubt that the Americans would come. If he got his hands on the president, his chances might improve, but in the meantime, the second laptop was his fail-safe. Studying American counterterrorism tactics, he understood that above all they loved their technology. They would try to jam his ability to remotely detonate the bombs, and in the process, they would start a countdown to destruction. Each of the 24 bombs he had brought contained a digital pager that acted as both a receiver and a detonator. Hooked up to the laptop was a digital phone. Every 2 minutes, the computer would dial the group paging number for all 24 bombs and then send a 5-digit number. If that code wasn't received every 2 minutes, the pagers would go into a 60-second countdown mode. If the countdown reached 0, the bombs were ignited. Aziz also carried a pager and a digital phone as a backup measure. If the pager beeped and the countdown was started, it meant only one of two things. Either the Americans were attacking or the computer had malfunctioned. If the computer malfunctioned, he could abort the countdown with his own phone. If that didn't work, it meant the Americans were coming. The Critical Incident Response Group's Crisis Management Unit had set up their command post on the 4th floor of the Executive Office Building in a conference room that overlooked the west wing of the White House. The large wood conference table had been pushed against the inner wall and was covered with a half-dozen phones, 2 radio charger trays, and several laptops. The rest of the room's furniture had been removed, with the exception of about half of the chairs. Against the 2 side walls, portable tables had been set up and were cluttered with more laptops, phones, televisions, and fax machines. Many of the phones had masking tape on the handsets and were labeled with black felt-tipped marker. Almost half of the phones were dedicated to the FBI's Strategic Information Operations Center, or SIOC. The SIOC, which fell under the purview of the Bureau's Criminal Investigative Division, was charged with handling almost all of the Bureau's high-profile cases. Maps of the White House compound and blueprints of the inner structure were pasted to the walls, and men and women in blue FBI polo shirts were busy pecking away at computers and talking into phones. 2 negotiators who were fluent in Arabic were on site and ready to man the phones for as long as the siege lasted. Special Agent Skip McMahon stood at the window and glared at the spectacle taking place in Lafayette Square across the street from the White House. He was fuming. Actually, pissed was the word he had been using repeatedly since around 5 a.m. Within hours of the terrorist attack on the White House, the media had moved in and set up shop smack dab in the middle of Pennsylvania Avenue. They began broadcasting their live reports from right in front of the White House's north fence. When McMahon had arrived on the scene, one of his first orders was to have the media moved back, way back. Hours earlier, in the pre-dawn darkness, McMahon had been attempting to steal some sleep on the couch in his office at the Hoover Building when one of his agents came in to inform him that a federal judge had intervened on behalf of the networks. Now, as McMahon looked down on Lafayette Square, the media circus was omnipresent. On the north end of the park, a mere 100 yards from the White House, the 3 networks and CNN were all broadcasting live from atop elevated platforms, and Fox was scrambling to join the group. They were all there with their morning shows as if it were a goddamn state fair. Good Morning America, Today, CBS This Morning, all of them. For the last 2 hours, McMahon had been fighting the urge to pick up the phone and start chewing ass about the judge's ruling. He had instead decided it was a better use of his time and energy to wait until all of the big shots were together. McMahon looked at his watch. It was 8:34, and they should be arriving any minute. She had made it through the first 24 hours without getting hit. Anna really felt pretty good, considering what she had been through. Her back was a little stiff from sleeping on the floor, or at least trying to sleep on the floor. The terrorists had made sleep next to impossible by waking them at least once an hour from sundown to sunup. And to make matters worse, they also pulled people from the group and beat them in front of everyone. For the women, there was something else to be afraid of. Sometime after midnight, a young blonde woman had been yanked from the group by the terrorist that had followed Reilly into the bathroom. Reilly could not say for sure how long the young woman had been gone. The terrorists had taken everyone's watch in an effort to further disorient them, but it seemed to be at least several hours. When the woman finally returned, her clothes were partially torn, and she had a look in her eyes, a look Reilly had once seen in her own eyes. Reilly glanced down at Stone Alexander, who was lying crunched up in a fetal position, his jacket neatly folded under his head for a pillow. She was grateful that he had stopped crying. The less attention drawn to them, the better. Brushing a wisp of hair back behind her ears, she looked around the room, careful to keep her head down. 2 guards were by the door, talking to each other. Reilly knew she wasn't the only one who had to go to the bathroom, but no one dared ask after what had happened the night before. Folding her legs Indian style, she glanced over her shoulder and then quickly turned her head back. The terrorist, the one with all of the jewelry and slicked back hair, was staring at her with a cigarette hanging from his mouth, the same man who had plucked the young blonde from the group the night before. Anna Reilly had been through that nightmare before, and she had sworn to herself that she would rather die than let it happen again. 4 years earlier, Reilly had taken the loop from the TV station in downtown Chicago to her apartment in Lincoln Park. It was late when she stepped off the train. When she reached the street, 2 men jumped her from the shadows and dragged her into an alley and raped her. That harrowing event had left her bruised and battered, but her physical wounds were easy to overcome compared to the deeper mental scars. Even these were starting to heal, though, thanks in no small part to Corinne Alton, Reilly's therapist. Reilly had been going to Alton twice a week for almost 4 years. Before the rape, she had been a fun-loving, outgoing young woman who very much enjoyed male companionship. The rape had given her a hard edge and an understandable distrust of men. With the help of Alton, she had again grown to enjoy the company of men who were interested in her, but the physical boundary still had not been crossed. When she took her new job in Washington, Reilly thought it was the perfect chance for a fresh start. One of the only benefits of the personal disaster was her hyper-awareness. Reilly had already had street smarts, but the rape had raised her awareness to an almost paranormal level. It was hard to imagine how her current situation could get any worse, but Reilly sensed that when nightfall came, it would. Irene Kennedy was almost run over as she attempted to enter the FBI's command post. Two stocky men in SWAT uniforms came barreling out the doorway. The first almost butted Kennedy in the forehead with the brim of his blue baseball cap, but stopped just shy, grabbing her by the shoulders. He apologized without realizing whom he had almost knocked down, and then recognized Kennedy.
"Oh, Irene, I'm sorry."
Sid Slater, a.k.a. the Jewish Terror, was still holding her by the shoulders. "Sid," said Kennedy, also surprised, not used to seeing the commander of the FBI's hostage rescue team in full SWAT gear. Slater had the physique of a bricklayer. Several inches shy of 6 feet and in his mid-40s, he had a barrel chest and strong, thick hands attached to Popeye-like forearms. Slater wasn't built to run marathons. Rather, he was more suited to run through bolted doors. "Where are you off to in such a hurry?" asked Kennedy.
"I'm trying to get some last-minute intel before they start talking."
Slater pointed with his thumb over his shoulder and shook his head.
"And I sure as hell don't want to be in there when the shit hits the fan."
Kennedy looked into the room. "What's going on?"
"I don't have time to talk about it. Skip can fill you in. Are you going to be in the planning meeting this afternoon?"
Kennedy nodded. "I'll be there."
"Good. We can talk then. I have a lot of questions for you."
With that, the Jewish Terror headed off down the hallway. As Slater and the other man marched away, Kennedy watched them for a second, the bright yellow letters on their backs and their dark SWAT uniforms announcing to all that they were on the front line, that they would be the ones to storm the White House. Kennedy considered all the explosives Aziz had brought along and felt overwhelming dread as Slater moved off. Kennedy entered the FBI's command post, which was buzzing with the activity of radios, phones, faxes, and people. She had just left the conference room on the other side of the building, where Vice President Baxter was gathered with select members of the cabinet and the intelligence and federal law enforcement communities. From there, that group would monitor the conversations between Aziz and the FBI negotiator and make any decisions if needed. At McMahon's request, Kennedy was to stay with him at the FBI's command post to offer any insight. Across the room by the windows that overlooked the West Wing, Skip McMahon was talking to a seated Attorney General Tutwiler and motioning to a group of phones. Kennedy walked across the room and stopped several feet away so as to not interrupt. She listened to what Skip was saying and quickly grew alarmed. Kennedy began to look around the room, and she did not like what she saw or didn't see. It was getting close to 9, and she did not see anyone who appeared to be the FBI negotiator. A short while later, McMahon finished explaining to Tutwiler how the different phones worked and then turned to face Kennedy. With his back to the Attorney General, he rolled his eyes in frustration.
"Morning, Irene."
"Good morning." Kennedy nodded to Tutwiler and then looked back at McMahon. "Where is your negotiator?" Before McMahon had a chance to answer, Tutwiler said, "I'll be handling the negotiations." In as passive a tone as Kennedy could muster, she replied, "No offense, Madam Attorney General, but I don't think that is the most prudent course." "And why is that?" asked Tutwiler aggressively. "Because Rafiq Aziz will take it as an insult that we have chosen a woman to negotiate with him." "I am here, Ms. Kennedy, because I am the top-ranking law enforcement officer in the land. I am here," Tutwiler stressed the word and pointed at the ground, "to send a clear message to these terrorists that we are extremely serious about this situation." Kennedy's thoughts drifted back to Mitch Rapp's words at the Pentagon the day before. They gave her the strength to state her opinion a bit more firmly. "And I am here to advise you, as the director of the CIA's Counterterrorism Center, you are making a grave mistake. I respect your accomplishments, Madam Attorney General, but Rafiq Aziz will not. He will make you pay for what he will see as a blatant insult to his manhood." Tutwiler defiantly crossed her arms. "I have encountered chauvinists all my life, and I have found that there is only one way to deal with them, head on." "Again, I respect your accomplishments, but you couldn't be more wrong. You have absolutely no idea who you're dealing with." Seeing that Tutwiler was not going to budge, Kennedy left the room and started down the hallway to explain the new development to Stansfield. Midway down the hall, she heard McMahon call her name. A second later, McMahon pulled up alongside her and placed his hand on her shoulder.
"Irene, it's not worth it. I already went all the way to the top. For now, she gets her way."
Kennedy stopped, her cheeks slightly flushed. Murmuring more to herself than McMahon, she said, "Now I know why Mitch got so mad yesterday." McMahon didn't quite get Kennedy's comment and decided to ignore it. "The way I figure it, Irene, is that Tutwiler's ass is hanging out pretty far on this one. After she screws up this morning, she'll be out of our hair." McMahon studied Kennedy's tense face, not used to such a reaction from the almost always unflappable protege of Thomas Stansfield. "Take a deep breath, Irene. It's not going to do you any good to get upset right now." Kennedy looked up at McMahon and bit down on the bottom corner of her lip. "I'm usually the one giving you this lecture." "What can I say? I'm a quick learner." McMahon gave her a fake smile and turned Kennedy back toward the command post. "I need you with me during this call, all right?" Kennedy nodded and went along reluctantly. His fingers tapped the shiny surface of the conference table of the White House Situation Room, and his eyes stayed transfixed on the computer screen. Rafiq Aziz sat in the president's leather chair, rocking slightly. Aziz brought his wrist up and checked the time. The balance of the Swiss bank account hadn't changed in almost half an hour. 2 more minutes, and the spectacle would start. Aziz's eyes lifted an inch above the top of the computer screen and looked at the bank of television screens that dominated the far wall. The 3 major networks and CNN were all broadcasting live from the other side of Lafayette Park. NBC and CBS were interviewing family members of the hostages. ABC was talking to a psychiatrist who had written a book on hostages identifying with their captors, the so-called Stockholm Syndrome, and CNN was talking to a retired FBI agent whom Aziz thought to be typically smug. A thin smile creased his lips as Aziz thought about just how predictable these Americans were. The smile widened even further. Aziz put his hands behind his neck and rocked back and forth in the chair. A mailbox icon appeared on the second laptop, and an electronic voice alerted him to an incoming email. Aziz quickly tapped the proper keys, and a second later the message was up on the screen. As Aziz read the message, he moved closer to the screen, reading the first line over and over, unable to get past the shock of it. It couldn't be. How could they have gotten their hands on him? Why now? The message read, "Farah Harut abducted in early morning commando raid yesterday. Group suffered heavy casualties. Harut assumed taken alive. Do not know who conducted operation, but assume either America, Britain, or Israel." Across the street in the Executive Office Building, Vice President Baxter was holding court in a separate conference room down the hall from the FBI's command post. As always, Dallas King was sitting next to Baxter, General Flood was on the Vice President's left, and farther down the table, FBI Director Roach, CIA Director Stansfield, and Secret Service Director Tracy had taken their seats. The Secretary of State and Defense were also present, along with a dozen aides and several Secret Service agents from the Vice President's detail. The door was closed, and each occupant stared expectantly at the black speaker placed in the center of the table. After 20 more seconds of silence, the black box announced the ringing of the phone in the Situation Room. Aziz was still staring at the message when the phone started to ring. He was furious, outraged that such a thing could happen, and now of all times. His eyes burned a hole in the screen as his mind raced to calculate the potential damage this catastrophe could inflict on his mission. All the while, Aziz tried to keep emotion out of it. Farah Harut was his mentor, the man who had wooed him from the classroom to the battlefield, the man who had shown him the evil of the Zionists. Harut was the reason he was where he was today, and now he was gone. The phone continued its irritating noise, and Aziz had to catch himself from answering it. Not now. Not until he calmed down and put himself in the proper mindset. There was the plan, and he had to stick with it. After he had more time to think, he could deal with this calamity. Laying his hands flat on the table, he forced all the tension from his body and immersed himself in his role. Finally, after the phone had rung at least a dozen times, he reached out and slowly brought the receiver to his mouth. "Yes." "Mr. Aziz," stated a calm and confident female voice, "this is Attorney General Margaret Tutwiler. We are having some problems getting together all of the money." There was a pause on the line, and then, "So far we have managed to transfer $1.3 billion. Aziz gave her the sum as he stood abruptly. Anger coursing through every inch of his body. This was too much. He had done his research on the Americans. He knew who all of the players would be. He knew that with Hayes out of commission, the transfer of power would take place, and with Vice President Baxter came an increased role for the already important Attorney General. But to insult him in such a way was inconceivable. It was such a blatant affront that there was no way it could be anything other than intentional. A slightly surprised Tutwiler said, "Yes, $1.3 billion. She stammered for a second. "It's going to take some time to gather all of the money. It would be a big help as far as expediting the transfer of the remainder of the money if you could show us a sign of your good faith." Aziz closed his eyelids tightly, commanding himself to continue forward with the plan. In a pained voice he asked, "What would you propose?" "The release of several hostages would go a long way in showing us you are sincere." This was beyond belief. In a voice that was near breaking, Aziz asked, "How many would you like me to release? 10? 20? Maybe 30 of them?" Tutwiler, unsure of how genuine the offer was, tentatively replied, 30 would be great, and after they are released, we can work on getting more of the money transferred." Aziz stood looking down the length of the table, staring at everything and nothing at the same time, his instincts sharp, his anger funneling into a direct beam of energy. Plan or no plan, this had moved into the realm of the personal. They were trying to insult him by sending this woman to talk with him. They were testing him to see how far he would go. Was it a trap? He thought not. It was too early for an attack. It was broad daylight, and the media was right across the street. If they wanted to test his resolve, he would show them just how strong and determined it was. It was all too much. First the news that Farah Harut had been taken, and now this stupid woman insulting him. Finally unable to hold it in any more, he yelled, "What did I tell you yesterday? I said all of the money by 9. I didn't say part of it. I said all of it. Don't insult me by talking to me of the difficulty of transferring the money. Your Treasury Department could transfer 10 times the money I asked for in 1 hour if they wanted to. I think it is time to teach you stupid Americans a lesson. Look out your windows, and I will show you what happens when you play your idiotic games with me." Anna Reilly sat on the floor uncomfortably, her stomach growling. She seriously wondered if she'd be able to make it another hour without wetting her pants. Several of the other hostages had already done so, and the room was beginning to reek of urine. Reilly heard the sound of heavy boots approaching, and then the head terrorist entered the room. The entire group cowered at the sight of the obviously enraged man. Aziz walked right up to the edge of the hostages and pointed to a man. "You, stand up right now!" Whoever he was yelling at didn't respond fast enough, and Aziz yelled even louder, "Now!" As the hostage stood, Reilly immediately recognized him. It was Bill Schwartz, the president's national security advisor. The terrorist screamed at the woman who was clutching Schwartz's leg and said, "You too, come!" The woman also did not move fast enough, and Aziz reached down and grabbed her by her hair, yanking her to her feet like a rag doll. With the help of another terrorist, he led them out of the room. Aziz pushed the 2 hostages in front of him up the stairs to the first level of the West Wing. Then, before stepping out underneath the small portico on the north side of the building, Aziz pulled a mesh hood down over his face. He took a small remote control from his drab-green combat vest and punched in a code, disarming the explosive device that was attached to the door. Aziz kicked open the double doors and marched outside. All alone in the morning sunlight, he crossed the narrow driveway and stepped back onto another sidewalk near the edge of the small portico. Aziz defiantly looked around at the dozens of guns that were trained on him. The long barrels of sniper rifles could be seen bristling from every rooftop in America. He knew they wouldn't shoot. They couldn't shoot, not in America. That command had to come down through layers of bureaucrats, and it was far too early for that. Aziz raised his AK-74 in the air and unleashed a loud 8-round burst. Defiantly, he cradled his weapon across his chest and stood his ground, showing the Americans that he was not afraid. After he had made his presence felt, He marched back into the building and looked at his watch. He had decided he would give the media 30 seconds to get their cameras focused on the entrance. Aziz was following his script precisely, with one exception: the rage. It had been his plan from the start to kill the National Security Advisor, but now he decided to deviate slightly from the plan and allow himself some personal satisfaction in retaliation for Harut. In an almost spastic fury, Aziz wheeled and slapped Schwartz across the face. His face within inches of Schwartz's, he yelled, "How does it feel to be terrified, you dog?" The National Security Advisor's eyes welled up with tears, and the woman standing next to him began to sob. Schwartz wrapped his arms around his secretary. He knew what was happening. He knew it was the end, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. Aziz continued to scream and taunt him with questions. "How many times have you ordered the death of my Arab brothers? How many times?" Aziz's eyes were maniacal with rage. Schwartz gave no answer, and Aziz slapped him again. Then, grabbing him by the collar, Aziz forced the National Security Advisor toward the door with his secretary's arms still wrapped tightly around her boss's waist. As they reached the door, Aziz placed his boot on the woman's butt and shoved. Schwartz and the woman tumbled out into the light and fell to the pavement. Aziz stood in the doorway and yelled through his mesh hood for them to get up. The woman was crying harder now, and Schwartz's tears were flowing freely down his cheeks. The presidential advisor stood and pulled his secretary to her feet. Aziz screamed at them to start walking, and after several seconds they began to do so, though slowly. Standing in the doorway, Aziz watched the two hostages walk toward the north gate. When they reached the halfway point, when they were within clear view of the news cameras, Aziz raised his rifle and took aim. "Stop!" he yelled. When the president's national security advisor turned to look over his shoulder, Aziz had Schwartz's face in the center of his sights. He squeezed the trigger once, the powerful rifle bucked, and he brought it right back to level, the woman's head now framed in the cold black sights. A quick squeeze of the trigger and the second body was tumbling to the pavement just behind the first. As the woman came to rest on top of Schwartz, Aziz zeroed in and unloaded another dozen rounds. The loud clacking of the Kalashnikov rifle reverberated across the pristine north grounds of the White House. When Aziz was satisfied, he closed the door, the smoking muzzle of his AK-74 hanging at his side. Before starting back for the basement, he rearmed the booby-trapped doorway and then started down the hall, his eyes full of hate, his breaths deep, and his pace quick. When he reached the staircase, he ran down the steps, through the hallway, and into the empty Situation Room. Grabbing the phone, he yelled, "Are you still there?" Skip McMahon held the phone to his ear and looked down at the two bodies lying in the driveway. The man he recognized. He then turned to Marge Tutwiler, who sat motionless at the table, staring out the window. McMahon then looked at Irene Kennedy, who sadly shook her head. "I'm here," answered McMahon. "Who is this?" shouted Aziz. "Special Agent Skip McMahon of the FBI." "Good. Don't ever insult me by putting that woman on the phone again. My demands are unchanged. I will kill one hostage every hour until all of the money is placed in the account I have given you. When you do that, I will release 1/3 of the hostages. 1 hostage every hour. Am I understood?" "I understand you very clearly, but 1 hour might be pushing it." Now was the time to shift gears. "Listen to me, McMahon." Aziz now spoke calmly, in an almost professional tone. "I know your rules of engagement. I just killed 2 hostages, so now you must send in your hostage rescue team." Aziz stopped and then added in a grave tone, "That will be a big mistake, and I will tell you why. If you attempt such a stunt, I will blow this great building of yours to kingdom come and all of the hostages with it. My men and I will gladly become martyrs for our cause, and you know it." Aziz paused for a moment. "It does not need to come to that, however. The only reason I killed those 2 hostages was because of the stupidity of your Attorney General. If you and I play by the rules, no one needs to die. You hand over all of the money in 1 hour, and I release 1/3 of the hostages. It is as simple as that. Have I made myself clear? Yes. Good. From now on, McMahon, I talk to you and only you. Now, I will wait for the rest of the money. Aziz calmly placed the phone back in its cradle. He knew exactly how to play them. Chapter 16. The Vice President and the others sat in silence around the conference table. There was a knock on the door, followed by a slight pause. Then the door opened cautiously, and McMahon and Irene Kennedy entered. The men sitting around the table were sullen. FBI Director Roach looked up and asked, "Who did they kill?" Irene Kennedy answered, "We don't know who the woman was, but the man was Bill Schwartz." Every person in the room lowered his or her head. They had all worked with Schwartz at one time or another, and he was well liked. After a long period of silence, Vice President Baxter asked, "If we give him the money, will he release a third of the hostages?" The question was greeted with shrugs and uncertainty by all of the men sitting at the table. Eventually, all eyes turned to Kennedy. She was the expert. Slowly, she nodded her head and then said, "I think he will keep his word." The Vice President took in the analysis with pursed lips. It was what he wanted to hear. Dallas King leaned over and cupped his hand over his boss's ear. Whispering, he said, "If he starts killing a hostage every hour, we are in some serious trouble. I don't care how much it costs, or what they do with the money. If we can free a third of the hostages, I say we do it." Baxter nodded as King eased away and back into his seat. King was right. They were boxed in, and there were only two ways out. As far as Baxter was concerned, one of them wasn't even an option. The Vice President looked at FBI Director Roach and said, "Brian, would you start the wheels in motion for transferring the rest of the money into the account? It is my decision that we will wait until he releases 1/3 of the hostages, and then we will proceed from there. Any questions?" Baxter looked around the room, and everyone shook their heads. Baxter then looked back to the head of the FBI. "Let me know if you run into any problems, and make sure it's done within the hour. We don't need to see any more hostages gunned down." Roach nodded, and he and McMahon left the room. The aged Director of Central Intelligence sat in his chair and observed. He hadn't had a lot of face time with the Vice President prior to the crisis, and was still trying to get a good read on him. Baxter seemed to despise the fact that he had been put in this situation. That worried Thomas Stansfield. Great leaders rose to the occasion. They almost thrived when confronted with a crisis. This man seemed to shrink from it. Turning in his chair, Stansfield got back to the business at hand. "Mr. Vice President, we need to make some contingency plans." Baxter nodded. I know, but let's just take it one step at a time. Let's get some of the hostages released, and then we'll deal with the next demand." "I'm afraid we don't have that luxury, sir." Stansfield paused. "What if his next demand is untenable?" Stansfield had decided to wait until he had a full report from Dr. Hornig before he briefed the Vice President on what they knew from Harut. "I really don't want to think about that right now." General Flood leaned forward, miffed at Baxter's reply. "We have no choice but to think about it. We have to be ready to move if this thing gets out of control." Baxter squirmed. All eyes in the room were on him, and he desperately wanted to avoid making a decision. Why would he have to be the butcher? Finally, reluctantly, he let out the difficult words, though they didn't exactly ring with confidence. "Get everything in place, and if the time comes, I'll be ready to give the order." The large warrior turned to Stansfield, and the two men exchanged knowing glances. Baxter did not have what it would take. He was in over his head and would blow in the wind until the last possible second. The Vice President placed his elbows on the table and rubbed his eyes. Without looking up, he said, "Let's take a break and meet back here in 30 minutes. I need some time alone to think." Everyone, with the exception of King, rose and started for the door. Baxter looked at his chief of staff and said, "You too, Dallas. Go check on Marge and see how she's doing." King nodded and left with the others. It had been an absolute bear to get from Langley to Capitol Hill. Traffic was horrendous due to the street closures and the large crowds around the White House. Rapp turned his black Volvo from 2nd Street on to Pennsylvania Avenue and gunned it to get around a cabbie who was driving like he had his head shoved up his ass. The farther Rapp traveled away from the Capitol, the worse the neighborhood got. The mix of homes went from nicely restored to run-down and dilapidated eyesores. Several blocks later, Rapp took a left and found the home he had been looking for, an immaculate turn-of-the-century Victorian with fresh paint and ornate woodwork. The home was sandwiched in between two rotting houses of similar architecture that were in dire need of repair. Rapp parked his car in front of the nice Victorian and looked at his dashboard clock. 9:16. Events at the White House would be underway. He reached for his digital phone but decided against it. Irene would have enough going on. She didn't need a call from him, and besides, he wasn't in the mood for bad news. Rapp got out of the car, his holstered Beretta bulging underneath the right armpit of his suit coat. He pulled his sunglasses down a notch on his nose and started up the sidewalk. Standing on the porch was Milt Adams, all 5 feet 5 inches of him. His head was shaved, and his dark black skin glistened in the sunlight. Despite his slight stature, he gave one the impression of a much larger individual. As Rapp reached the steps, a rather large German shepherd was coming down from the porch straight for him. Rapp tensed at his natural urge to pull out his gun and shoot the dog. He hated dogs. Strike that, he didn't hate dogs per se, just the guard dog variety. They were an occupational hazard that he was none too fond of. Knowing that to show fear was suicidal, Rapp stood stiff as a board with his hands at his sides. Sure enough, the dog came right up and stuck its snout in his crotch. Rapp's immediate reaction was to take a step back, but it did no good. The dog simply followed, sniffing loudly. From the porch, Milt Adams shouted in a deep drill instructor voice, "Rufus, heel!" The dog immediately wheeled and headed up the steps, heeding the command and taking up a post at his owner's side. Adams reached down and scratched the dog under the neck. "Good boy, Rufus, good boy." Rapp stared up at Adams, awed that such a deep, booming voice had just come from such a little body. Adams could not have weighed more than 150 pounds, and the voice Rapp had just heard could have given James Earl Jones, Isaac Hayes, and Barry White all a run for their money. "Are you Mr. Cruz?" asked Adams. "Yes." Rapp walked up the first 2 steps and stuck out his hand. "You must be Milt Adams." "That's correct. It's nice to meet you." "Likewise." Adams motioned for Rapp. "Follow me. I've got everything set up inside." The 2 men walked into the house, the dog following at Rapp's side. Adams continued straight ahead down a long hallway to the rear of the house and the kitchen. The hardwood floors had been recently redone with a shiny coat of polyurethane, and the kitchen floor was tiled in a classic black and white checkerboard pattern. The trim was all restored to its natural wood finish with a light stain. Adams opened a glass-paned cupboard and grabbed 2 mugs. "You look like the black type." "That'd be great." The German shepherd parked his butt right next to Rapp and leaned his head against Rapp's thigh. The proximity of the canine made Rapp increasingly uncomfortable. Adams finished pouring the coffee and turned around. He took one look at Rapp's stiff posture and said, "You don't like dogs." It was more a statement than a question. Not really." Adams handed him a cup. "What's the problem? You been bit before?" "Several times." Rapp winced as he thought of one time in particular. Adams surveyed his guest. The longer hair and facial scar made him begin to wonder if this man really worked for the Secret Service. "Don't worry," Adams offered. "As long as you don't hurt me, Rufus won't hurt you." The owner of the house started across the room. "Let's go down to the basement. That's where I have everything." Rapp watched Adams cross the kitchen and followed. The damn dog would not leave his side. Rapp was impressed with Adams, who hustled down the steep steps like a man half his age. When Rapp reached the basement, he stopped and looked around the large room. It was a retired man's wet dream. The floor was painted a spotless gray and looked clean enough to eat off. Tools of every kind hung from brown pegboard along one wall, and each spot was labeled to ensure optimal organization. Along the far wall, 6 metal storage cabinets were lined up, each of them again labeled with a laminated catalog of the items within. 2 drafting tables and a computer dominated the wall to the right. In the center of the room, several white sheets covered something roughly the size of a pool table. Cocking his head sideways, Rapp tried to sneak a peek under the sheets, but couldn't see anything. The wiry Adams stopped at the drafting table on the left and turned on a bright overhead lamp. He motioned down at the 3-by-4-foot blueprint on the table.
This is an overview of the White House and its grounds. Director Tracy tells me you're interested in finding a way to get into the mansion unnoticed.
Rapp nodded. Adams looked up questioningly, as if studying Rapp. After a moment he said,
"Something tells me you're not Secret Service, Mr. Cruz."
"Please call me Mitch, and no, I don't work for the Secret Service."
"Okay, Mitch. Who do you work for?"
"I'm an analyst for the CIA." A wry smile creased Adams's lips. In his deep voice he replied,
"Analyst, my ass."
Rolling up his left sleeve, Adams revealed a thick, worm-like scar that sliced from his elbow almost down to his wrist. Holding it up for Rapp to see, he said,
"Got this on Iwo Jima, bayoneted by some crazy Jap."
Adams pointed to Rapp's face.
"You've got a nice thin scar there. Can't even see it unless you're looking at you from the side. You've had some nice plastic surgery done on it, but my guess is it used to be a big, ugly thing like this one here on my arm."
Adams studied him again.
"You didn't get it from analyzing satellite imagery, did you?"
Rapp played it cool, asking, "How'd you know I had plastic surgery?"
"My oldest daughter is a doctor over at GW. I can see the work of a talented surgeon, so let's cut the shit. What do you really do for Langley?"
Rapp looked at Adams deliberately. He liked his cut-to-the-heart-of-the-matter style, and decided the old man was a little too wily to play games with. So Rapp decided to give it to him as straight as he could. "I can't get into the details, but I'm more than a paper pusher."
"Is Cruz your real name?"
Rapp shook his head. Adams eyed him suspiciously, and then shrugged his shoulders.
"Well, I'll have to trust Director Tracy. If he says I should give you the information, I'll give it to you."
Adams turned his attention back to the blueprint and ran his finger over it, tracing a line.
"There is one way to get into the White House below ground."
Adams flipped up the first blueprint and revealed another one.
"It's the most well-known, the tunnel that comes over from the Treasury building."
Adams stabbed his finger on the right side of the blueprint and drew a line showing Rapp where the tunnel was.
"This is the tunnel that the terrorists used."
"That's it?" asked Rapp, surprised. "There's only one tunnel?"
Adams nodded. "There's only one tunnel. All the BS Hollywood puts out has most people thinking there's a dozen secret tunnels heading in every different direction."
Adams shook his head.
"Not true."
Disappointed, Rapp said, "So, there's no other way in below ground?"
"I didn't say that."
Adams held up a finger and smiled. He then stepped over to the other drafting table.
"During the Reagan administration, the Army Corps of Engineers installed a new heating, ventilation, and cooling system. This HVAC they installed was really impressive stuff, very high-tech. Besides providing all of the basic heating and cooling requirements, the system is designed to keep the air pressure inside the White House higher than the air pressure outside."
"Why?" asked Rapp.
"Maintaining a higher internal pressure ensures that all airflow, either through open doors, windows, or cracks, will always flow out instead of in. This way, if anyone tries to introduce a biological or chemical weapon into the building's environment, they couldn't do it by simply releasing the toxin upwind from the building. They would have to get inside the building and release it, and even if they did, the system is equipped with alarms and filters."
Rapp thought he saw where Adams was going and asked, "Where does the system get its air?"
"The system has 2 sets of intake and exhaust ducts. The first is located on the roof of the White House, and the second is located here."
Adams pointed to an area on the south lawn.
"The duct is hidden under a clump of fake bushes, not more than 15 yards from the fence on the east side, just south of Jackie Kennedy's rose garden. The duct drops 30 feet straight down and then runs for a little over 200 feet, where it connects with the main system in the engineering room of the third basement."
Rapp looked at the drawing. What kind of cover is there around this duct? Could you get to it without someone from the roof seeing you?
There's plenty of cover. Come over here and I'll show you on the model.
Adams walked over to the middle of the room and proudly pulled 2 white sheets off the large table. Lying before them on the table was a detailed model of the White House and its grounds.
This is what retirement does to you, Mitch. I started this project almost 20 years ago with one of my nephews. It took me almost all of that time to get half of it finished. And then I retired and finished the rest of it in 6 months.
Rapp stared at the model and searched for the duct in question. Reading his mind, Adams reached down and moved a small bush.
Here's your way in.
Adams's skinny black hand pointed at a green metal shaft that came out of the ground and then looped back down in an inverted U, with the open end pointing at the ground. Rapp studied the trees and bushes between the vent and the White House. "You're sure someone on the roof wouldn't see me approaching the duct?"
I don't think so. Your problem, as I see it, is whether or not they are in control of the Secret Service's surveillance and alarm system. This entire area," Adams pointed at the fence, "is loaded with sensors. If they have our system, they'll know you're there the second you step over the fence."
Rapp folded his arms and grabbed his chin. Looking down at the model, he studied the large horseshoe-shaped fence that ringed the south lawn and nodded.
"We can overcome that, though."
Adams dismissed the problem with a wave of his hand.
"Through a diversion or something. Your real problem is going to be finding your way around once you get inside the building. There are secret doors, elevators, stairs, passageways, you name it, and you won't find any of them on a blueprint or a model. Hell, half the agents on the presidential detail don't know where all of the stuff is. You are going to need someone with you who knows their way around that place."
Adams paused for a second.
"Or you're going to have to tell me what you have in mind so I can help you plan it."
Rapp looked up from the model and studied Milt Adams. A decision had to be made. Adams had to be either brought on board or kept in the dark, and Rapp didn't have the patience to debate the pros and cons with Kennedy and Stansfield. Dallas King was standing in a small office across the hall from the FBI's command post. He had been there for 5 frustrating minutes while a paramedic worked on Tutwiler. King looked down at the Attorney General and shook his head. The paramedic that was checking her out finished taking her blood pressure and said, "I think she's in shock." "Shit." King paced back and forth. "So what are you telling me? Can she speak to the press or not?" "No." The female paramedic, who was still on one knee, frowned. "She needs to get to a hospital." Tutwiler was sitting frozen on a brown leather couch, her eyes staring blankly into space. King placed his hands over his mouth and swore 3 times in rapid succession. Next, he grabbed at his hair and said, "I fucking knew it!" Turning back toward the paramedic, he said, "Take her to Bethesda, and I don't want anyone talking to her." King yanked the door open and began marching down the hallway, his arms swinging wildly. When he reached the other side of the building, he ignored the gaggle of Secret Service agents standing outside the conference room and entered without knocking. King slammed the door behind him and screamed an expletive. Vice President Baxter, startled by the unexpected intrusion, spun around in his chair with a look of thorough irritation on his face. "Dallas, I said I wanted to be alone." "The stupid bitch is in shock." "What?" asked a confused Baxter. "Tutwiler. The bitch is in shock. She cracked." An angry expression contorted King's face. "She can't talk. She's on her way to the hospital." Baxter closed his eyes and moaned. "Oh, great." King began pacing up and down next to the conference table while Baxter buried his face in his cupped hands. "It's nothing we can't handle," insisted King, trying to find an angle, a way to spin the story. "It's just a temporary setback." King walked the length of the room twice and then said, "I'll leak it through the right sources that the whole thing was Marge's idea, and when it blew up in her face, she cracked. And then we'll have Director Roach handle the press briefing. We'll be fine." With his face still in his hands, Baxter added, "For now." Then lifting his head up, he said, "This thing is only going to get worse. We are going to have to storm that place eventually, and from what everyone is telling me, we are going to lose a lot of hostages. It's just like I told you yesterday, Dallas, we are screwed." Baxter growled the last word.
Any way you slice it, I'm going to have the blood of a lot of people on my hands, and my name will forever be associated with this damn mess."
King shook his head. "Nothing's over. If there's a way out of this, I'll find it." Rubbing his hands together as if he were trying to warm them up, he said, "For now, we continue to walk this thin line. Marge is out of commission, so we'll move Director Roach and the FBI to the forefront. If this sick bastard releases 1/3 of the hostages, we should probably have a photo op with you consoling them. It won't hurt for you to take credit for that, but once it's over, and he starts making his next demands, you should keep a low profile. This isn't over yet, Sherman. Stay with me." Chapter 17. Sleep had been out of the question. After Warch had discovered someone was trying to breach the bunker door, everyone was up for the night. Tensions were running high as the grinding noise grew a little louder with each passing hour. Another foreboding sign was that the door was no longer cool to the touch. Areas of heat could be felt as one placed one's hand in different spots. In an effort to lower the tension and keep his people focused, Jack Warch had drawn up a duty schedule with Special Agent Ellen Morton, the day shift's whip. The first order of business was to collect all of the radios and phones. With 9 Secret Service agents in the bunker, that amounted to 9 encrypted Motorola radios and 9 digital phones. One of each would be kept on and monitored around the clock. Since the batteries on the phones were interchangeable, Warch's phone was to be used, and the batteries from the other phones were to be rotated through. While one agent monitored the communications, another agent was to stand post by the bunker door and report any strange noises or occurrences. 2 more agents were assigned to remain at all times between the President and the bunker door. While these 4 agents were manning their posts, the other 4 were to sleep or eat. The 2 teams, as they were now referred to, were on 4-hour rotations. Warch was the only one not included in the rotation. After checking on the battery supply, Warch walked over to the thick vault door and placed his hand flat on the surface. He ran his other hand through his thinning hair and tried to remember the details that had been passed on to him about the construction of the bunker. If he remembered correctly, it could withstand any conventional bomb and most nuclear bombs as long as it wasn't a direct hit. If the White House was ground zero, they were toast like everyone else. As for how it would hold up against a bunch of bloodthirsty terrorists using drills and God only knew what else, Warch had no idea. The commanding agent turned away from the door and glanced over at the President, who was sitting on one of the couches with his Chief of Staff. The President looked at Warch and gestured for him to join them. President Hayes was one of those men who shaved twice a day. Having already missed 2 shaves, his face was covered with a solid growth of gray and brown whiskers. His tie and suit jacket were lying on the bunk he had slept in. Looking over at Special Agent Warch, the President said, "Jack, please take your tie off, and tell the men to do the same." After the raid, Warch had torn his tie off in frustration. His feelings toward his President were at an all-time low. Hayes and his Chief of Staff had circumvented Secret Service security procedure, and people were dead because of it. Now, over 24 hours later, he had put his personal feelings aside and put his tie back on. He had a job to do, and part of that job was to show respect to the presidency, regardless of the individual. Warch nodded his thanks to the President and began to tug at the silk knot around his neck. "Anything new to report?"
"I'm afraid not, sir."
Warch kept his expression neutral.
"Are you sure," started Valerie Jones, "that those aren't our people trying to drill through the door?"
Warch paused and checked his desire to snap at the President's Chief of Staff. He had already been over this with them twice.
"It's not our people."
"Are you sure?"
Jones's tone was more pleading than asking. Warch exhaled a tired sigh and said,
"I don't like it any more than you do. But it would make no sense for our own people to drill through the door. They have the code. All they have to do is punch it in like we did, and the door opens."
Jones moved forward on the couch, tugging the hem of her black skirt as she did so.
"What if the terrorists damaged the door control?"
Warch called on his patience. They had already been down this road before. He decided he would go over it with her one last time.
"Outside this door,"
Warch pointed over his shoulder,
is a second room. That room has 2 reinforced steel doors. One leads into the tunnel, and the second one leads into the 3rd basement of the White House. Again, my people have the codes to get through either of those doors, so there would be no reason for them to be drilling now.
No, Jones shook her head. You're not listening. I said, what if the terrorists blew apart one of the other doors, and that damaged the control panel for this door? She pointed at the door with her bright red fingernail.
Ms. Jones, you are the one who is not listening. Warch kept his voice low but firm. If our people were the ones drilling out there, they would have called us and told us so.
Warch drew her attention to the nearby table filled with radios and digital phones.
They would not be jamming our communications and drilling at the same time.
Warch didn't see it as his job to like or dislike people at the White House, but this Valerie Jones was really getting on his nerves. Jones started to speak again, but President Hayes reached out and placed his hand on her knee.
I think Jack has made his point, and I agree with him. It's the only thing that makes sense.
Who says it has to make sense?
Hayes eyeballed her and said, Valerie? Jones sat back and folded her arms.
Sorry, I'm just trying to think of a way out of this mess.
Hayes ignored her and looked to Warch. What do we do now?
Warch was tempted, really tempted to let fly, to explain very forcefully to Ms. Jones that they wouldn't be in this mess if she had followed Secret Service procedure, but now was neither the time nor the place. That would all be discussed later, if they ever got out of this mess alive. Warch thought about the President's question for a moment. He looked over at the seemingly impervious bunker door and wondered how long it would take for the terrorists to breach it. Looking back to the President, Warch knew he had to stay positive.
The FBI's hostage rescue team is the best. I'm sure they're making plans to retake the building as we speak.
Rafiq Aziz grinned as he watched the money flow into the Swiss bank account. His people in Iran would start transferring the money into different accounts within the hour. He was winning. But his elation was tempered by the news about his mentor, Farah Harut. Aziz wondered what his captors could get out of him, if he was still alive. Harut was a tough old man, but no one was tough enough to withstand torture. As Aziz tried to assess the potential damage, he wondered if it was wise to deviate from his plan slightly to demand the return of Harut. As he drummed his fingers on the table, he decided no. The Americans might not have him. It could have been the Israelis or the British. If he went back on his word, it might provoke them into a premature attack, and Aziz was not ready for that. He needed his hands around the President's neck, or his chance for survival would be close to zero. For now, he would stick to his plan. It was time to talk to the FBI. Aziz had been ready to kill another hostage at 10 a.m., but the money had started to flow and kept flowing. It was nearing noon, and almost all of the money had been transferred. Aziz picked up the phone and dialed the number that the FBI had given him. After 2 rings, the now familiar deep voice of McMahon answered.
You have kept your word, said Aziz, and I will keep mine. At 12:30, I will release 1/3 of the hostages. Keep your people back. I don't want to see any of them on the street, or I'll open fire. Do I make myself clear?
Yes. Which door will you bring them out of?
That is not your concern, snapped Aziz. I will release my next set of demands at 7 a.m. tomorrow. Until then, I do not want to hear from you.
The terrorist hung up the phone and looked at his watch. It was exactly 11:53. Aziz decided he would release the hostages immediately instead of waiting until 12:30. This would keep the FBI off balance. Aziz doubted they would try anything this early, but after his execution of their national security advisor, it was best to be safe. Anna Reilly felt weak. Her captors had allowed her to go to the bathroom around 11, and Reilly had been able to grab several handfuls of water from the sink while she was in the bathroom. The water hitting her empty stomach had made her realize just how hungry she really was. The terrorist with the slicked-back hair had again followed her into the stall and watched her. Back in the White House mess, Reilly looked up from her uncomfortable position on the floor and noticed him gloating over her still. She wondered when he would strike, and if he would do it alone or with the others.
Her vision started to blur. Lowering her head, she brought both fists up to her eyes, fighting the tears before they started flowing uncontrollably. She could handle anything but this. Would it be better to die? She honestly asked herself. Rafiq Aziz came marching into the White House mess and glared at the huddled mass of frightened hostages. No one dared look at him after seeing what he was capable of. With his hands on his hips, Aziz said, "Everybody listen to me and you will not be hurt." Aziz began to walk around the circle. "If I tap you on the shoulder, I want you to go stand against the wall by the door. A third of you are being set free. If your government cooperates tomorrow, another third of you will be set free." Aziz knew the second part of the statement to be a lie, but honesty was hardly his strong suit. "If any of you talk or do not cooperate in any way, you will be forced to sit back down." Aziz began tapping the shoulders of those hostages closest to the door. Those farthest from the door quickly realized they would not be released. Several of them started to cry, and Aziz shouted, "Silence, or I will come over there and shoot you!" Anna really couldn't believe it. Her prayers were about to be answered. As the leader worked his way closer, her spirit soared. She was going to be set free. Reilly grabbed Stone Alexander and told him to sit up. The pretty male reporter's hair was pasted to one side of his head, with a large clump sticking straight up in the air, and he gave no sign that he knew what was going on. Aziz tapped Reilly on the shoulder, and then Alexander. Anna stood and pulled Alexander to his feet. As she walked toward the door, she felt as though it were all a dream. Reilly looked at the other hostages that were standing by the door and smiled. It was really going to happen. Her smile vanished instantly when she felt a hand on her shoulder. Trying to ignore it, Reilly took another step, but the fingers dug in deep and yanked her to a stop. Alexander kept walking in his trance-like state toward the others that were being set free. The terrorist with the slicked-back hair, the one who had driven the delivery truck into the underground parking garage of the Treasury building, yanked Anna Reilly to a stop and yelled to Rafiq Aziz in Arabic. Aziz stopped his count for a second, looked at the woman his man was talking about, and nodded his consent. Then, pointing to another hostage that was still seated, he said, "You, take her place." Aziz could not have cared less what his men wanted to do with these women. They were the spoils of war. With a quick yank, Reilly pulled herself from the terrorist's grip. "Take your filthy hands off me!" Abu Hassan, somewhat surprised at the strength of the slender woman, paused for a brief second and then raised his hand. In a wide, arcing motion, he swung at her head with an open hand. Reilly, at her father's suggestion, had enrolled in self-defense classes after the rape. She had taken them very seriously, and the instincts were still there. She saw the blow coming and raised her forearm. The blow knocked her slightly off balance, but she remained defiantly on her feet. What Reilly didn't know was that she would have been better off if she had kept her instincts in check. Like most Arab men, Abu Hassan was used to submissive women and was not about to tolerate this type of behavior, especially in front of the other men. This time he swung with a closed fist and hit the cowering Reilly in the temple. The blow sent Reilly to the floor, where she curled up in a ball. Kicking her in the back viciously, the terrorist then grabbed her by the hair and dragged her back to the main group of hostages. He released her hair and dropped her to the floor like a sack. Reilly lay there, her hands covering her face, as the tears flowed from her eyes, her back and head screaming in pain. She wasn't crying as much from the pain as from mental anguish. Anna Reilly knew what was going to happen to her, and the vision of what lay ahead only made her cry harder. Chapter 18. Pentagon, 12:48 p.m. The Joint Chiefs briefing room was once again crowded with people. Gone were the politicians from yesterday, replaced by members of the military's Joint Special Operations Command and the FBI's hostage rescue team. At the far end of the table, FBI Director Roach was accompanied by several of his deputy directors, his international and domestic terrorism chiefs, and the commander of the hostage rescue team, Sid Slater. Skip McMahon had been left back at the command post to keep an eye on things and to get the debriefing of the recently released group of hostages started. Secret Service Director Tracy was also present with several of his deputies, and CIA Director Stansfield and Irene Kennedy were seated next to Flood at the head of the table, opposite the FBI contingent. The rest of the table was dominated with Pentagon brass and Special Forces types. General Flood was far more comfortable with this audience than he had been with the one the day before. He would not have to mince words with this group. They all spoke his language. Flood's confidence was also bolstered by the briefing he had received from Stansfield and Kennedy an hour earlier. Now that he had a clearer picture of what Aziz had in mind, he could prepare his battle plan. And as far as the general was concerned, it was exactly that, a battle plan. Flood and Stansfield had come to the conclusion after the early morning debacle at the White House that Vice President Baxter did not have the fortitude and vision to lead them through this crisis. Those were Stansfield's words. The general had actually used the words nuts and guts. It came down to the issue of history, Flood had explained. Not in the sense of making it, as much as setting a precedent. As a military historian, Flood knew all too well the pitfalls of taking the easy road in times of crisis, of negotiating for today without an eye to the future. In the not-so-recent past, Neville Chamberlain had shown all the world and future generations how appeasement and negotiations worked when dealing with a madman. More recently, George Bush had given a valuable lesson in how to deal with a megalomaniac. Simply cutting off an arm does not suffice. Pulling up short of a complete victory is not enough. The only way to solve the problem is to lop off the head of the man behind the aggression. The general had decided he would do everything in his significant power to end the crisis at the White House in a quick and decisive manner. Negotiating, delaying, handing over concessions were all a distraction from the big picture, the future of international terrorism and how it affected the national security of America. The money they had released this morning had instantly saved the lives of 25 people, but how many lives would it cost down the road? How much of that money would be used to train and fund terrorists? How much of it would be used to strike against America and her citizens both abroad and at home? Flood and Stansfield had made a pact to do everything possible to persuade the Vice President to take action, to make sure Rafiq Aziz did not walk out of the White House alive. Their options were plentiful, as the United States was fortunate to have not one but 3 highly skilled world-class counter-terrorist strike teams. The FBI's Hostage Rescue Team, the Army's Delta Force, and the Navy's SEAL Team 6. These 3 groups fired more ammunition in 1 year than an entire division of Marines, and it paid off. Each of the 3 units always had teams on standby referred to as Go Teams. When on the Go Team rotation, one was expected to stay close to home, carry a pager 24/7, and be ready to drop everything and hightail it to HQ in 2 hours or less. For the FBI, they scrambled out of the HRT's headquarters in Quantico, Virginia. For SEAL Team 6, it was Little Creek, Virginia, and for Delta Force, it was Fort Bragg, North Carolina. Yesterday morning, when the White House was hit, the pagers started going off, and within hours all 3 teams were converging on the White House, vying for intelligence and position. There was a competitive edge between the 3 that was fostered more than anything by shooting competitions and mock takedowns. They all shared information on training and lessons learned in the field, and were respectful of each other, but in the end they each thought their team was the best. This was where the problem started. Like 3 quarterbacks fighting for the starting spot, they clashed invariably because of egos. And make no mistake about it, the men who ran these teams had huge egos. This was the issue General Flood was going to try to handle. The general looked down at the assemblage and started calmly. "We have been given full authority by the Vice President to prepare plans for the rescue of the hostages and the retaking of the White House. It goes without saying that none of what we are about to discuss is for public consumption." Pausing, the general held up a finger. "First issue. There is a certain myth that has been promulgated over the last several decades that we are forbidden by law to use the American military in domestic policing operations. In my mind, and the minds of many others, including Director Roach, this very narrow interpretation of the law does not apply to our current crisis. This is not Waco or Ruby Ridge.
This is a paramilitary assault on a federal building by foreign soldiers, and we are going to use every resource at our disposal to resolve this conflict." The general paused to make his point clear. "We have 3 top-notch counter-terrorist strike teams at our disposal, and we plan on using all of you in one way or another." Flood looked at the leaders of each unit to make sure he was understood. "I am a firm believer in inter-service rivalries. It's a great training tool that helps instill unit cohesion and a sense of fighting pride. But," cautioned the general, "there is no place for that rivalry in war, and this is war. Over 20 people have died already, and we are sure to lose more. Now, I have been receiving reports about little turf wars flaring up around the White House between your people." Flood looked individually at the leaders of Delta, HRT, and SEAL Team 6. "As of this moment, this bickering is over," growled Flood. The general let his words sink in. "We know what your strengths are. Delta is best at taking down airliners and has a slight edge on airborne assaults. HRT is best at negotiating and has the most practical experience in standoffs. And SEAL Team 6 has a clear edge in jumping, diving, and explosives." Flood pointed to the director of the FBI. "I have already consulted with Directors Roach, Tracy, and Stansfield, and General Campbell, and we are in agreement on the following deployment of assets. First," the general stressed the word and held up his forefinger, "the FBI's hostage rescue team will deploy across the street from the West Wing in the Executive Office Building and make plans for a ground assault. If we need to go in on short notice, HRT will probably be our first option." Flood shifted his attention to Colonel Bill Gray, the man in charge of Delta Force. Gray was a former Ranger and had been with Delta since its inception in 1977. "Billy, you and your people still know your way around Andrews, National, Dulles, and Baltimore?" "Yes, General." One of Delta Force's specialties was handling hijackings, and they had developed the good habit of gathering advanced site intelligence at potential airports. With the cooperation of airport officials, Delta could send operators to various installations to learn the ropes as mechanics, flight attendants, baggage handlers, and a variety of other skills that might come in handy in the event of a hijacking. Delta also liked to conduct security checks on the airports to see how their systems, procedures, and people would stand up. Delta's operators would ferret around the facilities, sometimes announced and sometimes unannounced, and check out underground runway tunnels, rooftop sniping positions, and other areas of interest. The simple logic being, the more advanced work they did, the easier it would be to handle a real crisis. Flood continued. "Good. We've decided to use Delta Force to handle anything that goes down at the airports, and also as an airborne strike force if needed." Flood looked at Colonel Gray. "General Campbell will brief you on the deployment of your assets later." The general pulled back and looked around the room. "This is no Waco, ladies and gentlemen. Once we go in, and we keep going in until we take the building. If we send HRT through the door, we need Delta Force up in the air and ready to come in hot." Flood looked to SEAL Team 6's commanding officer Dan Harris, the same man who had helped Rapp kidnap Farah Harut. "SEAL Team 6 is going to play 2 roles. First and foremost, they are to advise both Delta and HRT on explosives. And secondly, they will be used as the primary chase team. If Aziz leaves the country, 6 will pursue." Flood had other plans for SEAL Team 6, but he was not about to discuss them in front of the group. "Director Roach and I have decided that General Campbell, of the Joint Special Operations Command," Flood pointed across the table at the bristly-haired Ranger, "will coordinate the activities of all 3 units. Dr. Irene Kennedy," Flood gestured to his left, "from the CIA, will commence an intelligence briefing in this room as soon as I'm finished. Each unit will also be augmented with Secret Service agents who will act as liaison officers in regards to questions about the floor plans of the White House and the West Wing, where we currently believe the majority of the hostages are being held." Flood paused for a moment and looked at his watch. "I want fully briefed strike teams in place and ready to move by 2100 this evening. That gives us 8 hours." Looking at the other members of the Joint Chief sitting around him, Flood said, "These men and their units are our #1 priority. If they ask for something, they get it." Then, addressing the entire group, the general said, "Dr. Kennedy will now brief you on the intelligence situation. Director Roach, Flood nodded to the head of the FBI, the show is yours. Director Stansfield and I have some business to attend to.
With that, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs started for the door as Stansfield slowly rose out of his chair. When the two men reached the door, Flood grabbed one of his aides and said, "Wait 5 minutes, and then bring Admiral DeVoe and Lieutenant Commander Harris to my office." The blueprints were spread out on the large table in General Flood's office. Mitch Rapp was nodding his head in understanding as Milt Adams showed him the whereabouts of a secret passageway not noted on the drawing. Adams had changed into more appropriate attire and was wearing a blue suit with a white shirt and solid maroon tie. The tie was held in place by a shiny brass USMC tie bar. Rapp looked down at a marking on the blueprint and asked, "That door is fake?"
Well, it's not fake exactly. It works, but it's always locked.
How are we going to get through it? Do we have to pick it?
No.
Adams grinned dubiously, and then, reaching into his pocket, he extracted a large key ring.
This right here. Adams found the right key. This is an S key.
He held up the key proudly for Rapp to see. "What in the hell is an S key?" Rapp asked.
An S key, Adams said in a dramatic tone, gets you into all of the sensitive areas. All of the agents on the presidential detail have one, and only a select few others. This little key opens stuff like the weapons lockers and," Adams tapped the blueprint, "doors that lead to places that don't exist."
Rapp took the key from Adams and studied it. He had taken a liking to the old man. He knew his stuff, and if Rapp's gut was right, he could trust him in a pinch. "If this thing is so important, how did you just walk off the job with one?" Adams snatched the key back, acting more offended than he really was.
How many times do I have to tell you? I ran the place. Those goofy White House ushers like to think they run things, the way they always strut around. Well, let me tell you, it was my place. When something needed to get done, I was the one they called.
"Take it easy, Milt. I believe you. I'm just ribbing you a little bit."
"You're a funny guy, Mr. Secret Agent Man."
Adams reached out with surprising quickness and poked Rapp in the stomach. At that exact moment, the door to General Flood's office opened, and in walked Director Stansfield and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs himself. Flood wasn't more than a step into the room before he was tugging at the buttons of his uniform blouse. He always seemed to be in a hurry to get out of the constricting tunic. By the time he reached the conference table, the jacket was off.
"This must be Milt Adams," he said.
The capacious general walked over to the considerably smaller Adams and extended his hand.
"It's nice to meet you, Milt."
Flood then gestured to Stansfield.
"Have you met Thomas Stansfield?"
Adams shook his head and extended his hand.
"Nope."
Stansfield smiled ever so slightly.
"It's nice to meet you. I've heard a lot about you."
Stansfield pumped his hand.
"General Flood tells me you fought with the Marines on Iwo Jima."
"Yep, the 6th Ammunition Company."
There was an awkward moment of silence, and then the general said, "Mitch here tells me you think you may have found a way into the White House." Flood glanced down at his conference table.
"Yep."
Adams waved them over to his blueprints and proceeded to show Stansfield and Flood the way in. Adams was about 60 seconds into his song and dance, and everything seemed to be going pretty well, with one exception. He kept using the plural we instead of the singular I. Stansfield picked up on this and began glancing at Rapp for clarification. Milt Adams had offered his guide services to Rapp, and Rapp had instantly seen the value in bringing Adams along. What he hadn't yet figured out was how to pitch the idea to his boss. General Flood made the question moot when he interrupted Adams by asking,
"What's this we stuff?"
Looking up from the blueprints, Adams waggled his thumb back and forth between himself and Rapp.
"Mitch and me, that's who the we is."
Snorted Flood with a frown thrown in for good measure.
"Aren't you a little old for this kind of stuff, Milt?" "I may be old, but I'm fit as a fiddle."
Adams turned to Rapp.
"Should I show 'em?"
Slightly embarrassed, Rapp nodded and said, "Sure." Milt had already given Rapp proof of his fitness. Adams hit the deck and ripped off 20 push-ups in quick order, then he sprang back to his feet barely out of breath.
"I do 100 push-ups and 200 sit-ups every morning, and I walk 5 miles a day."
Adams licked his lips.
"Except Sundays. Sundays are my day off."
General Flood eyeballed the little spark plug before him, unsure of what to make of the unorthodox display and slightly envious, since he had let his own fitness slide so far. "I don't think his fitness will be an issue," Rapp added hastily. "If there's any heavy work to be done, I can handle it. The key is his knowledge of the interior. It'll be invaluable to me." Stansfield was skeptical.
"Why not grab someone from the Secret Service?" "They don't know where everything is," Adams shook his head. "They know where some of the stuff is, but not all of it. I know every inch of that building."
Flood studied Adams for a moment and said, "You know things could get hairy in there." Milt Adams looked up at the general with a no-nonsense grin on his face.
"You know, General, I spent almost 2 months on Iwo. We lost over 6,000 Marines, and the Japs lost over 20,000 soldiers. I saw buddies get their heads literally blown clear off. I saw men burned to death. I saw people die in the worst ways you could imagine."
Adams shook his head.
"No offense, gentlemen, but it's all child's play compared to the hell I went through on that island."
Flood had been in battle himself, but nothing that even came close to the hell that had occurred in the battle for Iwo Jima. "I would imagine you're right." The general was beginning to admire the old man's spunk. After another moment of consideration, Flood said, "Mitch, if you think it's a good idea, I'm behind you." Then, turning to the director of the CIA, he asked, "Thomas?" Stansfield, with his typical calm demeanor, answered,
"If Mitch thinks it wise, I'm behind him as well."
Just then there was a knock on the door, and everyone turned. General Flood bellowed across the room, "Enter!" Lieutenant Commander Harris and Admiral DeVoe stepped into the room and saluted. The Admiral said, "You wanted to see us, General?" Flood returned the salute and said, "Yes, come over here, gentlemen. I don't want you to think your talents are being squandered while Delta Force and the FBI get all of the action. I have plans for you, but I didn't want to discuss them in front of the group." The two naval officers approached the group. Admiral DeVoe was the commander of the Naval Special Warfare Group and in charge of all SEAL teams. Harris, looking quite a bit more like an officer than the last time he and Rapp had met, walked at his boss's side. His ponytail and beard had been removed at the direction of Admiral DeVoe. The unruly hygiene of a terrorist was fine when Harris was holed up down at HQ in Little Creek or out in the field, but a meeting with the Joint Chiefs was cause for a more by-the-book appearance. "I think you know these two gentlemen." Flood pointed to Rapp and Stansfield. Harris nodded professionally. "Director Stansfield, Mr. Cruz." The Admiral did the same. Rapp stuck out his hand. "It's good to see you again, Harry." Harris locked on to Rapp's hand and shook it firmly. "Good to see you too, Mitch." Flood grabbed the two naval officers by the shoulders and showed them the blueprints strewn out across the conference table. "Gentlemen, I've asked you to join us because I'd like your opinion on something." Chapter 19. Washington, D.C. As the sun set on the Capitol, two hulking C-130s descended from the darkening sky on their final approach to Andrews Air Force Base. The base, located a short hop to the southeast of the White House, had been chosen by the Joint Special Operations Command as the forward staging area for what was now known as Operation Ratcatcher. Security at the base had been doubled for the arrival of its newest contingent, and all non-essential personnel had been removed from the staging area. The Army took its secrecy surrounding Delta Force very seriously. The large matte green cargo planes moved in perfect synchronicity, both banking for the runway at the same time and dropping their landing gear, their powerful turboprop engines rumbling in the stagnant, humid air of the Potomac River Valley. The first plane touched down smoothly, followed just a dozen seconds later by the second. The control tower directed the two planes to a group of large hangars where they were met by Air Force ground crews who had been told in advance not to turn on the bright floodlights. The people who had traveled from Pope Air Force Base in North Carolina were used to traveling in the dark and rather preferred it. As the planes taxied to a stop, they spun 90 degrees on a dime and left their tails facing the open doors of a sprawling hangar. Bright yellow chocks were thrown under the wheels by the ground crew, and the loud engines were cut. A hydraulic whir announced the lowering of the rear cargo ramps, revealing a mass of black-clad men standing in 2 rows, almost 70 in each plane. They represented the bulk of the A and B assault squadrons of Delta Force, the U.S. Army's super-secret counter-terrorist assault and commando force. The men filed down the ramps. They came in all shapes and sizes, but all were at the apex of physical condition and walked with the grace and confidence of world-class athletes. Each man carried a large black backpack loaded with equipment. Most of them had H&K MP-10 submachine guns with integral suppressors strapped to the top of the packs, but there were others who carried assault shotguns, sniping rifles, and even several who had 7.62mm heavy-caliber machine guns. Colonel Bill Gray, Delta Force's commander, stood by the door of the darkened hangar and looked proudly at his men as they filed past. Gray was also dressed in the standard black ninja jumpsuit, although it was highly unlikely that he would be going into the fray, unlike his cowboy counterpart at SEAL Team 6. Gray got along well with Lieutenant Commander Harris, but thought it irresponsible for him to lead individual strikes, a point that he had just recently brought up with the General Staff of the Joint Special Operations Command. Colonel Gray had stayed in Washington after his afternoon briefing at the Pentagon rather than flying down to brag and coming right back. The colonel, who stood just above 6 feet, had a full head of close-cropped black hair and bushy eyebrows to match. The native Texan had the unanimous respect of his men due to the fact that he never asked them to do anything he hadn't already done or wasn't willing to do. At the end of both columns, Gray spotted the 2 men he was looking for and moved out to meet them. As he approached, the 2 men saluted. Gray returned the salute and asked, "How was the flight up?" The 2 men standing before Gray were the commanders of his A and B squadrons, Lieutenant Colonel Hank Kleiss and Lieutenant Colonel Pat Miller. Kleiss answered, "No sweat. We've been locked and loaded since 2. We just had to wait around for it to get dark." Colonel Gray nodded. "How are the men?" "Good," answered Kleiss. "If they can't get up for this one, I should be drummed out of the service." Gray looked to Miller, the quieter of the 2. Miller answered, "They're ready." Nodding, Gray looked over his officer's shoulders and watched the loadmasters taking equipment off the planes. "Here's how we stand. Pat, you and B Squadron are in charge of the airports. Hank, you've got the airborne assault on the White House. Get your communications secured ASAP, and pass the word that I want a staff meeting in 30 minutes. Gray pointed over his shoulder. "There's a briefing room at the rear of the hangar. We'll meet in there. Also tell your troop leaders to bring their sergeant majors. We're going to get a big intel dump from Langley and the Secret Service, and I want them in on it." Gray turned, and without his having to say anything, the 2 junior officers fell in astride their senior. "Training is going to be tricky for this. We don't have time to build any mock-ups." The colonel was referring to Hollywood-type sets that Delta used to train for real-life takedowns. The full-scale mock-ups were usually built on a remote area of the massive Eglin Air Force Base in northern Florida and done with blueprints provided by the CIA and satellite imagery provided by the NSA. "General Flood tells me there is no way this thing will last for more than a week, and that we could conceivably be ordered in tonight, so we need to be ready to go pronto. Hank," Gray pointed to the commander of his A Squadron, "I want you to divide the White House into sections immediately and get your troops assigned to handle specific sectors of the building. If we get the phone call in 2 hours, I want to have at the very least a basic plan. As time goes on and we get more intel, we can fine-tune it." Gray turned to his B Squadron commander. "Pat, I want advance teams in place at Reagan, Dulles, and Baltimore. Pre-wire at least 2 planes at each airport for video and sound, and do it quietly. We don't want the press covering any of this. Put your people in the airline mechanic uniforms while they're doing it. The less attention we raise, the better. Langley tells us that Aziz is using the Situation Room, so we have to assume he's getting real-time coverage from the media. The FBI is sending us some agents to help with subpoenas." Gray stopped abruptly and slapped both men on the back. "Now get moving. I want updates at the staff meeting in," Gray looked at his watch, "28 minutes." The 2 squadron commanders hustled off in earnest to form up their groups, and Gray turned back toward the open hangar door. Grabbing his secure digital phone from his tactical assault vest, Gray hit the speed dial for the operations center at the Pentagon. As the colonel waited for the encryption to kick in, he noticed a string of navigation lights descending on the runway. They would be his MD-530 Little Birds, flown by the Army's 160th Special Operations Regiment. These were the stealthy, almost silent helicopters that would be crucial in any assault on the White House. Farther down the valley, Gray could see another string of red and green lights. Unlike the Little Birds, Gray could already hear this second flight of helicopters. Those would be his MH-60 Blackhawks. Faster, larger, and louder than the Little Birds, the Blackhawks would be used to chase Aziz if he headed for an airport. Gray watched as the first of the Little Birds came in and touched down softly. 7 more of the small black helicopters quickly followed. Gray shook his head. Everything was happening too fast. If they went in tonight, it wouldn't be a calculated raid. It would be a bloodbath. They would lose hostages and he would lose men. He needed more time to get things set up. 2 miles northwest of the White House sat the Naval Observatory, the official residence of the Vice President of the United States. The large circular estate was located off Massachusetts Avenue on Embassy Row atop a hill. Its many gardens and rolling wooded lawn provided a serenity and seclusion that was quite absent at the executive mansion. Irene Kennedy drove north in her maroon Toyota Camry on Massachusetts Avenue. Every time Kennedy drove through this area of Washington, she couldn't help but think that this 1-mile strip of asphalt had to have the single largest concentration of electronic surveillance equipment in the world. With all of the embassies spying on each other and their host country, and the FBI, the CIA, the National Security Agency, the Defense Intelligence Agency, and the National Reconnaissance Office all spying on the embassies, it was unlikely that any conversation went unrecorded. As Kennedy continued north, the large plantation-style home of the Vice President came into view on her left, its fresh white paint bathed in floodlights. Kennedy drove past the main gate and the slew of reporters and camera crews that had besieged the compound. Not far past the main gate, she took a left onto Observatory Circle and worked her way around the north side of the estate. A small, unmarked gate appeared on her left, and Kennedy turned off the city street and onto the private drive. 4 uniformed Secret Service officers and a German shepherd approached her car. The men all wore flak jackets over their white shirts. Kennedy rolled down her window and presented her credentials. The officer looked at her ID and said, "Could you please pop your trunk, Dr. Kennedy?" After the dog had taken 2 laps around the small sedan and the trunk had been thoroughly checked, Kennedy was granted admission. 2 white steel retractable bollards standing 3 feet tall and 1 foot wide dropped down beneath the pavement, and then the heavy black gate opened inward. Kennedy maneuvered her car up the winding driveway and past several of the outlying buildings that were used for offices. Near the main house, she saw her boss's limousine and parked next to it. She was several minutes late for the 9:30 p.m. meeting. The normal complement of uniformed officers was bolstered by the black-clad, machine-gun-toting men of the service's emergency response team. These heavily armed men could be seen patrolling the elevated tree line just beyond the fence. They moved ominously from shadow to shadow, determined not to allow another debacle to take place. A second line of ERT officers ringed the actual residence, and the vice presidential detail was inside the home, never more than 1 room away from their charge. One of the vice president's staffers appeared in the entrance doorway, and Kennedy was ushered into the large foyer. Director Stansfield was sitting on a couch on the right with his legs crossed. He was, as always, wearing a dark conservative suit, white shirt, and striped tie. Stansfield peered over the top of his spectacles when Kennedy entered, a questioning expression on his face. Kennedy plopped down next to him and said, "It looks good. Mitch went over to the White House and checked out the fence line. He thinks they can get to the shaft without any problems." Stansfield nodded thoughtfully. "What do you think?" Kennedy glanced up at the ceiling for a second. "We need someone in there, and he's the best we have." "What about bringing Adams along?" "I'm not crazy about the idea, but again I have to defer to Mitch. He's the one with the field experience." Kennedy looked at her boss. "You seem to have some reservations." Stansfield pondered the comment for a second and shook his head. "No, I trust Mitch. How are you holding up?" Kennedy rolled her eyes.
I could use a little sleep, but besides that, I'm fine.
The sound of dress shoes clicking on the hardwood floor caught their attention, and both looked to see Dallas King coming down the hallway. The Vice President's Chief of Staff was dressed in a pressed French blue dress shirt and a pair of black slacks, looking dapper as always. King stopped about 10 feet away and said, "The Vice President is ready to see you." Stansfield and Kennedy followed the swaggering young Chief of Staff down the hallway. Without knocking, King opened the door to Baxter's private study, and Stansfield and Kennedy followed. Vice President Baxter sat in a large leather chair in front of the fireplace reading over the speech he was to give to the nation in a little over an hour. Upon seeing his guests, he set the speech and his pen down. Stansfield and Kennedy sat on the couch, and King stood in front of the fireplace next to his boss. Baxter leaned forward and folded his hands.
What would you like to talk to me about?
We think, Stansfield started, that we may have found a way to get someone into the White House undetected by the terrorists.
Really? Baxter said, showing his interest by moving forward to the edge of the chair.
How?
Stansfield looked to Kennedy, and she said, "There is a ventilation system that circulates all of the air in the White House. The main intake and exhaust ducts are located on the roof, but there is a backup duct that leads from the basement of the White House to an area on the south lawn."
Baxter looked at Stansfield and said, "I've never noticed any ventilation ducts on the south lawn."
"Neither have I," replied the director of the CIA. "They're concealed with trees and bushes. We've done a reconnaissance of the area and feel we can get to it without the terrorists being alerted."
"So what do you want to do?" asked King. Kennedy remained focused on the vice president. "Before we can consider staging a rescue of the hostages, we must know what's going on inside. Unless we get someone on the inside to coordinate an attack, our chances for success will be almost nothing."
"So we're not talking about sending in a team of commandos." Vice President Baxter squeezed his hands together. "I want to be very clear about that. Unless we're sure what he wants, I'm not going to rush into anything." "We only want to send in one person," Kennedy spoke in a reassuring voice. She thought it would be best to leave Milt Adams out of the picture for now. "Once that person has given us a clear picture of what we're up against, we will present you with a plan to retake the building by force."
"If needed," added King.
"If needed." Kennedy glanced up at King and then back to the vice president. King placed one hand on the mantel of the fireplace and the other on his hip. He had a feeling he knew whom the CIA would use to check out the building.
"This person," King started to ask, "would he by any chance be that Mr. Cruz fellow?"
Kennedy and Stansfield shared a look, and Kennedy replied, "Yes."
"Well, that's funny," said King in an off voice, "because I did some checking on your Mr. Cruz, and I don't think his dossier matches up with the man I met yesterday."
"Mr. Cruz is an alias for the man you met," Stansfield answered flatly.
"What's his real name?" King asked.
"That's classified."
"Come now," King smirked. "If we're going to risk the lives of all of these hostages by sending your man in, I think at the bare minimum we should know who he is."
Stansfield looked at King for a moment and then turned to the vice president.
"There is no rational reason that I can think of for telling you his name."
"I can," answered King with confidence. "If we are going to stick our necks out, I want to know who this guy is and where he's from."
Secrecy was an issue Stansfield never budged on. Being a former field operative himself, he understood firsthand the perils of sharing information too freely. That, combined with the fact that King needed to be reminded of his station in life, caused the director to reply,
"Mr. Cruz has been sent on highly delicate missions by 3 presidents, and not one of them ever knew his real identity. I am not about to tell the Chief of Staff for the Vice President, who I might remind everyone has a penchant for talking to the press, the real identity of one of my top operatives."
Stansfield turned to Baxter and in the same even tone asked,
"Mr. Vice President, maybe you and I should talk about this alone?"
Baxter looked at King sideways. The message was clear. Get back in your cage and stay quiet. Turning his focus back to Stansfield, Baxter said, "I don't need to know his real identity, Director Stansfield. I trust you. One thing, however, does concern me. This Mr. Cruz fellow seems to be a bit volatile.
possibly uncontrollable." "What are you basing that assumption on?" "From what I saw firsthand at the Pentagon yesterday."
"What you've seen, sir," answered Kennedy, "might lead you to believe he is uncontrollable, but in reality he is extremely reliable. He follows orders to a T, and most important, he gets results." Kennedy knew her words were slightly skewed, but she also knew there was no one better suited for the job than Mitch Rapp. His only fault, which some would argue is why he is so good, is that he doesn't tolerate mistakes or stupidity. Kennedy stopped momentarily and then added, "In Attorney General Tutwiler's case, I think he proved to be correct." Vice President Baxter nodded soberly.
"Yes, he did."
"Mr. Vice President," Stansfield interjected with finality, "Mr. Cruz is one of the best operatives I've ever seen, and you know how long I've been doing this."
Baxter leaned back in his chair and folded his hands in front of his mouth.
"Are there any legal issues to be concerned about?"
"Such as?"
"Using an employee of the CIA for something like this. The American people are very squeamish about your agency operating within our borders."
"Technically, I think we're fine, and given the circumstances, I don't think anyone is going to make an issue out of it."
"As long as he's successful," added King. "Does the FBI know anything about your plan?"
"No."
The Vice President stood and walked over to a window away from the group. Baxter thought about the potential pitfalls. If this Cruz didn't perform as advertised, there could be some serious repercussions. Why wasn't someone from the FBI sent in? Why didn't they wait to see if they could get more hostages released? The questions would go on and on. Baxter saw a risk. Hell, the whole thing was a risk. And his political instincts told him to protect himself. After another minute of thought, Baxter decided to walk that thin line again. The Vice President came back over and sat.
"Director Stansfield, I have given you," Baxter paused, searching for the most innocuous word, "permission to collect intelligence in this matter. What you choose to do specifically is up to you. I don't need to be kept in the loop for every decision along the way." Stansfield, an expert at interpreting political speak, understood the Vice President clearly. It was another Iran-Contra. Baxter wanted Stansfield and the CIA to stick their necks out, and if things fell apart, he would have his plausible denial. Stansfield looked at Baxter and nodded his understanding. There would be time to handle these details at a later point. For now, they needed to get the ball rolling. Baxter continued. "I'm reluctant to do anything until Aziz releases his next set of demands, which of course will be tomorrow morning. If we can exchange more hostages for money, I'm inclined to do it."
"Sir," said Kennedy, "if I may be frank, I don't think he's going to keep asking for money."
"What do you think he will ask for?"
Stansfield leaned forward and fielded the question.
"That is anyone's guess."
The director of the CIA wasn't about to divulge his ace in the hole, their custody of Farah Harut, especially to someone like Baxter.
"But I would agree with Irene."
Baxter pondered what the next demand might be, and then turned his attention back to the matter at hand.
"Who knows about your plans for Mr. Cruz?"
"General Flood, a select few others at the Pentagon, and us."
"No one at the FBI?" Baxter repeated.
"No."
"For now, I think you should go about collecting your intelligence independent of the FBI. They have enough to worry about."
Stansfield again read between the lines and nodded. The FBI was to be kept in the dark about Rapp. More proof that the Vice President wanted to insulate himself from any potential disaster. Baxter looked at Stansfield and asked,
"Is that all?"
"Yes, I think so."
"Good. Thank you for keeping us informed." Baxter motioned for the door. "Now, if you'll excuse us, I need to get ready to address the nation."
Stansfield and Kennedy stood and started for the door. As they neared it, Vice President Baxter called out,
"If you decide to send your man in, please keep him on a short leash."
Stansfield gave his silent answer with a nod, then followed Kennedy into the hallway. Chapter 20. They hit the first checkpoint 3 blocks away from the White House. A quarter of a moon shone in the night sky, and not a cloud was in sight. Rapp was riding in the back seat of the long black Suburban with Milt Adams. Lieutenant Commander Harris of SEAL Team 6 was in the passenger seat, and Chief Petty Officer Mick Reavers was driving. Following the Suburban through the checkpoints were a plain blue van and a larger black box van. Lieutenant Commander Harris handled the D.C. Metro Police at the first two checkpoints and then the Secret Service agents at the last checkpoint. Word had been sent down from on high that the CIA was moving in some sensitive equipment to conduct surveillance. Approaching the White House from the east, they pulled through the last checkpoint at Pennsylvania Avenue and 15th Street. Reavers, the large linebacker type that had been along on the mission to grab Harut, drove the Suburban onto Hamilton Place and continued past the southern edge of the Treasury building. The White House was now in sight, ahead and to the right, the top floor of the mansion visible above the trees. On the right was the entrance to the underground parking garage that the terrorists had used just yesterday to assault and take the White House. A white Suburban was now parked at the top of the ramp, blocking its use. Straight ahead was a closed gate that led onto the south grounds of the White House. Reavers extinguished the headlights and turned left onto East Executive Avenue. Continuing south for another 50 feet, Reavers took a hard right at the direction of Milt Adams and pulled up on the curb, the front grille of the truck stopping inches from the heavy black fence. As had already been decided, the blue van backed up onto the curb about 20 feet to the north of the Suburban and stopped with its rear bumper almost touching the fence. The large black box van parked on the street right in between the two vehicles, creating a space in the middle that would shield the men from prying eyes. Doors began to open, and bodies piled out of all three vehicles. Everyone, even Milt Adams, was dressed in the standard black Nomex jumpsuits worn by Navy SEALs. 3 of Harris's SEALs set up a security perimeter on the outside of the vehicles, while 4 more unfurled a massive black tarp. In a little over a minute, they had the tarp stretched over the top of all 3 vehicles and secured. With the tarp in place, 2 of the men went to work on the fence. With a small hand-held hydraulic jack, they began prying apart the vertical bars so Rapp and Adams could pass through. Harris and Rapp approached the fence and tried to spy a look at the roof of the White House. The trees and undergrowth between them and the residence were dense, hopefully dense enough to conceal their movements. Harris raised his small, secure Motorola radio to his mouth and asked, "Slick, what do you got for me?" Lying on his belly less than a block away, Charlie Wicker peered through a pair of night vision binoculars. Wicker was set up on the back side of the pitched roof of the Treasury building. Arriving 30 minutes in advance of the others, he had been watching the terrorists sitting atop the roof of the White House trying to discern any patterns. Wicker lowered the lip mic on his headset and said, "He has no idea you're there. He spends most of his time looking west over at that ugly building on the other side of the White House." "Good," replied Harris. "Anything else to report?" Wicker squinted as he looked at the hooded man no more than 150 feet away. The only thing separating them was a half-inch of bulletproof plexiglass. "Yeah, I think I can take this guy out with a pair of 50s. Wicker was referring to a 50 caliber sniping rifle. The heavy caliber weapon was used by Special Forces snipers to take out targets at distances exceeding a mile. "I'll keep that in mind. Let me know if he starts looking our way. Over." Harris turned to Rapp. "So far, so good." "Good." Rapp led the way, and he, Harris, and Adams walked over to the blue van. The side cargo doors were open, revealing an array of equipment stacked in electronic racks, or, as the man sitting behind the main console called them, pizza racks. Marcus Dumond was a 26-year-old computer genius and almost convicted felon. Rapp had brought Dumond into the fold at Langley 3 years earlier. The young cyber genius had run into some trouble with the feds while he was earning his master's degree in computer science at MIT. He was alleged to have hacked into one of New York's largest banks and then transferred funds into several overseas accounts. The part that interested the CIA was that Dumond wasn't caught because he left a trail. He was caught because he got drunk one night and bragged about his financial plunders to the wrong person. At the time, Dumond was living with Stephen Rapp, Mitch's younger brother. When the older Rapp heard about Dumond's problems with the FBI, he called Irene Kennedy and told her the hacker was worth a look. Langley doesn't like to admit that they employ some of the world's best computer pirates, But these young cyber geeks were encouraged to hack into any and every computer system they can. Most of these hacking raids are directed at foreign companies, banks, governments, and military computer systems. But just getting into a system isn't enough. The challenge is to hack in, get the information, and get out without leaving a trace that the system was ever compromised. The wiry Marcus Dumond poked his head out the open door, a cigarette hanging from his mouth, and a pair of thick glasses perched on his nose. "Commander Harris, can you tell your men to cut a hole in the tarp? I have to raise my communications boom." Harris turned to one of his nearby men and told him to cut the hole. Dumond then stepped out of the van with a large fanny pack. Over by the box van, a long folding table had been set up, and a series of blueprints and schematics were being taped to the side of the van. Portable red filter lights provided limited lighting and gave everyone's face an eerie, sallow look. Setting the pack atop the table, Dumond opened it and extracted a small black object. Holding it in front of Rapp, Harris, and finally Adams, he said, "Micro Video and Audio Surveillance Unit. You guys have both used these, right?" Rapp and Harris nodded. The objects were about 1.5 inches thick, about 4 inches long, and about 3 inches across. At the top of the unit was a small, thin bump about the size of a pen tip. The tiny, highly sensitive microphone was encased in black foam. Next to it was a thin 3-inch fiber optic cord, at the end of which was a tiny lens. Dumond turned to Adams. "These little babies have 2 settings, regular and pulse. The regular will last about 3 days, and the pulse will give you almost 12. The pulse still supplies full audio, but only gives a snapshot every 5 seconds. Dumond shrugged his shoulders. "It's up to you guys how you want to use them, but I would suggest a little of both, just in case." Flipping the small unit over, Dumond said, "I've attached Velcro to the back of every unit. Here," Dumond picked up a plastic bag, "are the corresponding Velcro patches. I've also thrown in these little alcohol wipes to clean the surface before you attach the Velcro patch, especially if you're in a place where there's a lot of dust, like a ventilation duct. I've packed 12 black and 12 white units." Dumond turned to Rapp. "You know the routine. Install them at choke points and areas of high traffic. I can maneuver the cameras a little bit from remote, but I advise against it. It burns a lot of juice. So try to give us a good angle when you set them up. Any questions?" Dumond paused, giving them a chance, and then said, "Good. Let's check your communications and get you on your way." Dumond led the 3 men over to the blue van and retrieved 2 secure radios and headsets. Dumond had already checked out the units on the way over from Langley. Turning Adams around, Dumond placed the radio in a specially designed pocket that sat just above his left shoulder blade. Dumond then placed the headset on Adams and showed him how to adjust the lip mic. In the meantime, Rapp placed his radio in his vest and turned his black baseball cap backward. Over the top of the cap, he secured the headset and checked the mic with Harris. After they were positive the units worked properly, Dumond cautioned, "I'm probably going to lose you guys as you go through the tunnel. The jammer they are using to black out the president's bunker is creating a dead zone. All our sensors tell us that the interference dissipates as you reach the upper levels of the mansion. So, I want you to come up to the 2nd floor as quickly as you can and re-establish radio contact." Dumond reached back into the van and grabbed another pack. "I'm also going to give you this secure field radio. It has more range and power, and I put some extra radio batteries in here just in case." Dumond held up a small black nylon pack. Rapp looked at the radio pack and started to wonder if he'd be able to carry all of the equipment through the shaft. Then, responding to Dumond's statement, Rapp replied, "We'll try to get to the 2nd floor, but I can't promise anything until I get in there and see what they have. If everything is booby-trapped, we might not even get out of the basement." "I'll get us out of the basement," Adams said confidently. Rapp took the 2nd pack from Dumond and asked, "Anything else for us?" "Nope." Dumond stuck out his fist, and Rapp did the same. Banging Rapp's once on top and once on the bottom, Dumond said, "Good luck, Mitch." Then, looking to Adams, he said, "Try and keep this guy out of trouble, will you?" "I will," Adams smiled. Rapp thanked Dumond and grabbed Adams. As they walked back over to the Suburban, Rapp's thoughts turned to something he'd been debating for most of the day. The question was whether to arm Adams with a weapon. Rapp's concern was not whether Adams could shoot straight enough to hit anything, but whether he would accidentally shoot Rapp in the back. It was no small concern considering the fact that the Special Forces community rarely went a year without someone accidentally getting shot, and those people were cream of the crop. With reservation, Rapp asked, "Milt, what do you think about bringing a gun with you, just in case?" Adams reached into his pocket and pulled out a .357 revolver. "I already have one." Surprised, Rapp extended his hand. "May I?" Adams handed him the gun, and Rapp immediately recognized it as a Ruger Speed 6. Before automatics became all the rage with cops, the Speed 6 was a popular, dependable gun for a lot of police departments. The barrel was short, making it easy to draw, and since it was a revolver, jamming was not an issue. Rapp considered for a moment if he should give Adams one of his own silenced weapons, and then decided against it. He would just as soon have Adams use a gun he was comfortable with. Besides, if it ever got to the point where Adams had to start shooting, they'd already be well past the point of stealth. Rapp handed him the gun back and asked, "Do you want a holster?" Adams shook his head. "Nah, I'm used to carrying it in my pocket." "All right." Rapp stood awkwardly for a second, looking down at the tiny Adams, wondering if he really knew what he was getting himself into. Adams sensed Rapp's mood. "Don't worry about me, Mitch. I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't think it was the right thing." Rapp smiled, and nodded with more respect than Adams could have guessed. The right thing, he thought to himself. What a difference between his generation and Milt's. Rapp took the next 5 minutes to get his gear together. With all of his weapons, communications equipment, surveillance equipment, and some limited rations, his gear weighed more than 75 pounds. Because of the tight space of the shaft, he and Harris had decided it would be best if he towed it behind him with a rope. Finally, with all of their equipment assembled, Rapp, Adams, and Harris waited at the fence line for the green light. In a windowless room on the 7th floor of the main building at Langley, a select few had gathered to monitor the progress of Mitch Rapp and Milt Adams. The room was strikingly similar to a television network control booth. On the main wall was a bank of 19-inch monitors, 4 rows of them running 10 across. In front of the monitors, at a slightly elevated table, sat 4 technicians. At their disposal was the latest in video production equipment. Behind them, and elevated still further, sat Dr. Irene Kennedy, General Campbell, and several of their assistants. The work surface at this level was cluttered with phones and computers. At the 3rd level sat Director Stansfield, General Flood, Colonel Bill Gray, and Admiral DeVoe. The 4th and last row was occupied by a half-dozen other high-ranking Pentagon and CIA officials. Conveniently absent from the group was any representative from the FBI, something that Irene Kennedy did not like. The 4 monitors in the bottom left corner were showing the networks and CNN preparing for the Vice President's national address. 10 of the monitors, just above the bottom 4, showed different shots of the White House's exterior. One was zoomed in on the terrorist sitting in the rooftop guard booth, and the others were either trained on specific doors and windows or general areas. The remaining 26 monitors were pale blue with the exception of one near the middle. It glowed with a reddish hue, showing Rapp and the others at work in the strange red light. Irene Kennedy's hair was pulled back, and she was wearing a lightweight operator's headset, as were all of the others in the first 2 rows. Kennedy nodded slowly as she listened to Marcus Dumond. After a moment, she raised the arm of her headset and turned to look up at the 2 men sitting directly behind her. "Everything is ready. They're waiting for authorization." Stansfield and Flood looked at each other briefly, Flood nodding first and Stansfield following suit. Stansfield then looked down at Kennedy and gave his okay. The director of the CIA watched Kennedy relay the orders and wondered again if he should pick up the phone and tell FBI Director Roach what they were up to. He had in part covered himself by passing the word that they were conducting electronic surveillance, but this was much more than that. If things went bad, it could jeopardize the safety of the hostages. Chapter 21. The word was passed, and the red filter light was extinguished. The relatively cool night had turned thick and muggy under the canvas tarp. It had been decided that Rapp would go first, followed by Adams, and then Harris. Rapp felt for the slit in the tarp and pulled it to the side. Taking the main pack, Rapp wedged it through the bars, and then with the smaller packs that Dumond had given him, he turned sideways and squeezed through the bent bars. Adams and Harris followed, and the three of them walked softly through the underbrush, ducking under branches and bending limbs out of their way. They were careful to stay off the paths that the Secret Service had laid out through the underbrush. The paths were designed to funnel fence jumpers into areas loaded with sensors, and although they didn't think the terrorists were using the perimeter security system, there was no sense in pushing their luck. When they reached the immediate area of the vent, Lieutenant Commander Harris whispered into his headset, "Slick, do you have any movement on the roof?" The reply came back instantly. "Nope, he's still looking to the west." There was just enough light from the street lamps for the three of them to see each other. Rapp nodded to Adams. They had both heard the same report over their headsets. Taking his signal, Adams plucked several of the fake bushes from the ground. The bushes were designed to conceal the ventilation hood during all 4 seasons. Adams moved the shrubs out of the way, while Rapp and Harris unfolded a smaller black tarp. With the tarp in place over the top of the hood, the 3 men crawled under it and went to work. Rapp held a small tool pack, while Harris aimed a red filter flashlight for Adams. The older man of the group started by spraying lubricant along the seam in the sheet metal. Then, with a small cordless drill, he zipped out 8 screws. Slowly, they began to wiggle the hood back and forth, trying their best to prevent the screeching of metal on metal. The lubricant diminished most of the noise, and inside of 60 seconds, they had the hood off and out of the way. Harris set up a lightweight aluminum tripod, while Rapp lowered his gear to the bottom with a climbing rope. The black tarp was thrown over the top. Harris clipped a pulley to the tripod and fed a rope through, taking one end to the fence and tying it to the winch on the front of the Suburban. Rapp stuck a small flashlight into the open shaft and looked down at the bottom. Harris returned a second later and tied the rope around Rapp's ankles, then put on a pair of gloves. Then, after grabbing the rope, he nodded to Rapp and leaned back, ready to take up the slack. Rapp gave Harris the thumbs up, and then, bending at the waist, he stuck his head in the open shaft and began to ease himself inside. Over his headset, Rapp said, "Lower me." Lieutenant Commander Harris slowly began to play out the rope until all of the slack was gone, about 8 more feet total. Harris then whispered into his headset, telling his men back at the Suburban to let the winch out. In the shaft, Rapp started his descent and turned on his small miner's lamp that was strapped over his baseball cap. As he neared the bottom, he whispered over his headset, "Stop." Dangling like a landed catch, Rapp turned himself so he could bend at the waist and make the 90-degree turn into the shaft without breaking his back. "Okay, real slow. Let me out 4 more feet." He started to move again, and Rapp grabbed onto the sides of the horizontal vent, pulling himself inside. A bit of static crackled through his earpiece, and he said, "Stop! That's good." Rapp pulled his legs toward him, and in a sit-up-like position he trained the miner's lamp on his feet and untied the rope around his ankles. When he was finished, he said, "Take it back up." The rope disappeared from sight, and Rapp flipped over onto his stomach. Wasting no time, he grabbed the long rope that he'd used to lower his gear into the shaft and untied it. Then, taking a short rope that he'd brought along, he tied one end to the top of his gear and the other end to his left ankle. Rolling back onto his stomach, he trained the small light down the long, narrow shaft. It looked as if it went on forever. Rapp could barely make out the turn some 200 feet away. The shaft seemed to get tighter. Rapp grimaced. He had what he liked to refer to as a healthy phobia of being trapped in places the size of a coffin. Reluctantly, Rapp started forward down the cramped space, his forearms doing most of the work. Into his lip mic he whispered, "Milt, I'm moving out." With his gear in tow, Rapp plodded forward like an alligator. The reception on his radio was becoming increasingly cluttered. Not long after they had lost contact with Rapp, Milt Adams was also lost. The only thing Kennedy and the others could do was wait. Kennedy found herself thinking that this was how the NASA mission controllers must have felt during the Apollo lunar missions. When the astronauts went around the back side of the moon, they would enter a period when communication was impossible.
The roomful of scientists would sit nervously at mission control and hope the spacecraft and its men would make it back around without any problems. That was the position they were in now. There was nothing they could do but wait. Kennedy took off her headset, looked up at a row of clocks on the wall to her right, and remembered there was one thing she could do. Dead in the middle of the wall was the clock noting the local time in Washington, D.C. It was almost 11 in the evening. Several clocks to the right, Kennedy found the time she was looking for. Picking up the secure phone in front of her, she dialed a number by memory. It was an important phone number. It was just before 7 in the morning in Tel Aviv, and if her counterpart wasn't in, he would be in shortly. After several clicks and whirs, someone picked up on the other end. "Fine." The word was not an answer to a question, but rather the last name of the man answering the phone, Colonel Ben Fine of the Israeli Foreign Intelligence Service, Mossad. Colonel Fine was Kennedy's direct counterpart, the man in charge of Mossad's counterterrorism section. "Ben, it's Irene Kennedy."
"Irene," said Fine excitedly. "I'm sorry I haven't called, but I figured you'd be busy."
Have you been following the crisis? Asked Kennedy in a tired voice.
"Very closely. Is there anything I can do to help?"
Yes, as a matter of fact, there is. Kennedy looked down at the sheet of paper in front of her. I'd like you to look at a list of names for me.
"How many?"
10. We have good intel on 7 of them, but the last 3 we've come up blank on. Kennedy again looked at the list of names that had been provided by Dr. Hornig.
"You can count on me putting all of my resources into it. Send me the list, and I will personally make sure it gets taken care of immediately."
Thank you, Ben. I appreciate it.
There was a pause, and then the colonel said,
"I have a question for you, as long as I've got you on the line. There have been several reports, all unconfirmed, of course, that a certain high-ranking member of Hezbollah is missing."
The Israeli colonel stopped talking for a moment, and then added,
"You wouldn't know anything about this, would you?"
Kennedy lifted her eyes and looked up at the bank of television sets. I might have some insight into the subject. Fine didn't reply right away. Instead, his silence conveyed an implicit tit-for-tat request.
"I assume when the time is right you will enlighten me."
I had planned on it, answered Kennedy honestly.
"Good,"
stated a satisfied Fine.
"Do you need anything else from me?"
Kennedy thought about it for a moment and said, No, not that I can think of, but anything you can do with the names would be greatly appreciated.
"I will get started right away, and do not hesitate to call if you need anything else."
I won't. Thank you, Ben. After setting the phone back in its cradle, Kennedy placed the list of names in a file folder and walked to the end of her row. Looking up toward the back of the room, she waved the file and caught the attention of one of her people. A man in his early 30s came down the stairs, and Kennedy handed him the file. Fax this to Colonel Fine immediately. The man nodded dutifully and started back up the stairs, headed for the secure fax machine. White noise hissed through the earpiece. I have to be near the end, Rapp thought to himself. The tunnel seemed to be getting smaller and smaller. Rapp was sweating profusely, and his heart rate was much faster than it should have been. Irritated by the noise of his radio, he reached up and took the headset off, letting it fall around his neck. He knew Milt Adams wasn't far behind because he had heard him sneezing. It must have been the thin layer of dust that lined the metal walls of the duct. There wasn't a lot of it, but Rapp himself had fought back the impulse several times. Rapp paused for a second and took in a deep breath. He lowered his sweaty head onto his arm and told himself to relax. He was expending far more energy than necessary due to his slightly panicked state. Rapp lay still for almost a minute as he got his breathing under control. His watch told him that he had been in the shaft for almost 15 minutes, longer than he had expected. It couldn't be that much farther. After making the left turn that would take him parallel to the southern end of the mansion's foundation, he had turned the miner's light off. Rapp thought it was doubtful that anyone would be in the third basement. Aziz did not have enough men to patrol every area of the White House, but it was not worth the gamble of having the light spill through a crack or a seam in the ductwork. After several more minutes of confined crawling, Rapp reached the end. He was drenched in sweat, almost all of it from nervous energy. Gently, he let his head fall down on his arm, and he listened to make sure no one was in the boiler room. For the next 2 minutes, that was all he did.
Outside the shaft, he could hear the heating, ventilation, and cooling system going through the labors of regulating the climate within the old house, but other than that, the only thing he heard was the approaching Milt Adams and his not-so-quiet sneezing. Rapp decided it was better to open the access panel before Adams and his involuntary reports arrived. He turned on his miner's lamp and ran his hand over the smooth surface of the duct until he felt a groove. Zeroing in with the light, he spotted what he was looking for. Just as Milt had said, there was an access panel right before the duct connected to the filtration system. A not-so-small wave of relief washed over him. The thought of it not being there, and having to crawl all the way back, had occurred to him several times. Before twisting the metal catches up, Rapp drew his silenced Beretta and turned off the miner's light. With the gun in his left hand, he felt for the catches with his right and turned the first one from its horizontal position to vertical. Adams had explained that the panel was attached with hinges on the bottom and 2 catches at the top. After twisting the second catch, he slowly allowed the panel to swing downward and looked out into the dimly lit boiler room of the White House. The ventilation duct was hung from the ceiling and ran halfway across the room, where it connected to the hulking HVAC unit that occupied the majority of the room. Poking only his head out, Rapp methodically searched the room for any signs of motion sensors or tripwires. After making sure it was safe, he pulled back into the duct and rolled over onto his back. He untied the rope around his ankle and noticed Adams crawling toward him roughly 40 feet away. Neither man spoke. Rapp had been extremely clear about that aspect of the operation. There was to be no talking unless absolutely needed. Rapp fed the loose end of the rope out of the opening, leaving several feet dangling toward the ground and the other end tied to his gear. Quickly, he scooted forward to the end of the duct, pushed himself out of the vent, and hung from his fingers, his feet dangling a little more than a foot from the ground. Gently, he let himself drop to the ground, immediately grabbed the rope, and pulled the rest of his gear down. With the pack on the ground, Rapp retrieved his silenced MP-10 submachine gun and turned on the small flashlight affixed to the underside of the barrel. If Aziz had planted any security devices, Rapp saw no sign of them. Several moments later, Milt Adams poked his sweaty, bald head out of the vent and stifled a sneeze with both hands. Rapp looked up in irritation. He set his MP-10 down and held his hands out for Adams. Adams squirmed his way out of the opening. Rapp grabbed him under the armpits and helped him down with ease. As soon as Adams's feet hit the ground, he grabbed a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped his dripping nose. Rapp grabbed his submachine gun and whispered, "What's wrong?" Adams blew his nose as quietly as possible and said, "All that dust in there. It makes my allergies act up." Rapp frowned. "Are you going to be all right?" "Yeah." Adams finished wiping his nose. "I'll be fine." Getting to work, Rapp opened the top of his backpack and retrieved a micro-video monitor with a directional fiber optic cable attached to the end. They would use this to see around corners and under doors. The black and white monitor, which was 6 inches across by 5 inches high, was zipped into a black nylon harness. Rapp helped Adams strap it firmly between his chest and stomach, allowing the semi-rigid fiber optic cable to hang at Adams's side. Rapp took the barrel of his silencer and stuck it under the access panel. Standing on his toes, he closed the metal panel, and with the very tip of the silencer he pushed up one of the latches and secured it. As Rapp looked toward the door, he whispered, "Any questions?" "Nope." "All right, let's move out." Rapp walked quietly across the concrete floor to the doorway with his silenced weapon up and ready. Adams followed a step behind, and when they reached the door, he stuck the tip of the cable under the door to check to see what was on the other side. Rapp looked over his shoulder while Adams maneuvered the tip of the cable from side to side with a small dial. The coast appeared to be clear. Chapter 22. Vice President Baxter's national address had lasted less than 5 minutes. It was delivered at 11 p.m. Eastern Time, an hour later than most presidential addresses, due to the deep dissension between Baxter and King over what should be said. In the end, the speech consisted mainly of the standard condemnation of terrorism, the assurance that President Hayes was safe in his bunker, 2 minutes of nationalistic rhetoric, and of course a solemn plea for prayers. The early ratings were predictably high. The networks and the all-news channels were playing the crisis for everything it was worth.
The newest angle they had started to play up was the theme of a government in exile. For the first time in the history of the Republic, such an address had been from the Vice President's official residence at the Naval Observatory. Dallas King stood nervously in the Vice President's study, leaning against a bookcase while he listened to a Democratic pollster explain the early results from the national address. Several other staffers were ringed around their new commander-in-chief and offered their opinions on a variety of issues. All of the camera equipment and lights had been left in place on the assumption that they would probably be needed again before the crisis was resolved. The polling numbers were awesome, but expected. Dallas King listened with feigned interest. His mind was elsewhere. King looked down at his chrome Tag Heuer watch and anxiously ran his right hand through his sun-bleached hair. He was late for a meeting he hoped would encompass both business and pleasure. The handsome chief of staff didn't like the idea of leaving Baxter alone with the other staffers, but it was unavoidable. He shifted his weight away from the bookcase and started for the other side of the study, his black cap-toed shoes marking his steps on the spotless hardwood floor. When King reached a well-worn Persian rug, he reached out and snatched his sport coat from the back of an old wooden chair. Vice President Baxter folded his arms across his small belly and smoothed an errant strand of his slicked-back hair.
"Where are you headed?"
"I have some business I need to take care of." King winked at his boss as he casually draped the coat over his left shoulder. The wink was a signal that they could discuss his activities when they were alone. Baxter nodded, and Dallas moved for the door, saying, "I'll see you in the morning. If anything comes up, you can reach me on my cell." With that, King opened the door, nodded to the two Secret Service agents posted in the hallway, and walked out across the large porch with a lively spring in his step. His metallic blue BMW convertible was parked back into its space next to a large black Secret Service Suburban. King threw his coat onto the passenger seat and jumped in behind the wheel. He started the car and reached for the button to lower the top, and then decided he should wait until he made it through the gauntlet of reporters at the front gate. He nosed the little sports car out of the spot and gunned it down the hill for the main gate. King flashed his brights twice to make sure the Secret Service officers knew he was coming. By the time he reached the gate, it had already begun to open. Instead of using his brakes, King shifted the car back into first gear and deftly released the clutch. The low-slung car growled as it slowed, and then, when there was just enough room to make it through the opening, he shifted into second and hit the accelerator. The large tract of land, almost twice the area of the White House grounds, was besieged by the media. The main gate off Massachusetts Avenue was crowded with news trucks pulled haphazardly onto the curb, and the reporters and cameramen tried frantically to get a photo of King's car as it sped past. King kept his foot on the gas as the car shot onto Massachusetts Avenue, the Secret Service stopping traffic in both directions. He raced northward up the avenue. King checked his rearview mirror and cranked the stereo. 4 blocks north of the observatory and out of sight of the main gate, he yanked the car back into second gear and turned hard to the right, the wide tires of the BMW squealing into a 100-degree turn onto Garfield. King floored it through the residential neighborhood at speeds approaching 70 miles per hour. At 29th Street, he took a hard right turn, and 1 block later at Calvert, he slowed to about 10 miles per hour, paid no heed to the stop sign before him, and shot out in front of an approaching cab. The wild maneuver solicited both the horn and the finger from the cabbie. King ignored both as he raced through the light at Connecticut and crossed over into the Adams-Morgan neighborhood. He was late, and the woman he was meeting would not be happy. King took another hard turn at 18th Street and slowed his speed as he entered one of the most congested areas in town. 2 blocks later, he pulled up in front of Stone's, a posh, hot new bar. King stopped the car and yanked up the emergency brake just as a valet appeared at his door. Grabbing his black sport coat, he handed the man a $10 bill and said, "Keep it close." Standing just inside the door was an Asian woman in a body-hugging red dress with a slit that seemed to run from the floor to her left hip. She looked up at the dashing Dallas King and offered her cheek. When she stepped forward, the slit in her dress revealed a long-toned thigh. The young hostess had no idea what King did for a living, nor did she care. All she knew was he was handsome, well-dressed, and graced the trendy bistro with his presence at least once a week, and usually with a different woman.
The stunning jewel had been asked out by approximately every other man who entered the establishment, and she was beginning to wonder when this one would get around to the task. As King kissed her cheek, the woman slipped her hands inside his suit coat and placed them gently just above his waistline. King felt the gentle touch of her hands on his waist, and a sexual jolt hit him straight in the groin. Letting his nose linger by her smooth skin for a second, he took in a deep breath of clean, fresh perfume. With a furtive grin, he said, "Kim, you look gorgeous, as always." The young Asian woman took the compliment with a smile and slowly removed her hands from King's hips.
"Thank you."
King stared at her for a moment, allowing her the chance to ask him the obvious question about what was going on at the White House. The moment came and went, and it dawned on King that the beauty before him was either severely hampered in the brain department, or she honestly had no idea what he did for a living. In either case, she wasn't about to run out and join the local Mensa chapter. King winked, and then made his way toward the rear of the restaurant. The bar area was crowded. The hostage crisis had given the city something to talk about. For Washington bar owners, a scandal or crisis was like a big sporting event. Several of the more astute bar patrons recognized the young Californian as Vice President Baxter's chief of staff and began to whisper as King worked his way through the crowd. As King walked past the trendy rag-rolled walls and secluded booths, he scanned the dining area for his newest infatuation. In the last booth before reaching the payphone and the bathrooms, King saw her. Sheila Dunn had her laptop open, a cell phone in one hand and a glass of wine in the other. Upon seeing King, she said into her cell phone, "He's here. I'll call you back." The 34-year-old reporter set the phone down, but kept the glass of wine securely in her grip. "Dallas, where in the hell have you been?" "I'm sorry." King bent down to kiss the blonde-haired woman sitting in the booth. Dunn offered her cheek and said, "I have 15 minutes to get my story in, and my editor is about to pull my hair out." With an angry look, she added, "You'd better talk fast." King sat in the booth, and as he did so, a waiter approached. Dunn held up her nearly finished glass and said, "2 more of these," without bothering to say please, then turned her glare back in the direction of King. "You're an hour late. That's a hell of a way to try and endear yourself to me." "Excuse me," King uttered, a touch irked by her comment. "I don't know if you've noticed, but we have a bit of a crisis going on, and I'm just a touch busy right now." "Don't patronize me, Dallas. I'm very aware of what's going on, and I have a deadline to meet. So when you say you're going to be here at a certain time and you show up an hour late without calling, don't expect me to act like one of your congenial little empty-headed bimbos." Dunn took a deep breath and folded her arms across her chest. She had intentionally worked herself into this frenzy, figuring the more upset she was, the more likely Dallas would be to hand over some good info. This was the exact reason why King liked her. She was feisty. Most of the women he dated were great arm pieces, but they lacked something up top. Sheila Dunn was different. She wasn't knocked down gorgeous, as many of his women were, but her brains and drive made her every bit as attractive. Dunn was fairly plain-looking. She had slender features, was not curvaceous in any sense of the word, but while many women her age had already seen their best days, Dunn was just moving into hers. She had the mature confidence of a woman who would hold her beauty for years to come. And most important, she was married, something that King had seen as an obstacle for years, but now embraced as a bonus. With the married ones, it was all about sex. He didn't have to spend large amounts of money or play tiresome games. Dunn had rebuked all of King's romantic advances, but the young Dallas could tell he was wearing her down. She was one of the Post's political correspondents, and King had gotten to know her since his recent arrival in the nation's capital. As Baxter's chief of staff, King had, as one of his first priorities, to cultivate sources in the media that could be used to leak information when needed. He reached across the table and grabbed her hand. "How are things with your husband?" "Shitty," was Dunn's terse one-word reply. Rubbing her hand, he asked, "When was the last time you two slept together?" She pulled back quickly. "Dallas, that's none of your business." "Fine, you don't have to answer it, but you're far too beautiful a woman to be so lonely." "Dallas, let's change the subject." King had taken her down this road before, and he was gaining ground. Dunn was having serious doubts about her marriage. She knew that King wanted her, and she thought this might be the time to give up the jewel.
This was the biggest story in 3 decades, and no one had any idea what was going on inside the White House or the FBI's command post. No one was talking. The crisis had people tight-lipped. If sleeping with King meant she could get some info out of him, it might be worth it. The drinks arrived, and King took a big sip. He let the dry Merlot run down his throat and then said, "You wouldn't believe the shit that's going on down there." Dunn leaned forward and placed her forearms on the table. "Like what?" Rolling his eyes, King said, "Tutwiler, that stupid bitch. She's the damn reason Schwartz and his secretary are dead. It was her stupid idea to jerk this nutbag's chain and only send him part of the money." King stopped briefly and took a sip, thinking of the warning the man from the CIA had given all of them, that Aziz would react exactly the way he did. "I tried to advise against it, but she won out. You know how she is. She took charge of the entire briefing at the Pentagon yesterday. The damn woman has the worst case of penis envy I've ever seen. She just couldn't pass up the chance to put all of those military types in their place." King stopped and shook his head. "And to make things worse, she's not around to take the heat. She had a fucking nervous breakdown after Schwartz got shot. They had to cart her off to Bethesda." Dunn's jaw hung loosely. "You're kidding." "No." King shook his head for emphasis. "I wish I was. I wish she was here to take the heat." King pointed to himself. "Now I'm the one who's getting squeezed." Dunn set her wine down and started tapping at the keys of her laptop. "So, Tutwiler is out. What in the hell is the FBI up to?" Dunn watched King shrug his shoulders and take another drink. She was going to have to work for this one. "Come on, Dallas, just give me some good background. I'm not asking you to give away any national secrets." Dunn paused to give him a second to think about it, and then, in a soft voice, she asked, "What's the FBI up to?" King looked over the top of his wine glass. "They're planning for every possible contingency, collecting information and trying to find a way out of this. Sherman has told them that unless they can guarantee getting the rest of the hostages out safely, we sit tight." "What about the president? Is all that crap your boss spun in his address the truth?" "He's fine," King nodded emphatically, "just like Sherman said." Then, waving his hand in the air as if the president was a non-factor, he added, "The people at the Pentagon say he can last for weeks in that bunker." King took another drink and then leaned forward. With his nose perched above the screen of Dunn's laptop, King breathed in her perfume and said, "You smell great." "Thank you," Dunn smiled half-heartedly and then got back to business. "What else is going on? Do you know what their next demand is going to be?" "Nope. We're not supposed to hear anything until the morning." King's attention was drawn downward. Dunn's blouse was open one more button than normal, and a scintillating amount of soft skin was drawing his mind into a completely different area again. He looked down her shirt and said, "I want to get naked with you so bad." Dunn grabbed him by the jaw and made him look her in the eye. "This stuff you gave me about Tutwiler is good, Dallas, but there's more going on than you're telling me. And if you want to get me into bed, you're going to have to do a lot better, and fast." King felt the blood rushing to his groin. His mind scrambled for any piece of information that might seal the deal, but he'd told her everything that was going on. The truth was, nothing was going on. Everybody was sitting around and waiting to react, except one person. King pulled away and sat back. He couldn't talk about that, but there was something related that he could talk about, something that would play great in the press. "There is one thing." Pausing, he tried to gauge how much information he could hand over. Dunn saw his hesitancy and drew closer. "What? What is it?" King looked around the immediate area and then leaned forward. "Listen, no one can find out I told you this." Dunn feigned insult. "Dallas, I've never revealed one of my sources." Unimpressed, King rolled his eyes. "All I'm saying is that this is serious shit, all right?" Dunn nodded eagerly. "You have my word. Your name will never be revealed." The Vice President's Chief of Staff looked around once again to make sure no one was eavesdropping, and then, in a whisper, he said, "The CIA knew about this attack before it happened." Dunn's eyes almost popped out of her head. "What? And they didn't do anything about it?" "No," King shook his head. They only found out just before it happened. As soon as they found out, they alerted the Secret Service. That's why Hayes made it to his bunker."
So the CIA saved the day.
King shrugged. "It was hardly a banner day, but I suppose you could say that." Dunn smiled broadly.
This could be good.
Frantically, she began typing. King watched her for about half a minute, and then Dunn closed her laptop. She packed it and her phone in her bag and said, "I've got to get this in before we go to press." Dunn stood. She was wearing a tight blue skirt that hugged her thin frame. Leaning over the table, she grabbed King by the jaw with one hand and said, "You and I aren't done. If you keep this up, you just might wear me down." Dunn pulled King's lips to hers and gently ran the tip of her tongue along his lower lip. She let her tongue hang there just long enough to leave him wanting more, and then turned and left. Chapter 23. Jack Wart stood by the bunker door and touched the smooth surface with the palm of his hand. It had been several hours since he had done so, and as far as he could tell, the door was getting warmer. He took that as a bad sign. Warch had been beating his brains out all day over what to do if the terrorists got the door open before the hostage rescue team intervened. He assumed from the explosion he had heard during the initial assaults that they had grenades. That would make it a short fight. He could put the president in the small bathroom on the other side of the bunker and buy maybe another 5 minutes. That would result in more dead agents and ultimately a dead or captured president. Warch plopped down on his bunk. As he exhaled a deep sigh, he saw the president coming over. Warch straightened up a bit and started to stand. Hayes gestured to him with a patting motion of his hand and said, "Don't get up. Do you mind if I sit?" "Please," said Warch as he scooted over. "You're from Wisconsin, right?" "Yes, sir." "I thought so. I saw your two boys running around on the south lawn one Saturday morning in their Packer jerseys. I figured either you or your wife was from Wisconsin." Warch half laughed. "No, my wife's from Minnesota. She hates it when I dress them up in the Packer gear." "She should have thought of that before she married you." "That's what I tell her." Warch smiled. "What part of Wisconsin are you from?" "Appleton." "Ah, the home of Rocky Blyer." "Yep." "I met him once," pronounced Hayes with satisfaction. "What a great man." With a nod of his chin, he added, "What a great story." "Yeah, he overcame a lot. The best part about him, though, is he never let any of the success go to his head. He does a ton for the local community." "That's nice to hear." Hayes looked down at the floor for a while. The idle conversation seemed to be over. Sitting on the edge of the bunk, he rested his elbows on his knees and continued to study the ugly brown carpeting. After a moment, he leaned back and glanced over at Warch. "Jack, I'm sorry about all of this. I appreciate everything you and your people have done for me and my family." Hayes stopped and looked away. Warch waited and then said, "Thank you, sir." After several awkward moments of silence, Hayes looked at his watch. It was almost midnight. "Well, another 6 hours or so, and we'll know if they're coming to save us." Warch nodded. "So you think they'll come tonight?" Hayes leaned back. "Well, if I know General Flood and Director Stansfield, they'll be pushing hard for it." Hayes's mind seemed to drift, and slowly he started to shake his head. "What is it, sir?" "I'm not so sure about the Vice President." "How do you mean, sir?" The President eyeballed Warch. "Jack, I trust that whatever I say to you will go no further?" "That goes without saying, sir." "I thought so." Hayes looked out across the bunker. Out of the side of his mouth, he said, "I don't exactly trust Baxter." Hayes continued, "He wasn't my first choice. Hell, he wasn't even in my top 10. The truth is, the party stuck me with him. They said he could deliver California and the big Hollywood money. You need both to win the race, so he was the man. Experience and character were never factored in." Frowning, Hayes said, "I knew a week after the convention that he was the wrong man, but by then there was no turning back." "Is that why you've isolated him?" The comment surprised Hayes a bit. "You've noticed?" "This is my 4th administration, sir. We're taught to keep our mouths shut, but that doesn't mean we don't see and hear everything that goes on." All Hayes could do was nod. "Well, Baxter's the big wild card.
He and Tutwiler. Hayes shook his head again. I didn't want to have anything to do with her either, but it was all part of the deal.
What about Director Roach? He's a good man.
Yes, he is, Hayes nodded. He's one of the best, but unfortunately he answers to Tutwiler. Warch looked over at the door, and then back to his boss.
Sir, if HRT doesn't get here in time, we need to take some precautions.
Such as? Warch was short on details as he related what he thought would happen. He felt there was no sense in alarming the president over something that was out of their control. Hayes listened intently as Warch laid out his limited plan. Anna Reilly was sleeping fitfully when she was stirred by something. Just as she opened her eyes, she felt a pair of hands grab her by the shoulders. A second later, she was on her feet, face to face with the terrorist who had pulled her out of line. Reilly immediately began to lash out with her arms. The terrorist grabbed her by the throat with his right hand and squeezed tightly. The young journalist continued to flail as her eyes bulged wider as the air was squeezed from her. White spots began to dot her vision, and in one last, violent attempt to break free, Reilly rammed her knee up into her assailant's groin. The blow would have sent most men to their knees, but Abu Hassan was no normal man. Instead of buckling over, he grunted and took a half-step back. Then his right hand shot forward and caught Reilly square on the jaw. She spun like a top and went straight to the floor. The room was completely silent for the next 5 seconds. None of the hostages made a noise, and the other terrorists looked on to see what would happen next. Finally, Hassan bent over and let out a deep groan. This elicited a chorus of laughs and chuckles from the other 3 Arabs standing guard. Several of the women crawled from their spots to help Reilly, but before they could reach her, the terrorist stood partially upright and shouted a warning to them. Still smarting from the knee to his groin, Abu Hassan lumbered forward, bent at the waist like an ape. Reaching down, he grabbed the unconscious Reilly and threw her over his shoulder. As he moved toward the door, he scowled at his friends who were still laughing at him. When he reached the exit, he paused long enough to tell one of the other men, "I'm going to take this whore upstairs. Whoever wants her next can come and get her when I'm done." In 1948, President Harry Truman had grown concerned about the structural integrity of the 148-year-old White House. Engineers were brought in to investigate, and they found that the mansion was in danger of collapsing. The less-than-sound renovation of 1902 and the enlargement of the 3rd story in 1927 had weakened the structure severely. It was recommended that the president and his wife vacate the house immediately, and they moved across the street to Blair House to allow a massive 4-year renovation to ensue. The first step was the meticulous disassembly of everything within the White House. All of the furniture, artwork, and fixtures were removed, and with painstaking effort, the floors, ceilings, and walls were dismantled section by section. The mansion became an empty shell while construction crews moved in to excavate 2 new levels beneath the original basement. After the 3rd and 2nd basements had been completed, a modern steel framework was erected to support the mansion's aging walls. The new 3rd basement that had been added in the renovation was designed to house the new boiler room and was only about a quarter the size of the floors above it. Over the last several decades, much of the massive boiler had been replaced by the newer, more efficient systems designed to protect the building from chemical and biological attacks. As Rapp and Adams stood at the boiler room's door, Adams pointed out the most recent change to the White House.
"Straight down the hall and to the left is the president's bunker. As you turn the corner, you go down a hall that's about 50 feet long, and then there's a reinforced steel door. Once you're through that door, you're in the room just outside the bunker."
Rapp nodded. "We're going up the stairs to the left, away from the bunker, correct?"
"Correct."
"All right. Let's take one last look at this thing, and then we'll move out." Adams manipulated the lens until Rapp was satisfied that the door had not been booby-trapped, and the cable was withdrawn. With his gun ready, Rapp slowly opened the door and stepped out into the hallway. They moved to the left and into the concrete stairwell that ascended 1 flight to the 2nd basement. Adams stuck the tiny lens under the next metal door and found nothing. With Rapp and his MP-10 in the lead, they continued to the 1st basement landing and stopped. Adams checked under this door as well, and Rapp became increasingly suspicious that they had come this far and found nothing. He thought the disease would have set up some type of an early warning system. Whispering in Rapp's ear, Adams said, "No booby traps." Rapp looked at the screen while Adams moved the tiny lens back and forth and asked, "What about the hallway?" After moving the snake around a little, Adams gave Rapp a clear shot of the hall. "Midway down, right-hand side. That's our door." "Good," Rapp whispered back. "Secure that thing, and when I give you the signal, open the door and follow me. Stay on my right and one step back, no matter what happens." Adams closed the screen against his chest, zipped it up, and then coiled the snake into a loose loop and strapped it to his hip. Rapp gripped his MP-10 tightly in both hands, the collapsible stock wedged between his cheek and shoulder. With the thick black silencer leveled at the closed door, Rapp nodded. Adams jerked the door open, and Rapp took one step forward, sweeping the gun from left to right. He walked quickly forward, and Adams followed closely behind. The metal fire door closed automatically behind them. Both men walked softly, making almost no noise. Rapp spun several times, nervously checking their six, looking for any sign of a motion sensor or tripwire. A third of the way down the hall, Adams stopped at another gray metal door, extracted his S-key, and opened the door to reveal a hidden elevator. Rapp swore under his breath while they waited for the elevator to arrive, exposed in the middle of the hallway. When the doors finally opened, Adams silently shooed Rapp into the tiny compartment and pressed the proper button. The elevator was big enough to handle 4 people at the most. As the elevator started to move, Rapp handed his gun to Adams, and with both hands he took his headset from around his neck and secured it over his baseball cap. Static crackled loudly from his earpiece, but as they rose it lessened. The elevator ascended quickly and noiselessly. By the time they reached the second floor, the static was greatly decreased, and Rapp had his weapon back in his hands. When the elevator stopped, Adams gave Rapp an uneasy look. Rapp nodded and said, "Don't worry." And with a grin to help ease the tension, he added, "I'll go first." Then, pulling his lip mic down, he whispered, "Iron Man to command. Over." Rapp waited several seconds for a reply, and then repeated his words. After the third check, he thought he heard something, but it was too broken up to discern. They would have to move to the stash room and set up a more powerful secure field radio. Rapp looked up at the small light above his head. It would have to be extinguished before they opened the door. After popping the frosted glass cover off the fixture, he reached up and gave the hot bulb several quick turns with his bare hand. The bulb flickered and then went dark. Rapp then pulled a circular red plastic filter from one of his pockets and attached it to the flashlight that was affixed to the barrel of his submachine gun. When he turned on the flashlight, a faint red light illuminated the floor of the elevator. Adams pressed a button, and the elevator doors opened to reveal a wall. There was no crack to wedge the snake under, so they would have to chance it and go forward without looking. Slowly, Adams ran his hand along the wall until he found what he was looking for. As Adams pressed the catch, the wall popped outward several inches, revealing the tile floor of the president's bathroom. The lights were off, and the room was dark, with the exception of the faint red light coming from under the barrel of Rapp's gun. Rapp checked the way and slid through the narrow entrance, taking 3 cautious steps toward the bedroom. Milt followed close behind. The door was open. Rapp checked for tripwires and then looked into the actual bedroom. The door that led to the hallway was slightly open, and a sliver of light spilled into the dark room from the hallway. Before entering the bedroom, Rapp looked back over his shoulder and whispered, "Close that." Placing both hands on the wall, Adams pushed it back into place. The wall shut with a slight click, and all traces of the hidden elevator disappeared. Rapp stepped cautiously into the room. He moved across the president's bedroom to the door that led to the Truman balcony, the semicircular porch that overlooked the south lawn. When Rapp reached the door, he froze in his tracks. He had missed it on the first sweep, but caught the slightest glimpse of it on the second. A thin, clear wire ran across the base of the door about 12 inches off the ground. Rapp's right hand snapped up next to his head in a tight-closed fist. Milt Adams, a combat veteran, knew the hand signal all too well and froze in his tracks. At first, only Rapp's eyes moved,
and then his head swiveled from side to side. Adams was good enough to not say anything. It was apparent from Rapp's body language that he had found something. What Rapp had found was a filament tripwire, and he knew it was attached to something that petrified him. Rapp hated bombs. One of the qualities that made him so successful during his almost decade of service with the CIA was knowing his own limitations. He didn't have the patience or the skill to deal with explosives, so he tended to avoid them like the plague. The problem with bombs was there were 100 different ways to set them off, and a dozen of them could happen before you ever got within a foot of the actual device. There could be a pressure pad under the carpet, a magnetic plate, infrared beams, microwave beams, motion sensors, tremble or mercury switches. The list went on. And with Rafiq Aziz involved, Rapp had no doubt these devices would be really hairy. One thing was certain, however. The tripwire was attached to something, and Rapp had to find out exactly what it was. The door leading to the balcony was bordered on both sides with drapes. Rapp stepped carefully to his right and looked behind a chair situated between the door and a window to the right. Sticking the black silencer of his gun behind the curtain, he pointed it down and found nothing on this side of the door, but on the left side he could discern the rectangular shape of a box. The tripwire was attached to a switch on the side of the bomb and a nail on the other side of the door. Rapp crossed over to the other side of the door and examined the box from a closer angle. It appeared that the tripwire was the only exterior trigger device. Rapp wiped a bead of sweat from his brow, and then reluctantly he drew back the curtain. The box was simple, about 8 inches high and 6 wide. In the upper right corner was a small red digital readout and a green light that blinked every 3 seconds. Gingerly, he let the drape fall back into its natural hanging position and took a step back. If the box was loaded with Semtex, the Czechoslovakian version of C4 plastique, there was probably enough to blow the entire wall halfway across the south lawn. Milt Adams leaned over and whispered, "What did you find?" "A bomb." Rapp wiped some more sweat from his face. "If we set one of these things off, they'll be picking us up with a vacuum cleaner, Milt. Let's leave this alone and get ourselves set up." Adams led the way across the bedroom to a large walk-in closet. Rapp followed him in and left the door open as they had found it. On the left was a substantial closet organizer. The smaller compartments near the bottom were filled with pairs of shoes, but as the organizer rose, the cubicles grew larger and were occupied by shirts and sweaters. Near the far corner, Adams stopped and reached up along the edge. After feeling around for a second, he found what he was looking for and pressed the obscured button. The organizer popped outward several inches at one end, and then Adams swung it open 3 more feet. They entered the hidden room and pulled the organizer shut behind them. Adams turned on the wall light and slid a heavy steel bolt across the doorway. The small room, referred to as the stash room by the Secret Service, was 8 feet long by 6 feet wide, and the ceiling was almost 10 feet high. The walls were lined with bulletproof Kevlar and fire-retardant cloth on both the exterior and interior walls. The room also contained 4 biohazard suits complete with oxygen tanks and gas masks. These were packed in storage lockers that were bolted to the walls above their heads, along with some weapons and a first aid kit. The room was built in response to a small plane crashing into the south portico in the fall of 1994. The technicians in the first row of the control room at Langley had faintly heard Rapp's original signal. They had been working diligently for 5 minutes to clear up the link as Irene Kennedy and General Campbell watched from one row back. The two knew enough to let their people work and stay out of their way. With the help of Marcus Dumond, who was manning the control panel of the CIA's communications van parked outside the White House fence, they were making progress. The telescoping boom on the back of the van was helping penetrate the electronic interference the terrorists were using. When Rapp began to transmit on the powerful secure field radio, there was a collective sigh of relief in the control room as 40-plus minutes of tense radio silence came to an end. General Campbell was the first to speak.
"Give me a sitrep, Iron Man."
Rapp's reply came back slightly garbled but audible. He recounted how the insertion had progressed and the device he had discovered in the president's bedroom. After Rapp had given as much detail as possible about the explosive device, he asked Campbell and Kennedy what they wanted him to do. Campbell thought about it for only a second and replied,
"Continue your reconnaissance, and we'll figure out what to do about the bomb."
"Roger that," replied Rapp. "I'll get to work." Back in the control room at Langley, one of the technicians in the front row raised his hand up and snapped his fingers. Kennedy leaned forward and listened to what the technician had to say, then spoke into her headset. "Iron Man, we need you to conduct a radio check on your portable. Over." Rapp was holding the handset to the secure field radio to his ear and replied, "Roger." He put his headset back on and adjusted the lip mic. "Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Do you read? Over." They could hear Rapp well enough to understand what he was saying, but not as clearly as when he used the field radio. The larger problem was that Rapp was having a hard time receiving signals. After several tries, Rapp lifted the lip mic of his headset and picked up the handset to the field radio. "My radio isn't working. Over." "We can hear you on our end, Iron Man," replied Kennedy. "Are you saying you can't receive us?" "That's correct." Kennedy looked to one of the technicians to see if there were any answers. All she got was an unknowing shrug. Into her headset she said, "Iron Man, we'll work on that. For now, why don't you check out the rest of the second floor, and then check in on the field radio in 30 minutes? "Roger that. I'll start to set up the surveillance cameras. Over and out." Rapp placed the handset back in its cradle and started to organize his gear. Taking the fanny pack of miniature surveillance units, Rapp extracted 5 of the devices and placed them in his web vest.
"Staircases first?" asked Adams.
"Yep." Rapp grabbed his gun. "Just like before, Milt. Keep your eyes peeled and don't walk anywhere where I haven't walked first, all right?" Adams nodded. "Any questions before we get going?"
"Yeah."
Adams looked slightly embarrassed.
"I gotta take a piss."
Rapp grinned, appreciating the much-needed levity. "We can take care of that. In fact, we'll make it our first stop. All right, let's move out." Adams pulled the bolt back, and he and Rapp quietly walked out into the large closet. Adams pushed the bookcase-like organizer back into place, and it stopped with a soft click. With his gun at the ready, Rapp stood outside the bathroom while Adams went in and took care of business. Rapp took the time to look around the room and noticed something he had missed earlier. Something odd. The president's bed was in disarray. Rapp walked over to the bed, and on closer examination he saw something startling, something that made his blood boil. There was a substantial splotch of blood on the white sheets, and dangling off the side of the bed was a woman's bra. Rapp shook his head in disgust at the scene. When Adams came out of the bathroom a moment later, Rapp pointed at the disturbing evidence. Neither man said a word. After a long moment, Rapp walked across the room to a small end table situated near the door that led to the Truman balcony. Taking one of the small surveillance units from his pocket, he attached one of the Velcro patches to the underside of the table and secured the tiny device. Rapp motioned to Adams. "Let's go." He moved for the main door and stopped when he reached it. Adams stuck the tiny black snake under the door and checked the hallway. The lights were on, and the picture was very clear. The cross hall on the second floor of the family residence was wide, about 15 feet. It was brightly lit, and the walls were adorned with built-in bookcases and several oil portraits of past presidents. Various groupings of couches, chairs, tables, and lamps gave the space the dual role of informal living room and hallway. Adams manipulated the snake back and forth and whispered, "It looks clear." Rapp nodded and said, "Let me take a look first, and then I'll wave you out." Rapp looked at the camera one more time and checked the hallway. Slowly, Rapp turned the knob and opened the door, taking the first step into the brightly lit hallway. Chapter 24. Her eyes blinked several times before they could stay open. Anna really let out a weak groan. It took her a second to regain her senses, and even then she had no idea where she was. All she knew was her head ached and she was having a hard time breathing. As her eyes came into focus, she saw stairs and then a pair of legs and boots. For a second, she thought she was dreaming, and then everything fell into place. The terrorist was carrying her over his shoulder. She tried to lift her head, but a searing pain shot through her neck.
She knew she had to fight no matter how much it hurt, really commanded herself to ignore the pain, and with as much strength as she could muster, the young journalist bolted upright and grabbed onto the slicked-back hair of the man who was carrying her, really kicked her feet violently, and began to scream at the top of her lungs. Mitch Rapp almost jumped out of his skin. The female voice was so loud and so sudden that it caught him completely off guard. He was standing exposed in the middle of the hallway, bathed in light. The violent scream had shattered the stillness and sent his nerves right to the edge. Rapp paused just long enough to ascertain which direction the scream was coming from, and then immediately began to move, while Milt Adams stood frozen 2 steps behind. Like a big cat, Rapp began a rapid retreat. Instinctively, his right hand reached back in search of Adams. His left hand kept the lethal barrel of his MP-10 aimed in the direction of the scream, and he pushed Adams back into the open doorway of the president's bedroom. With Adams now in the lead, they hurried into the closet, and Rapp closed the door behind them. Adams had the door to the stash room open, and paused for a second to see what Rapp wanted to do. Rapp pushed him into the small room and pulled the organizer closed behind them. Adams turned on the light and grabbed his heart.
Jesus, how do you do this shit for a living?
Rapp, his own adrenaline pumping, grabbed the monitor around Milt's neck and tuned the picture to the tiny surveillance device they had just planted less than 20 feet away. Anna Reilly clutched her stomach with one hand and the wrist of the terrorist with the other. Her shoes had fallen off, and she could see them halfway down the hallway as the thug dragged her across the carpet. Tears streamed down her cheeks, and the pain from the kick to her stomach was so intense she thought she might vomit. Abu Hassan liked the fight. He considered it part of the thrill, part of the domination. This one, the dark one, was much better than the one he had taken care of last night. The blonde had turned out to be boring. There was no fight in her, only tears. Hassan smiled widely as he rounded the corner and saw the door to the president's bedroom. It was the perfect place to rape this American whore. Hassan thrust open the door with one hand while he held on to Reilly's ponytail with the other. After dragging her another 10 feet, he violently lifted her off the ground and threw her onto the king-size bed. Drawing his knife, he yelled at her, "Take your clothes off, you bitch!" Reilly started to get back up. There was no way she was going to give in. She would rather die than be raped again. The terrorist blocked her arms and sent the butt end of the knife crashing down and into Reilly's temple. The blow knocked her unconscious, and Reilly went limp, leaving her completely motionless and vulnerable on the bed. Abu Hassan wasted no time. Taking his knife, he began cutting off her clothes. The more skin he revealed, the faster he cut. Once he had her pants off, he ripped at her blouse and then stopped for a second. Lustfully, he looked down at the young woman before him and admired her tanned, firm body. Slowly, he reached down and ran his hand over her leg. He stopped at her black lace panties, and then with a violent yank, he tore them from her body. Milt Adams was disturbed by what was happening in the other room, but it wasn't as scary as the transformation taking place right in front of him. Mitch Rapp's face had taken on a very different look. His eyes had twisted into a menacing stare, his jaw was clenched, and a sheen of sweat now coated his forehead. Rapp shook his head several times and muttered something through his clenched teeth. Inside his mind, a battle was being waged. The logical side was telling him that the mission was more important than what was going on in the other room. All of his professional training had taught him that he should stay put and continue to collect information without announcing his presence, that the lives of the other hostages were more important, that killing Rafiq Aziz was more important. Despite knowing what he should do, there was another voice in his head that was saying something entirely different. Back in the control room at Langley, all eyes were on the big board. A surveillance device had been activated by Rapp, and its grainy transmission was being received on one of the monitors. The technicians at Langley worked with Marcus Dumont, who, with the aid of the communications boom on the back of the van, was homing in on the frequency and trying to filter out the disturbances. Over the course of several minutes, the picture began to clear, eventually revealing a lone man in a lit doorway. Without taking his eyes off the screen, General Campbell asked Kennedy, "Is that the President's bedroom?"
"It must be," replied Kennedy, as she squinted at the monitor. She watched as the man in the doorway turned and walked quickly back into the room. A second man's profile appeared in the doorway, and Kennedy immediately recognized it as Rapp's.
"Why are they going back into the closet?" asked Campbell.
Kennedy frowned. "I don't know." One of the technicians turned around and said, "We've got audio on the unit." "Put it on the speaker system," stated Kennedy, without taking her eyes off the monitor. A second later, a scratchy audio came over the room's overhead speaker system. There was a loud noise, and General Flood, who was sitting one row behind Kennedy and Campbell, asked,
"What in the hell was that?"
Kennedy stared at the monitor showing the open doorway of the President's bedroom with the lit hallway beyond and said, "It sounded like a scream." Just then, a man appeared in the doorway dragging a woman behind him. As if on cue, everyone in the control room moved closer to the screen in an attempt to discern what was happening. Within seconds, it was brutally apparent what was unfolding before them. Kennedy, in an unusually tense voice, snapped, "Get me Iron Man on the radio right now!" Kennedy knew Rapp better than anyone in the room, and possibly better than anyone in the world. Kennedy knew she had to assert some control over him, and assert it quickly, if she had even the slightest chance of stopping him from doing what she knew he was contemplating. The MP-10 was on the ground in the corner and had been replaced by the silenced 9mm Beretta. Rapp stared at the gun. Angry beyond comprehension, he felt like punching a hole in the wall. He told himself to bring it back a notch. Too much anger led to poor judgment. But Rapp hated thugs, people that took from others, animals that did what they wanted to do with little or no thought of what their actions did to fellow human beings. Mentally, Rapp was gone. The decision had been made. There was no turning back. The woman in the other room was somebody's daughter, probably somebody's wife, and maybe some poor kid's mother, and there was no way he could allow himself to sit in the safety of the bulletproof room and let it happen. The secure field radio spurted a quiet beeping noise, and a green light on the panel began to flash. Adams reached for the handset, and Rapp stopped him. "Don't answer that." Adams slowly withdrew his hand. He no longer recognized the man sitting next to him. Rapp reached out, turned the power switch on the radio to the off position, and pulled his headset down around his neck. Standing, he retrieved his matte black combat knife and held it in his left hand. He looked at the pistol in one hand and the knife in the other, and paused. Standing, Milt Adams licked his dry lips, and with a worried expression on his face, he asked, "What are you going to do?" Rapp looked sideways at him, and after a short pause said, "I'm going to go out there and kill that piece of shit. It's not what I should do, but it's what I'm gonna do." Adams swallowed hard and with a nod said, "Good." Then after a second he added, "Do you want me to help?" Rapp shook his head and closed his eyes. "No. Turn off the lights and open the door. Then stay here and be quiet." Adams did as he was told. He couldn't see Rapp, but could feel him as Rapp slid through the passageway and into the closet. Anna Reilly opened her eyes and tried to focus. Above her was darkness, but to her right there was light. Slowly she turned her head and saw her attacker. The man had already taken off his shirt and was working on his pants. Reilly tried to move, but her arms wouldn't respond. Looking down, she saw her bare chest through tear-filled eyes. She was living the nightmare. Mitch Rapp stood at the closet doorway for several seconds and listened. His eyes were closed. He wanted them to adjust to the darkness as much as possible. There was a noise from the bedroom. It sounded as if the woman was crying, and then he heard a male laugh. Rapp opened his eyes and looked at his two weapons. He could shoot equally well with either hand, but he was better with the knife in his left hand. Rapp decided that if he could get close enough, he would use the knife, and he had few doubts he could. Before leaving, he started the timer on his watch and then reached for the door. Slowly, cautiously, he turned the handle and began to open it.
Reilly sobbed as she looked at the man looming over her. He was laughing, his disgusting cigarette breath enveloping her face. He held his erection with one hand and reached out with his other hand, pawing at Reilly's groin. The young journalist clamped down with her legs and screamed. The terrorist yanked her legs apart and slapped her across the face. Reilly tried to fight, but her strength was gone. All she could do was cry as he lowered his body on top of her. The door